Solovyov and Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Apparently Solovyov is familiar with the British way. In fact, if Princess Sophia recalled the content of the letters from her sister who married to Württemberg, she would probably know that there was always a short pretty baby officer standing behind Tsar Paul, and she would probably know that Solovyov had served as an aide-de-camp and commander of the Guards battalion. Of course, her brain was not the type of officer who could quickly handle various affairs like Bernard, and it was unlikely that she could recall the unimportant tasks in a letter. Because old Charlotte wrote too much about the Russian royal family, such as the shy but knowledgeable crown princess, the two clever princesses who had not yet married, the tall and strong queen, and the short, capable but gentle Tsar Paul. As for the marriage of William and Alexandra, it was also the content of the correspondence between the sisters. Although old Charlotte was just a stepmother, she was still able to handle the relationship with her 400-pound strongman husband and his rebellious crown prince. Perhaps it was because a dissolute prince like William, after marrying his beautiful cousin, turned to being a good husband and a good father in the palace. Even George III would agree with this. Although his daughters were not allowed to have private contact with those nobles, this was only a pre-marriage issue. The real problem was the parliament. Solovyov was an outsider. If he was a confidant of Prince George, he could have said it directly. The zoo of the House of Commons also served as a prison guard, watching over all British citizens. This could not be said. He was now responsible for playing with Princess Charlotte. And in the yard, the space was obviously larger. In Prince George's yard, there was a place to play tennis, and it was a grass court. This kind of ground was very soft, but the ball speed was very fast. I want to watch Mr. Mishaf from Russia play tennis with an officer. This request was not excessive. Girls should be more obedient, even if she was a little naughty and always wanted to pull Solovyov's braids. Who told this guy to take care of his hair so often? Not to mention blonde hair, even black hair would make the curious Charlotte pull his braids. Golden retrievers are more suitable for stroking, no matter if it is human hair or golden retrievers. As for finding an officer to play tennis, there are really people who can come here to serve immediately. Brent Spencer, the lover of the second sister August Sophia, is steady and reliable. In order not to affect the king's condition, the things between him and the princess have been kept secret. It's like the little secrets of Solovyov and Her Majesty the Queen, which are not even disclosed to their closest friends. This is a prequel to the Mi-6 vs. KGB, and both of them are good at keeping secrets for their lovers. It's not an excessive request to make the child who is the second heir to the royal family happy, and it can still be satisfied. It's just that General Spencer is 44 years old, and Solovyov is only 23 years old. The day he came to the manor was his 23rd birthday. At this time, it depends on experience and vitality, which one has the advantage. Solovyov likes to hit the ball with one hand, and the other arm is used to keep balance. General Spencer was the Duke of Wellington's first deputy in the Peninsular War. The general had previously defended his commander-in-chief in the parliamentary inquiry. However, the ability of this knight was not satisfactory to the Iron Duke, so General Graham was found to replace him. Then Spencer returned to London. He was the king's attendant general for a long time, but during this period he established a friendship with Princess August Sophia that went beyond ordinary friendship. General, I think you must pay attention when serving. The ball speed on the grass is too fast. Obviously, this general has been in the army for a long time, and his strength is still not small. As for him getting close to the net after serving, this is also a typical British style of play, and it is also convenient for interception. But at his age, it is obviously not suitable for this kind of play. Solovyov has been guarding near the baseline, and it is a bit difficult to mobilize the opponent. After all, his height is there, which makes his hitting a bit troublesome. If it were a clay court, there might be some way to use endurance to consume it. The speed of the ball on the grass court is too fast. Even if these two are amateur players, it is difficult to deal with the opponent's tricky angles. Charlotte was held by her aunt and laughed happily. She is very lively and likes to watch sports, although ladies are not easily allowed to participate in various sports, especially her grandfather George III, who is too strict with his children. But the fact that the prince's own debt of £630,000 can be linked to marriage does make people feel that it is hard to say. If some civilians on the street are playing football, she will be very interested if she sees it. Speaking of which, the most famous thing in Britain is ball games, especially cricket and football. However, cricket is popular in India, but football is a global sport. Of course, the British have never allowed women to play football, and later passed legislation. Outside the villa of Prince George are some small villages near London. The people here are not like the workers in the city, because they have no ball to play if they work for more than 12 hours. So it is not strange if a ball flies in occasionally. After all, the Crown Prince and his daughter do not always appear here. When the ball flies in, it is necessary to pick it up or ask the gardener and the gatekeeper to throw it back. It is also a daily routine. When Solovyov and General Spencer sat down to wipe their sweat and mentioned which battlefield they were fighting in the anti-French alliance, they did not realize what was happening behind the scenes. I can't tell that you are still in the expeditionary force of Duke Suvorov. Yes, and you have experienced the entire Italian and Swiss expeditions. Speaking of which, the French are indeed a tough opponent. We encountered big trouble in Switzerland. Like you in Egypt, you finally trapped the Egyptian legion to death. Except for the bad climate and rampant epidemics, it is an ideal battlefield. In addition, there is a Gloucester battalion there that has become a double emblem battalion and will be eliminated near the Imjin River in the future. It's really not easy to fight in the mountains. You were able to escape unscathed, but you were quick enough. Otherwise, it would be a disaster to operate in the mountains of Switzerland. By the way, the two of them also wanted to complain about the Austrian allies other than Archduke Karol, especially Emperor Franz. At this moment, a ball flew in and hit Solovyov on the back of the head. Hey, which bloody little bastard is playing football without eyes? He said that. Anyway, you can't tell that he is Russian, and his accent always makes people feel friendly. Sorry, sir. It was really a red-haired kid who kicked the ball over the fence. Your hair is really red. Where are you from? From Dublin, sir. General Spencer himself came from Ireland, and his family was also very prestigious in Ireland. As a master, he still had some sympathy for those who came to Ireland to make a living. As a loyalist, that's all, especially since he has a close relationship with the royal family. When you play football here, you should also check if there are people in the yard. There are quite a few important people here today. The red-haired child knew that they were either rich or noble when he saw the clothes of these people. He was a little slurred. Hey, kid, are you playing football here for fun or training? We have a game with the team from the nearby village tomorrow. The rules of the day are that the teams of two schools, factories, or villages negotiate the rules to play the game, and there are already offside rules. A game? Yes, sir. If you play football on the street, you might break the windows of other people's houses, and then someone will cause trouble for you. We are playing football in the countryside. It doesn't matter, there are many places. I think there should be a professional stadium. Crown Prince George is actually not a bad person. He can ruin his reputation, and he is indeed capable. That's good, Your Highness. What do you think? Princess Sophia was asked this question. She didn't understand football, a civilian sport, very well, but she was more familiar with tennis and other sports. I don't know anything about football. If it's Charlotte. The child met the royal family directly today. Not to mention the two princesses here. There is also the crown prince himself in the villa. And when he heard the name of Princess Charlotte, he couldn't help but bow. Speaking of which, the popularity of this princess in London at that time was ridiculously high. Even in the countryside near London, everyone knew that the Prince of Wales was a smart, lazy, and drunkard, but the princess born to the princess was very cute. To be honest, as the second heir, her popularity is higher than that of Princess Charlotte in the 21st century, and this is without deliberate publicity. After seeing this, Solovyov also showed a confused expression. Is this naughty little princess so popular? The next Queen of England was Victoria. He also knew this, and she inherited the throne because her uncle, the king, had no children. The reason was the bad luck that happened to the princess when she was giving birth. With the level of British doctors and maternal caregivers, a healthy baby boy died during childbirth. Soon after, Princess Charlotte also died suddenly, shocking the whole of Britain, so much so that white cloth was out of stock. Compared with the Mad King George III and the unreliable Crown Prince George, Princess Charlotte was healthy, lively, and very popular. Her sudden death at the age of 21 was indeed shocking. There were many things in this that Solovyov didn't know. After all, his attention had always been in St. Petersburg. He only knew about the Mad King and the earlier glorious revolution before the British royal families aren't. You know, the feng shui of Britain is really lacking in virtue. Even George III and Queen Charlotte, who gave birth in sequence, couldn't stand the death of several princes one after another, and the death of a princess before she got married. If they were in Europe, even the veterinarians in Vienna would not have killed a healthy child because of their own negligence when such an important royal member was giving birth, and the mother would not have died of sudden death soon. The problem with Austria was that they didn't realize the hygiene problem, and the doctor who took aim was. But Princess Charlotte would know some stories in the future, and Russia's new surgical technology would also be introduced to Western Europe. The most important thing was disinfection. She didn't know that the man in front of her could even deliver her own brother, but she was just curious about football, and Solovyov thought of helping Crown Prince George. Count Vorontsov told him a lot about the British side. For Russia, the bastards in the parliament were really annoying. Although the king was mentally ill, he could still talk to him under the reasonable rules of rule that he thought. As for the crown prince himself, this smart brain was actually a standard gentleman, and his conversation was very decent. How could he be hated? The problem was actually his personal performance. As for the cultivation of the kingdom, it should have shown some appearance. But he didn't have time to think about it. Now Charlotte wanted to watch the boys in the village play football. Speaking of which, although she knew the level difference, it was the nature of children to love to play, and people also like to watch the excitement. I want to see them play football. In fact, there is no official term for football yet, but the ball already exists. Solovyov will stay in London for a while, and he is not in a hurry to return. The crew of the Haste are also resting and replenishing supplies in Portsmouth, preparing to return to St. Petersburg. Because this mission in London is also related to the transportation of a group of Scottish engineers back home, it is indeed necessary to wait for Count Vorontsov's arrangement. The football rules in Solovyov's mind are all complete in the future. At that time, even semi-automatic offside and VAR were already available. As for the British, in fact, if a dedicated stadium is built, and there are semi-professional and professional teams, their basic environment will be very good. However, this book can indeed improve the image of the Crown Prince among the British people and increase his capital to deal with the cabinet in the future. After all, George III acted based on the public opinion he interpreted. The British royal family probably performs like this. Princess Charlotte, as we see now, is still a lively and playful child. This lively nature, coupled with her enthusiasm for waving to the onlookers, is no wonder she is very popular. As for what they are like in private, the British newspapers really like to make some big news. There are no girls on the third page of the Sun now, and it is not even the Sun in the future. But the gossip behavior of the British is indeed shocking. The jokes about the royal family in the future may not even be more explosive than the revelations of this era. After all, future events are all based on facts to speculate outrageous stories to divert attention. In 1804, this required the rich imagination of newspaper editors and those writers. Chapter 277. Can a bull win back the public's favor? The image of Prince George can be divided into several stages. In his youth, he was like Elizabeth II's head that was younger and then connected to his neck. In other words, he was the current British king, the 70-year-old Prince Charles, who looked like a young man with the skin pulled. Later, because of his alcoholism and overeating, his weight reached 250 pounds. But he was smart and learned everything quickly. But his problem was laziness. If his patience was given to Alexander, the Tsar might not have a superficial understanding of many knowledge, which might be more conducive to ruling the country. And if Alexander's good popularity and self-discipline were given to him, it could also solve many problems with Britain. After Prince George became George IV, he held more progressive views, and so did his daughter Princess Charlotte, who had a bad relationship with him for a long time. Both father and daughter supported the Whig Party, but these were all political issues. The problem now is how the prince can restore his position in the hearts of the people. Moreover, the prince's current conversation is more or less friendly to European countries, which is somewhat different from the cabinet's practice of being a troublemaker. But in comparison, his father's expenses were more economical, otherwise he would not be called Farmer George. The Crown Prince's annual income of £60,000 was not enough, and he had to succumb to the demands made by Parliament to his father, because of economic problems. The cabinet was also afraid of scandals. After all, the Prime Minister might know about the personal life of the Prince of Wales. The law passed in 1772 clearly stipulated restrictions on Catholics, and even the royal family could not marry a Catholic woman. Even if this marriage was declared valid, there was an important problem, that is, the children had no inheritance rights. Therefore, the life of the British royal family was very distorted. Compared with them, Louis XV did not make up dowries for his daughters, and they were all raised in the Palace of Versailles, which might be better than their poor family environment. Not to mention the Russian royal family, which had never had internal strife since Tsar Paul. Out of Paul's gratitude for his personal promotion, Solovyov also wanted to give George IV's descendants a chance to ascend to the throne safely. Otherwise, the variant hemophilia that Victoria inherited from the Duke of Kent would be passed on to the Russian royal family, which has always been eugenic, through a crazy woman. Anyone with some common sense about blood diseases would probably know this, and when European countries suffer from this issue, they have to thank him. Princess Charlotte is so healthy, although she is only 8 years old, but she is stronger than girls of the same age. Even healthy children like her younger sister Yulia and Prince Dolgorukov's little cat Ira are not as strong as her. Now she is even eager to try and want to play football. However, this kind of civilian sport is obviously not suitable for a princess to play. Princess Sophia was also troubled by her niece's behavior. Seeing that Solovyov had a way to deal with children, she asked for his advice. "Baron, what do you think we should do?" "Princess Sophia, I think we can let Princess Charlotte kick the ball symbolically, so that it means the ball has been kicked off. We can't stop her from kicking the ball, right?" The red-haired child didn't explain it clearly. This was a weekend match between two villages in the Wimbledon area, the central school and 4 teams in the town. The team they saw was the weakest among them, but their enthusiasm for the ball was still very good. Solovyov was actually a fan, and he didn't have to worry about the national football problem in this era. Except for Italy and Britain, few countries played football. As for Russia and the German princes, basketball became popular because of his good deeds. Those places were rich in 2-meter-tall men and 250-pound strongmen, so they had a natural advantage in playing this ball. What's more, Germans may prefer gymnastics, which can exercise the coordination of the body. To be honest, if you want to play competitive sports, there are more tricks in ancient Greece and modern Britain and France. As for Rome, they wanted to kill themselves in everything they played. There was even a Nicker riot at the racetrack, but there was also a prototype of an inflatable ball. This ball appeared in Cicero's article. Crown Prince George suddenly appeared behind Solovyov, but he didn't notice it. "You said there was such a sport in Rome?" "Because a ball was kicked into a store, the perpetrator lost his life. Fortunately, modern society is still more civilized, Your Highness, but in Britain, football is always played on the street, which is still easy to damage public property and personal property, especially windows. It doesn't matter. Compared with a window kicked by a ball, the debt I owe is nothing. If they break it, it will be counted on my account." He was quite careless, and when he saw his daughter being led by Sophia to play the game, he didn't stop her. He should still love his daughter, but he was always immersed in his own luxurious life. It was because of his lack of perseverance that he became such a fat man. However, he was very accurate in hitting the ball. He only hit 3 shots on his wife after the wedding, and they had such a healthy and lively daughter. But he and his Brunswick cousin obviously didn't like each other, so they separated 3 months after the child was born. There was another more troublesome thing this year, that is, Prince George and Princess Caroline had a dispute over the custody of Princess Charlotte. Well, you are really ahead of the times in Britain. The royal families of other families are either friendly and respectful to each other, or bloody and violent. When it comes to you, there are always some bloody lawsuits. What if there is a king in the United States? No, Norton I may not appear in San Francisco, and it is hard to say what will happen there in the future. But Norton I's personal character and his advanced thinking are far inferior to those of those who were born kings. But that is only the Emperor of San Francisco, and there is only one. As for this bull, it is true that it is a civilian sport, but it would be funny if the royal family also got involved. With Prince George's figure, he should have no chance of becoming an athlete, but he has always had a good appetite. This kind of overeating is indeed a serious health hazard. The same is true when watching the children in the village playing soccer. However, in this era, even the rules of two teams next to each other may be different, and the technical style of playing soccer is also changing. The Crown Prince was still very generous and provided these children with a training ground, but only reminded them, "Children, don't always let the ball fly in the sky. It seems that it is not easy to judge the landing point. You are not as tall as the students of the central school, which will be a disadvantage." He is really smart. He immediately pointed out that the way these children in the villages near Wimbledon played soccer was a little wrong. Although the Crown Prince did not really understand soccer, he still knew the situation of the students in the central school. It was based on this understanding that he made a judgment. "Your Highness, what should we do? How is your dribbling skill?" "What is dribbling?" Well, Solovyov forgot one thing. At this time, there was not even the first professional football club Sheffield, let alone the English Football Association. It was still difficult for these children to understand some terms. However, he was also worried about his rusty level. If he played basketball, this body would have muscle memory, but for football, it still depends on the situation. So, he also tried to dribble the ball. Wearing tennis shoes is very suitable for dribbling forward, but the ball of this era is still relatively hard. If professional football shoes are made, the leather surface still needs to be stronger to play a protective role. This is dribbling. We still play like this, and we can dribble far. Okay, guys, we want to win. With your height, it is obviously difficult to compete for the ball in the air. But we can make the ball pass more on the ground when it is under our feet. This is also the point that His Royal Highness reminds you. Crown Prince George also found that this young Russian had some skills and understood the rules of sports, and he deliberately put the credit on his own discovery. He really worked as an aide-de-camp, so he could flatter without leaving any trace. As for the way the students of the central school played football, it was probably that 11 Huskies were on the field, all heading for the tall and strong route. These children from the Wimbledon countryside are quite strong, but they are generally not tall. Only the goalkeeper and a defender are of decent height. You can try this. Using dribbling and passing to mobilize the opponent, and then tearing through the defense is probably a very simple cooperation between 2 or 3 people. When Crown Prince George was watching from the side, he also saw that his daughter was still a little enthusiastic about football, so he did not leave. His neglect of caring for his daughter led to a custody lawsuit. At this time, having a gift can deepen the relationship with his daughter. "Charlotte, what is this?" "It's a white whale pendant. The Russian officer gave it to me." It seems that the Russians really like to spend their thoughts on such small things. It seems that the Russians are not barbarians, but a nation that likes to make exquisite handicrafts. "Dad, I want to go to St. Petersburg to see white whales and dolphins." "There will definitely be a chance, Charlotte." Although he is not very qualified as a father, it is not easy to refuse his daughter's request in person. Of course, the Crown Prince is smart but lazy. In fact, he can often see through the cabinet's tricks. He was forced to marry his cousin, and then the two had very different personalities. Many things happened during the separation, and it was hard not to think that someone was manipulating something behind the scenes. Whether it was his father-in-law or his father, they didn't have the energy to take care of this matter. One lived a semi-retired secluded life in Lüneburg, and the other would go crazy from time to time. If the lawsuit for custody and guardianship was unacceptable to George III himself, he would personally come down to take care of the matter and personally assign teachers and housekeepers. But with Charlotte's nature, she should only learn what she likes. As for loving small animals, it may also be one of the common hobbies of little girls. Princess Charlotte may be subconsciously friendly to Russia in the future. Of course, this is also the current British national policy, to win over Russia, to join the anti-French alliance, and avoid Napoleon's actions against the mainland. But in the future, the British media may say that Russians have been good at using animals for espionage since ancient times. Let's not talk about mole and swallow. Beluga and dolphin are both reserve spies. They must use their cute appearance to soften the young members of the royal family. These cubs will have this situation to some extent. Crown Prince George is actually aware of it. As for the children playing football on the field, they are now in high spirits. After a simple pass and receive, they also found that Solovyov's teachings were somewhat useful. Now, some people have called him the boss. Boss, you are really good. Yes, you must have a very powerful master. Well, if it comes to military science, he may have learned a lot, regardless of whether it is the more advanced system of Suvorov and Grand Duke Carol, or the tactics of Frederick passed down by the living fossil Duke of Brunswick. But this football is really a skill package brought over by watching so many years of European leagues. It's just that the weather in St. Petersburg is not very good, so there is no room for display. Basketball and ice hockey will develop well, but football can only clear a good field in the summer, and no British have brought their sports over. Petersburg now has a basketball league within the Guards, which is the biggest thing Solovyov has done since he came here. After all, although the impact of having a child with Larissa will be relatively large, the people around him don't feel much, and only he knows the impact. Only in Britain can you play football smoothly. Speaking of which, there is also an interesting thing, that is, the royal father and daughter sitting on the sidelines have some sympathy for the workers and Catholics. Football, this thing, can easily bring them closer to the British. You know, most of the football clubs in the UK are formed by workers. As long as the team colour is a little red, it may be related to the workers. Even Arsenal, which came from the Royal Arsenal, the team that the standby king paid attention to during his lifetime, was also a team formed by the workers of the Royal Arsenal in the workshop. As for the two brothers in the Red Devils, they are a hardcore worker team. Even if they were invaded by American capital, the core of their die-hard fans are still local workers. I hope that, when Sir Humphrey sees the secret files in the future, he will not think that there are Russian spies everywhere, especially football players. After all, Solovyov himself thinks so. Although there is no organization, sports clubs can more or less provide a link between workers. Just don't have some football hooligans. After all, there are so many local clubs in London, and there is Millwall, which is composed of Scottish workers. This team has a bad reputation. Chapter 278. The Far's appearance has been brought forward. When the time for the game came, it was actually divided into 2 days. First, 2 teams played against each other, and the winners entered the finals on the second day, to determine the final winner. At the same time, the losing side also had to decide the ranking. In the early days, football matches were more or less a kind of civilian sports activity, and there were more friendly matches. Of course, it was not surprising that it became a friendly match after losing too much. The venue for the game was a flat ground near Wimbledon Park, which was also a more formal venue nearby. This grass did not look like a training ground, but like a vegetable field. And today, Prince George also came to the scene to watch the game in person. He should have figured out that sometimes the education of his daughter should also be reflected in the father appearing in the right occasion. He brought Princess Charlotte to kick off the first game, and he also prepared a copper plate as a prize. The reason is also simple. If it is gold and silver among precious metals, it is easier to be stolen. In particular, there was a Mr. Morrison nearby who liked to steal other people's things. Because he was a habitual offender, he was arrested by the responsible British police and was prepared to be exiled to Australia. This kind of episode is sometimes unexpected. Moreover, it is rare for royal supplies to be awarded to civilian teams as rewards. With the clever mind of Prince George, he saw the eagerness of the boys to play and win when Princess Charlotte kicked off the first match between Central School and Wimbledon FC. For the British, if the royal family performs well, it can also act as a lubricant. But if there is trouble in politics, royal gossip will come out, and if possible even royal family members will be pregnant. During the reign of George III, the news was mainly about Prince George and Prince William. The latter's descendants became prime ministers and were pulled out of the botanical garden to become foreign ministers. This was not in the era of explosive news. Otherwise, the battle between Prince George and Princess Caroline over the custody of Princess Charlotte could easily cover up the current tense situation of Britain preparing for anti-landing operations against France. Solovyov, the coach of Wimbledon FC, was not allowed to play on the court because he was a foreigner, but he would soon realize the importance of having a coach. Your positioning must block the opponent's forward. You should be able to tell it by looking at the logo on this board. Sir, do you want us to stand in this formation to defend? Yes, the opponent probably doesn't have such an advanced style of play. It's just that Stephen Frank in the midfield will have a harder time. You two will be responsible for intercepting in the midfield. If you see an opening, you can shoot at the top of the arc. Then what? Then, Mike, I hope you can get in quickly. Don't just let others know that you run fast. Our two wingers, Joseph and Paul, don't try to cross the ball. You all have to come back and cut inside. Harry will retreat there to contain the opponent. What if Harry asks us to do that? That red-haired Irish guy, can you understand what he says? Not only does he have a big tongue, but he also has an Irish accent. You just mash the ball over his head and under his feet. That's all. Understand? Yes, sir. Anyway, he had made clear arrangements for the front and backcourts, but he was more worried about the common butter hands of British goalkeepers and the fact that his own goalkeeper's last name was Hart. If the opponent learns his tactics and directly swings the ball for a long shot, it will be quite troublesome. In addition to the local gentlemen and workers and farmers of Wimbledon, there are also several members of the royal family who came to watch the game today. In addition to the Crown Prince and Princess Charlotte, there are three little princesses who have always been inseparable: Mary, Sophia, and Amelia, especially the last princess. Although the blush in her face is cute, it also means that she has tuberculosis, but the symptoms are still relatively mild. Solovyov wanted to help her, but it was useless. After all, he knew how to use streptomycin and isoniazid, but the synthesis route was too complicated, and this was not something he could solve alone. Organic chemistry is really more troublesome than inorganic chemistry. This princess was also the favorite of George III, but she was also the most unlucky. She had tuberculosis and measles in her life. Although the symptoms of tuberculosis were not serious, she was infected with measles during a trip to the United States. Even if she recovered, it destroyed her immunity, and she died in 1810. She didn't even have the chance to complete the wedding with her boyfriend, which made George III completely crazy. Before becoming George IV, Prince George served as regent as the crown prince. The princess was asking Sophia about the situation on the court. Obviously, she knew that the disease was contagious, so although she was very close to Charlotte, she kept some distance. This was in the open outdoors. As long as the droplets didn't directly hit the face, it was actually relatively safe, but the tuberculosis bacillus itself was more terrible. However, since Leeuwenhoek discovered bacteria under the microscope, there has not been much progress in the study of microorganisms, and it is impossible to know where some deadly diseases come from. These tall and strong players in the Central Academy are all students of the school. Although they look rough when playing football, they are still relatively civilized and have no malicious behavior. It's just that their movements have always been big. Solovyov saw it and could only say that this is a typical English rough brothers way of playing, that is, using the body to crush the opponent. But if they knock down the opponent, they would take the initiative to help him up, and their education was still good. In the future, Britain will be a mess, and there will be no gentlemanly demeanor. Ref, this is a foul. Shouldn't there be a warning? Sorry, sir, we don't have a rule that can severely punish rough fouls. This can only be considered a foul. When Solovyov was on the sidelines, he was like a hairdryer, always putting pressure on the referee and encouraging his players. If the big guys on the opposite side were not more civilized, he might have blown it over. It's really funny, this Russian guy's like a surly Scotsman. He usually has a very polite accent, but he becomes a different person when he gets to the sidelines. Crown Prince George was also watching the fun, but Solovyov's voice was so loud that he could hear it from here. He's a Russian? Yes, Amelia, you were recuperating the other day and weren't here. We saw how a young Russian officer turned these Wimbledon boys into an excellent team within a week. The Crown Prince himself also supports Wimbledon FC because these boys are neighbors of his country Villa, especially after the goalkeeper saved the shot. The Wimbledon striker took the opportunity to sneak attack. Today, there were really tabloid reporters running to the stadium. Prince George, who has always been addicted to alcohol and sex and rarely takes his daughter, actually brought Princess Charlotte to kick off a friendly tournament near Wimbledon. This is outside of official duties, but it shows that he is close to the people. After all, the Crown Prince is still the future king of the United Kingdom. If he turns back and cares more about the lives of the British people, even when he is eating, drinking and having fun, it will be big news. British reporters have one advantage, that is, they run very fast and want to make a big news at any time. As for being able to interview members of the royal family at close range, it is indeed surprising. Especially the Sun, which was founded in 1792. There are indeed no girls on page 3 of their newspapers, but this time the pro-Tory media, that is, the Conservative Party, is not very friendly to the Crown Prince who supports the Whig Party. But we have to admit that the Crown Prince allowed public interviews today, and the means of hosting the event are all good, which reflects the demeanor that an English gentleman should have. It's just that his big belly does not really have anything to do with an athlete, but the Crown Prince, 3 unmarried young princesses, and Princess Charlotte attended this event, which always attracts people's attention. There was even a man in Russian military uniform on the sidelines directing the players on the field of Wimbledon FC. There is a lot of material. Considering the recent position of Britain trying hard to win over Russia, the Crown Prince has done much better than when he was a spendthrift. In this case, it is not possible not to report it positively. But the score on the court was 5-3 in the end. Wimbledon FC defeated Central School, and this result does not seem to be important. This was considered unacceptable by the young editor of the newspaper, Murdo Young, who would later become the editor-in-chief of the Old Sun when it turned to the Whig Party. After all, with the sales volume of the Sun second only to that of the Times, it should have more accurate grasp of all news, rather than selective reporting. However, he himself also appreciated the content of the first day's report. Everyone knew that the Crown Prince had a good relationship with the Whigs. Although the editorial department of the Sun was all on the Tory side, it could not selectively report. You did a good job, but will His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales attend the following activities? His Royal Highness will attend the award ceremony of the final the next day, and he will also attend the match between the two teams this afternoon. His Royal Highness is still like this. He prefers entertainment, but we can also report it. Or maybe he has some other ideas. In fact, after winning the game, Prince George, as a supporter of Wimbledon FC, made a decision. If possible, football, as we should call it now, should have an association that can organize competitions in London and even in the whole of England, so that street sports will no longer be a sport of kicking and breaking other people's windows, but a recreational activity for the people. And competitions can be held regularly, such as the England FA Cup, where football players from all walks of life can organize teams to participate in the competition. Among them, there should be regional competitions, local competitions, and colonial competitions. Solovyov was listening nearby. The fat Crown Prince really understood everything at once. When he was training the players, he mentioned the suggestions for the organization rules, and he heard them. Now, let alone the English Football Association and the FA Cup, he is almost talking about the European Cup and the World Cup. However, if the Crown Prince manages the English Football Association, I'm afraid that his debt problem will be even worse. As for the sports associations of other projects, he also expressed that he can strongly support them, especially billiards, cricket, and tennis that the British people love to see. The British have invented many projects, but their own performance is really not very good, and sometimes they are arrogant with a special plot. However, it is a bit ahead of time to set up a sports association so early, but it sounds like a good thing in the UK. As for the content mentioned by the Crown Prince, including the ceremonial words such as organizing competitions to ease the tense atmosphere and make the people more united, George III also thought that, although his son still lived a life of debauchery, he was at least starting to walk on the right path. Although these sports are just entertainment activities, they still need to be approved by the House of Commons. But the king himself prefers astronomical observation and agriculture, which is a world of his heart. Although sports can also make him feel some interest, compared with secular affairs and daily prayers, he is not very concerned about civilian sports, especially when his mental illness is getting more and more frequent. However, George III is still willing to let the Crown Prince organize this kind of thing, so the British Football Association appeared 59 years ahead of schedule. And the first formal football club must also be established in London. Considering London's long history, Crown Prince George initially considered establishing this club in the Stamford Bridge area. It's just that Stamford Bridge was the place where William the Conqueror came to England for the final battle. It was always unlucky for the change of dynasties, so the first club did not restore history and changed from Sheffield to Millwall in East London. Why here? It's because the workers of the Scottish and Irish breweries here are all football lovers, so they put it here. But Solovyov is a football fan. He knows that the crown princes of these London teams are very good at choosing places. Even if the workers of the Royal Arsenal formed Arsenal, it would be seamless. Otherwise, they would set up a club in Fulham, West London. The place he chose will be the most concentrated area of football hooligans in London in the future. The dehead fans of Millwall love to fight, and they love to fight. They often go to trouble the fans of West Ham United. Both clubs are from East London. This is the second reason. The Crown Prince himself was interviewed on Saturday, May 5, 1804. However, there were some unexpected things. For example, after Wimbledon FC defeated its opponent the next day, the four teams decided to establish a Wimbledon football team after the establishment of Millwall Club. However, their club has two tennis brands on its logo. It probably symbolizes that their technical playing style came from a ball accidentally entering the Crown Prince's tennis court, where a British general and a Russian officer were playing tennis. And there was a Wimbledon park in the local area. Chapter 279. Half of a British TV series can cure the British. When the news that Prince George supported the establishment of the English Football Association appeared in the Sun, Solovyov also returned to London, where he actually bought a newspaper. Because the Old Sun of this era was the favorite newspaper of Tory supporters, the report on it reminded Solovyov of some things. The skill package has not been lost, and a lot of content has been retained, but as time goes by, some things will be forgotten. While it is not forgotten, we must also get more out of it, so that it will appear more valuable, and the rest depends on practical application. He always thinks of Sir Humphrey, and then thinks about the Tories and the Conservatives in the future, who like to use public opinion to do their own propaganda. The Yes Minister, Yes Prime Minister and even the 2013 version that appeared on TV are all masterpieces of conservative propaganda. However, there is no London School of Economics now, and Huck's plot is not so easy to arrange, and it lacks mapping effect. What the Conservatives want to do is to mock the Labour government of Jim Callaghan's cabinet, so with Prince George's Whig position, they can actually make some targeted adaptations. However, I have to remind Crown Prince George that this thing is too lethal. Just keep it at home and read it yourself. When the Whig Party comes to power and forms a cabinet, consider using it. It can even be made into a cartoon. This is also convenient for understanding. As for the content, it can also be made into versions other than English and used as a reference to deal with the British. The British cartoons do make people feel annoying sometimes, and this actually achieves their purpose. As for the first two articles he wrote, the most impressive open government and the 6 countermeasures of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, when President Brenda came. However, the 4-stage tactics are the content of the Prime Minister period, and it is obvious that it cannot be used at the beginning, and time is limited. He can only stay here with Crown Prince George until the end of May at most, and then he will return to St. Petersburg to report and accept new appointments. Because Napoleon will be the Emperor of the French people, this vote is this month. The coronation is on December 2nd, but the First French Empire will soon appear. In this regard, Emperor Franz of Austria will definitely not accept it, because illegal organizations still exist. At the same time, although Alexander no longer had the reason to kidnap Duke Engin and shoot him without trial, the Duke was now smoking with the young Seattle chief, but his interference and arbitration in European affairs was still a weak attitude. No one could persuade him about this matter. He didn't like Prince Saltykov's second son Alexander, and only let him serve as a senior assistant in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Even if this person really knew how to use the four-stage tactics, he couldn't use it. Even if he took it out, he could have done something before, but now it's too late. After reading the first few articles, Crown Prince George also felt it was interesting. Thank you, Baron. I find such a story very interesting, even if you only bring a few short stories. You can even tell Charlotte as a joke and use it as a political enlightenment reading for her. Your Highness, isn't this too complicated? Indeed, the words are indeed very cumbersome and complicated, but it is such exquisite sentences that are the essence. Moreover, it is full of irony. But you need to let some people tighten the reins when they are going downhill, instead of indulging themselves like this. If they kick on the edge of a cliff, there will be no room for recovery. I think so too. Will you come to England again in the future? After I go back, our emperor should give me a new appointment. This time I should not come to London as a military attaché, or as an aide-de-camp in St. Petersburg. Maybe I will return to the combat troops. I like it there more. Yes, for a soldier, he still has to return to the army, otherwise there will be no good future. How old are you this year? 23 years old, Your Highness. You are still very young. You still have a long way to go. Have you ever been intimate with a young girl? Yes, and more than one. If you can still maintain peace, you should enjoy life. When the time is right, meet a girl you like and marry her. As an ordinary noble, you should still have this degree of freedom. Don't be like me, born in a royal family, and can't make my own decisions. You shouldn't give up on yourself. Overeating is bad for your health, and you can't indulge yourself too much. Thank you, but delicious food is hard to resist. There is no way. It is still very difficult to persuade a person to change his lifestyle. As for the biggest thing that happened this month, it was the announcement of Napoleon's voting results. Even if the election results did not need to be revised, he became the emperor of the First French Empire with an absolute majority of votes in this vote, but he still had to revise the vote results. The purpose was to show the absolute support of the army. This clumsy method was very clever. Then, it was learned by others. It's just that Napoleon wanted the results to show political purposes, and those who want to imitate him in the future all create exaggerated false numbers in order to get elected. As for the rounding mathematicians, that also exists. Count Vorontsov also found Solovyov and said that the haste should prepare to return to St. Petersburg. Of course, during this period of rest, the crew's actions were not so hasty. They also brought 60 engineers and technical workers recruited in the UK. They were about to embark on a journey back to Russia. It has been almost 2 years since leaving St. Petersburg in 1802. Solovyov's journey on land and sea is also very long. The task was completed very successfully, but the war in Europe was obviously just around the corner. The few articles he completed before leaving were all related to foreign policy, and adaptation was also a very troublesome thing, because the background of the times was there, and copying them all was science fiction. And these articles have more or less in-depth insights into Britain's European policy. But the territory of Hanover, because the Elector of Hanover has always been invited to be the King of Britain, the alliance established with personal ties has actually prevented Britain from actually turning its attention away from Europe. And Hanover is stuck there, which is also useful for the unification of the German princes and the possible confrontation between France and Russia, Prussia, and Austria. But now Hanover has been taken by Napoleon's army, and there are still many things involved, and it is not a matter of time. Let's not talk about the report back to Petersburg. He also thought that there are still many things to do, especially the supplies needed for the expedition of the army. Glass cans and tin cans are definitely needed. These things still need to be prepared. After all, a year later, Russia will almost be involved in the anti-French alliance. He can't play a big role now. After all, his status is not enough. and the first thing after returning to Petersburg is to go to Peterhof Palace to meet Tsar Alexander himself. Your Majesty, Solovyov has been ordered to return, and the mission of this trip abroad has been completed. However, the matter of visiting relatives cannot even be explained clearly. It can only be said that the family has been found. Anyway, the stepmother is Josephine's cousin, but she is far away, so she can pretend not to find it. Napoleon, on the other hand, later gave Josephine's relatives in Martinique at least a knight's title. In other words, this matter is related, but not much. Mishap, what did you think when you met Napoleon in person in Paris? I think this man is difficult to deal with and full of energy. He can manipulate the French army at will according to his own ideas. But his diplomacy still has some problems. He does some things aggressively and always pushes other countries to the side of Britain or us. Count Vorontsov wrote to say that you get along well with Crown Prince George's family? That's right, Your Majesty. You are really interesting. You can always use children as a starting point to gain the trust of others. Alexander's words were incoherent, but what is certain is that he was not making any riddles. He was just making judgments based on Solovyov's experience. As for the matter of General Moreau, do you know about it? When I went to Saint-Domingue, Paris was still at peace. When I arrived in Portsmouth, I learned from the newspapers of the French extreme royalists in London that General Moreau was implicated and exiled himself. What does this mean? Napoleon's control over the French army is stronger than we expected. He should now start to clean up those who disobey his orders in the Rhine army and then take complete control of the French army. It can be seen that you have made great progress. No matter what work you do during this trip, you are very good. Your Majesty, I also wrote a report with a long content. It is related to Sweden, France, Austria, and Britain. It even includes Spanish colonies and some areas in North America that are still owned by indigenous peoples. You are very smart and should have a new appointment when you come back. But before that, I'm also curious. On the way to Saint-Domingue, you must have passed through Martinique and Guadeloupe, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Have you found your stepmother's family? They are now living in the plantation of Le Robert in Martinique. The environment there is not bad, but there are poisonous VIPs on the island. You are not afraid of death on the battlefield. How can you be afraid of poisonous snakes? It was also a poisonous snake that ended the life of Cleopatra. Perhaps it was another trick of Augustus. So you go home and rest for a while, or even go back to manage the estate under your name, or even go back to Rouen. Then, go to Smolensk, where the commander of the garrison, General Apraksin, is short of a chief of staff. It seems that Alexander has also noticed this problem in the Russian army. The inheritance of staff and followers was interrupted in Paul's military reform, and there has been no suitable staff group. Now, it is time to establish such a group. As for going to Rouen, he has actually never been back. Now he has to try to recall the content there. Dolokhov, Andrei, Lisa and Pierre have already appeared, and others should also appear, and Count Rostov himself should still be the leader of the nobles in Rouen. After so long, it seems that he still can't jump out of a circle. However, he also knew that this kind of outward energy and future military exploits would be the springboard for him to move to a higher position. The honors during Suvorov's expedition were a thing of the past, and there was also some luck involved. In the future, he would face Napoleon on the European battlefield. Such an opponent was no less dangerous than those French undercover generals. In particular, there were many defeats, and the battlefield was also quite dangerous. At the same time, he had to adapt to the mind-numbing operations of these Russian generals under the command of the military governor of Smolensk. When he arrived in Smolensk, he might be able to visit the old duke. After Alexander, he had to discuss foreign policy with Foreign Minister Prince Czarist, so Solovyov could not stay in the palace for too long. However, he was familiar with the route. He had to go downstairs to the Tsar's office, and he should be able to see Maria and Catherine at this time. However, it was unlikely that he would go to see Louisa at this time, as she had recently gone to retreat in the Tavrid Palace. He could go back home directly from the Summer Palace, and he became more cautious after he came back. However, he met Prince Bagration and his wife in the English Park. It can only be said that their pairing has not yet broken up, and the little fairy is completely tied to the child. Miss Cap, you are back. Yes, it's a long way from Vyborg to Russia. Peter Ivanovich, are you okay? Very good. I'm surprised to see you as my wife. But you seem to be stronger than before, which is good, and you look like a soldier. And children, come and see this Uncle Mishap, who is a good friend of Dad and Mom. In addition to the twin daughters born to the first child, Bagration also holds a girl. It's just that the little fairy is wearing a cool dress in front, walking with her chest puffed out, holding a daughter on one side, while Bagration is holding a younger child behind. This scene always gives people a feeling of being quite funny. Hello. Hello to you too. However, I just returned to Petersburg and didn't bring anything back for you, just some candies. Don't eat too much or you'll get cavities. What is cavities? Tamara, the more lively of the twins, likes to ask questions. It means that a hole will grow in your teeth and then it will hurt. That's not good. I don't eat candies. The twin sister Elizabeth, who was standing next to her, was as introverted as her godmother, but she also refused Solovyov's candies. You said that, and they are afraid of candies. It's good that way, otherwise it would be difficult for us to discipline them. Well, she is already a young wife, but she is still like this, but because her myopia is getting worse, she can't see people clearly, and this blurred look is a killer in social occasions. Chapter 280, Solovyov can now live separately. Since they met here, Bagration and his wife took their children and Solovyov to the English garden to chat. Considering the relationship between the prince and Solovyov, who were superiors and subordinates, and also teachers and brothers, and the fact that the little fairy always treated him as a best friend, the relationship was very good. You have been away for 2 years, and a lot of things have happened in Petersburg. If you count the previous trip to Sweden, it should be 2.5 years. When I came back, I took the queen to visit relatives. However, the issues they discussed did not involve the queen. Larissa was already pitiful enough, being suppressed by the queen mother. You still pay attention to the details of time. When Alexander Vasilievich was here, he said that this was a good habit of yours, but you can't be too meticulous about everything. A precise plan is particularly prone to problems. Well, it's good that you can understand it. I'm now the commander of the Guards Chasseur Regiment, and the Chasseur Battalion has been officially upgraded to a regiment. I hope you will come to me to be the commander of the regiment. However, the Emperor has already arranged your appointment. I think you already knew it when you had the audience just now. Yes, you need to rest for a while, and then go to Smolensk to stay with General Apraksin. He is Count Stroganov's brother-in-law. I have met him before at number 17 Nevsky Avenue, and we should get along very well. No matter which superior you are around, people can feel at ease. It's just that this time, when you go to Smolensk, you have to assist Stepan Stepanovich in building the army. I think the war is not far away. Black Begia, you men all like to talk about war. Mishap, who can still talk to us about music, is still going to be abducted by you. Katish, I'm talking to you. Bagration was about to say a few words to his wife when Solovyov interrupted. Don't talk about him first, let me talk. Although I have always been very happy with you, I'm also a soldier and a man. Of course, sometimes there are women who want to join the army, but you still have to stay away from the war. Living in Petersburg or participating in social activities in the future will make you happy physically and mentally, and we men always have to go to the battlefield. When he said this, he also thought of some aristocratic girls who always asked their fiancés to retire from the army when they were talking about marriage. He had seen such a situation before. Don't worry, Katish, this guy is very tough. Bullets are not accurate to begin with, and they are even more accurate when they see him. I know you are chatting here. I took the children to see the carp. She seems to have become a good wife and mother. Not really. She loves the children and has settled down. If she hadn't been tied down by the children, she would have gone to Vienna for recuperation last year. Is she not feeling well? Katie Ish has been sick and resting for a long time since she gave birth to Elena. I also considered letting her go for recuperation, but I have to wait until she rests for a while. Going out for a trip can also relieve the depressed mood. She is only in her early 20s and is still at the age of playing. We can't always restrain her. But if she goes to Vienna, it's really a bit troublesome. Some Austrian men are especially good at coaxing girls. Solovyov said this probably out of his high vigilance against Metternich. He didn't know that during the 10 years that the little fairy lived in Vienna, she slept with Metternich and gave birth to a daughter for him, making his senior brother wear a green hat. However, before Bagration let his wife go out, he had already let her give birth to 3 daughters, so it was not so bad. You have been to Vienna and Paris, so you should be very familiar with the situation in this regard. Especially for Katish, she looked like a little girl when I knew her. She was a little fat before, but now she is so slim. Most men don't know where their souls are when they see her. You have known her since you were 16 years old, and it has been 8 years. This period of time is enough to train the ability to resist such temptation. Yes. But what big things have happened in St. Petersburg recently? The French released a hot air balloon, which I think will be of some value in the future. In addition, the emperor went to Moscow to officially hold the coronation ceremony, and Her Majesty the Queen gave birth to another girl. Well, this is Louis's belly as always. Even though Alexander and Louisa have tried so hard, they still gave birth to a girl. Although this problem is usually on the man's side, it is no wonder that she is so stressed. She has been very weak recently and has suffered a great blow mentally. However, at this time, Solovyov couldn't just go to her as soon as he came back. The two had always kept their affair secret, which would hurt Louisa more. He could only find an opportunity to do this. After all, he wouldn't be given the chance to chat with her now. Next, he talked to Bagration about the changes that had taken place in Petersburg during this period, but the subsequent events might not be so closely related to their circle. However, Anna, the only daughter of Alexei Orlov, had recently shown interest in the youngest son of Marshal Kamensky and was considered another one of the generals of the expeditionary army who might have good news. But both of them were not frank. Although they had feelings, they didn't express them publicly, and it became a long distance run. That's it. Now there are 3 people who are not married. You are still young, so I'm not worried. There will always be girls suitable for you in Petersburg. But Miloradovich and Kamensky, the 2 of them. Speaking of which, it seems that the marriages of these famous people in the Italian expedition are not very happy. Don't talk about this. Although I'm not superstitious, I also feel that it will be very troublesome. Yes, but you shouldn't do that. Do you have a girl you like? I'll keep it secret for now, and someone will know it in the future. Bagration has always been more careless about personal life issues, and he will not notice this problem. It's time to get married. Although there are always people who get married when they are old and useless, and that person was married before saying this. It is said that he and Lisa are already in love, but they have not officially married yet. Solovyov also knew that he would always get married. However, Tsar Paul is no longer here, and there is no such enthusiastic emperor to arrange a marriage for his favorite young talent. Perhaps this is a good thing. After all, his introductions are always not very successful. When Solovyov returned home, he saw that all his family members were there. Yulia was also at home today. When she saw her brother coming back, she rushed over like crazy. "Brother, you are finally back." This girl grew up so fast, and the force she used when she pounced on me was so strong that, if I wasn't prepared, I would have fallen directly onto the carpet. "Yulia, you have grown taller again. What if you are as tall as your brother? Then when I get married in the future, I will find someone taller." Well, her request is not strange. As for Paulina and Anton, the 2 children also ran over to see their brother. As for Baron Sergei and his stepmother, they walked over slowly and were very happy to see their son back. However, Baron Sergei is indeed still strong and healthy, and he has another daughter. "Dad, what name should we give our little sister this time?" "Maria, since you're not at home, we can keep it simple." "That's good too. Also, I want to tell you something. I went to Martinique." You went to Le Robert?" "Yes. Amy, you're really anxious. I didn't expect that Armisa would find your house directly." The Baroness was also a little excited after hearing this. "That's good too. You've always been very cautious in doing things. I want to let my father know that I'm still alive and living well." Yes, Mr. De Riveri also asked me to bring a letter back. Martinique and Guadeloupe are all fine. There haven't been so many tragedies like in Saint-Domingue. After opening the letter, the Baroness knew that everything was fine at home, but the coffee and sugar business had not been doing well in recent years because of the war. Then, they also noticed that Solovyov had followers and maids behind him. This is Mr. Bolzoni, the assistant I invited from Rome. Perhaps he can help with the water conservancy facilities in the manor. And Adela, she is the maid I hired in Paris. Although she is still young, she is quick and hardworking, and also very smart. Hello, Mr. Baron. Hello, sir. Very good. I'm also very happy that you came to my house. Mishap, but like this, there is not enough room for so many people to live in the house. I'm an adult too. It doesn't matter if I move back to the laundry lane. And the family in Ryazan also. Her Highness Maria is getting married in July, and then Count Bobulinski and his family will return to St. Petersburg. Then, would you like to go to Ryazan with him? Speaking of which, the old baron has been helping various masters to manage their property. It is also because their family was born as a butler and is full of profiteer's attributes, so this business has always been prosperous. That's good. The count is still a nobleman in our family. Of course, you can't forget your roots. When you go to Moscow, you should also visit His Royal Highness the Prince. That is, the descendant of their old master, Prince Menshikov. However, there is a young prince with a huge pit, and he is almost an adult now. Father, this is no problem. I have been a servant to the two emperors for so long, and I can still handle this kind of situation. As for his separation, there is really no way. The old baron is so strong and healthy, and the stepmother is only 5 years older than Solovyov. If her health is good, she can have a few more children. It's a bit scary to think about it, but this body should be from his father. If there are many children in the future, especially after marriage, it will be a troublesome thing. Boys need to buy some property to marry a wife, but this is still easy. If there are many girls, then the dowry should be prepared accordingly. There are 3 younger sisters in the family now. If the dowry is decent, it will cost a lot of money to get married in St. Petersburg. It is estimated that a lot of the property earned by the father and the father will be used. Dad, I have another question in mind. Mishap, you must be worried about something again. My sisters will grow up and get married, and we still have to prepare dowries. If we have these belongings now, I'm afraid they will not be enough. I will go back to my hometown in Ryazan, and then go to Smolensk to work under General Apraksin. You have to rely on yourself for the family affairs. Anton is just a child. He can only walk, talk, and know his parents and brothers and sisters. I know. I will write to my relatives, and ask them to come and help. Speaking of which, the family of Baron Sergei's eldest brother can also be called Baron Solovyov. His family is not a profiteer and they joined the army earlier than Mishap. But that's not a solution. But there is one advantage. That is, Solovyov can live in the old house at number 4 Zilly Lane by himself. The space is more spacious, but the facilities are a bit older. If he needed servants, he could just call a few villagers from his fiefdom. These people would be grateful for the young master's kindness, and would work harder in St. Petersburg. As for the canned food, he did have some ideas. On this trip back to Ryazan, when passing through Moscow, he had to visit Count Bezukov. After all, he had met his son once, and in the social scene in Moscow, considering that the people Solovyov knew in St. Petersburg had some intersections in Moscow, he also had a way, but it was still a bit hard to do things this way. If the canning factory is to be developed, it also requires investment, and the sterilization method is still particular. It will take at least 1 or 2 years to get the finished product, and the shelf life needs to be tested. When he left St. Petersburg before, he had tried this before, but he had used glass cans before, and the flavor is definitely not very good. It can only ensure hunger. But this is also rare for the big soldiers. You know, it's hard to have a good meal when fighting in the front. Solovyov himself could recall that when Italy was most smoothly supplied, it was all from towns close to Italy. He could not count on the Austrians at all. They would only drag their feet and could not even prepare mules. In the end, they had to rely on Cossack horses to carry supplies across mountains and ridges in Switzerland. The logistics of the army is indeed very important, and the tinplate cans are mainly used at the front so that the soldiers can eat meat. Having meat can still boost morale, and sometimes it is even more important than paying soldiers on time. In addition, it would not be good if they were too concentrated in St. Petersburg. After all, in this era, there is no such level of logistics. Chapter 281, the new leader of the Selenge regiment. No one had lived at number 4 Laundry Lane for a while, and the door was even closed all the time, with only servants coming to check on it. Every room here had to be cleaned, and in the summer, the windows were opened, which had a good effect. Solovyov had been moving his personal belongings from the Moika River embankment to the old house these days. After all, there was a canal separating them, and there were some bridges in the middle, so it was no problem for carriages to travel back and forth. It was just that when he was transporting them, he drove a steamboat from the Neva River, which also attracted the attention of passers-by. But compared to the people who embezzled from the Tauride palace, many of the things Solovyov moved from his home were piled up materials. He needed a carpenter to build a set of bookcases, and he also had to change the layout of the old house. During this period, he did not live in his home on the Moika River embankment, but went to the headquarters of the guards. Your personnel relationship is still here. If you are transferred out, you will no longer be an officer of the guards regiment, especially in the Putin regiment. Mishap, won't you consider it? Your Highness, I will go to Smolensk next, where I will serve as a staff officer for General Apraksin. Ah, the appointment has come down. That's right. My royal brother finally let you go, but being a staff officer in Smolensk is essentially no different from being in St. Petersburg. I think it would be better for you to take on a job of leading troops, such as leading an infantry regiment. Your resume and rank are just right for you to be a regiment commander. Thank you, Your Highness. If nothing else, you risked your life to save me in the Po River, so I should help you. But I'm not sure which regiment you should be assigned to. Konstantin then began to write with a feather pen, but the effect was not good. Damn it, this thing is always not easy to use. Your Highness, you actually need a good dip pen. What is that? A steel nib, mixed with some alloy, and then add an ink tube. When I was in the United States, I heard that someone was planning to improve it according to an ancient design, and invest in a patent. It sounds good. The feather pen is too easy to break. If it is made of metal, it will be much better. You don't have to dip it in ink again after signing. Konstantin thought it was more useful. When issuing orders, if you use a pencil, the handwriting is easy to be blurred. It is more reliable to write with ink, Your Highness, but if all the new factories are in St. Petersburg, it is not suitable for promotion. I want to take the opportunity of returning to my hometown in Ryazan this time, to visit some nobles in Moscow, and ask them to invest. In addition to fountain pens, there are also canned supplies carried by the army. Not only glass cans, but also iron cans. He has already thought about it. After the cans are eaten, the cans are hung with barbed wire and placed in front of the position to prevent the enemy from attacking. In Napoleon's era, firing squad was just one form of combat in a battle. In fact, war was still very complicated, and it was not only European countries that fought according to certain rules, but also the Ottoman Empire and the Persian Empire. Their way of fighting, except for some new armies, remained in the period of the Polish Great Flood. Solovyov did not have to swing a giant sword and chop off 3 heads before he could marry a wife, but the Ottoman army liked to launch sneak attacks, and it had always been like this. Well, you can do it. Have you told your brother about this? I mentioned this to the emperor before I went to Sweden. Very good, you go and do it. Also, just work hard in Smolensk, you still have a bright future. So, as the actual commander of the guards, Konstantin approved Solovyov's transfer, but the unit he was going to take over as the head of the regiment was the Selenge Musket Regiment formed in Selongansk in Buryatia. This regiment was reorganized after 1796. It was inter sequences with the old Selenge regiment. Moreover, from Siberia to Smolensk, there were only 2 infantry battalions and 1 grenadier battalion, and the troops were relatively streamlined. But such a team was enough for the new commander to lead, not to mention that Solovyov had temporarily led such a team in the Italian campaign. He still had to be prepared. After all, a new regiment that had only been formed for 8 years still needed to do a lot of things. When he saw the appointment, it was already June, and he even needed to go to Smolensk in advance to change the original plan. In this way, he set out from St. Petersburg in advance and went to Smolensk, and he had to come back before Maria's wedding in July. After all, the prince still asked him to attend the wedding, and even the invitation had been sent to his home in Laundry Lane. Considering the friendship between these young ladies and him, it was impossible not to go. Although Maria was going to marry far away in Weimar, she was still very close to Alexander and Queen Mother Maria. However, after that, the leave will be approved, because he went to Moscow and Ryazan to do business, and the Tsar himself approved it. It is impossible for the regiment leader to not approve this kind of leave. In addition, the regiment leader, Major General Nikolai Zubov, also knew that he was a favorite of 2 generations of Tsars, so this leave must be approved. After all, several brothers with the surname Zubov were sent back to their respective estates for house arrest. The corps is stationed in Smolensk, which is indeed a brand new transfer. This regiment may not have much to do with Solovyov when the Third Anti-French Coalition War begins, but it will also experience fighting in Smolensk. This road is the only way to Moscow from the European direction. Therefore, Solovyov will not neglect it. This place must be an important strategic center, as long as someone wants to enter Moscow. He had many opportunities to fully investigate the terrain around Smolensk when he served as the garrison staff and the head of the Selenge regiment. I thought of so much, but I still have to put it into practice. General Apraksin also received him warmly in Smolensk. After all, he was also a friend of Count and Countess Stroganov. The general and the count were brothers-in-law, and both married the daughter of the Queen of Spades. The term Queen of Spades does not exist now, but it was used by Pushkin in the future. Mishap, you came to Smolensk just to report to me, right? Yes, Stepan Stepanovich. The position of Chief of Staff is still the head of the Commander's Staff, responsible for assisting the Governor General or the Corps General to handle various affairs. You came to be a staff, but His Highness Constantine also recommended you to be the commander of the Selenge regiment, serving as a staff and a soldier at the same time. That is, you are still young, and were brought up by Alexander Vasilievich. If it were someone else, he might not be able to do 2 jobs well. When Solovyov was in Italy, he often switched back and forth between several identities. He was indeed a multifunctional talent, but he just needed to be stuffed into the position, rather than stuffing accessories like a multifunctional infantry vehicle. Although Admiral Apraksin himself was born into a noble family, he was able to become a cavalry general because Suvorov had promoted him in the Crimea and Danube campaigns. His ability may not be the strongest, but he still has some skills. I think after officially taking office, we must also understand the situation around Smolensk. An important task for the military governor's staff is to understand the terrain of the defense zone. Whether it is recruiting soldiers or dispatching troops, it is still necessary to improve road facilities and supply lines along the way. Just do it as planned. I will support you. General Apraksin is obviously a hands-off boss. Many cavalry generals have this problem. But when taking action, subordinates have more freedom and can do things more flexibly. In this way, Solovyov will go to the barracks. He is really not at ease with the General Musket Regiment, even if the Selenge Regiment itself has 2 Siberian infantry battalions in Selenginsk as its foundation. This kind of ordinary-sized troops is not very reassuring. And after arriving at the barracks, he did feel weird. The stupid soldiers of this regiment are now looking at their new commander. Brothers, you can't do this. You have to wear your clothes neatly, and don't wear your hats crookedly. Also, your leather boots must be polished. Commander, we know what you said, but we have always been short of everything here. We haven't changed any new stuff since the old camp, and our clothes are still old. Which Siberian frozen fish is responsible for your supply? Also, according to the Emperor's will, live fire shooting training must be conducted every year. Have you practiced before? Sir, there is no shooting training this year. Then are there military exercises? There are, but it's just rushing forward with bayonets saying it's to exercise courage. Your previous commander was really good. When I was in the guards, there was never such a thing. Compared with the guards and some well-trained troops, The morale of the Selenge regiment is indeed not very good. Moreover, the leather boots issued by Moscow were of very poor quality, and these soldiers brought their own leather boots. Even when the former German regiment commander was still there, it wasn't very good either. At that time, we used to hold a cleaning rod to hit the barrel of the gun all day long. When the old emperor was there, the food and drink supply for the soldiers was fine, but we were all thrown to the Germans. Yes, sir, when the emperor comes now, we don't have to worry about becoming a German team, but our own people are not very good either. You are from St. Petersburg. If there is anything, you have to report it to the higher ups. First to the regiment commander, sir. This is simple. If he has anything here, he can report it directly to the Governor General Apraksin. After all, he holds two positions. At present, many regiments in the Russian army are still independent units in peacetime, and will only be incorporated into the corps later. As for the establishment of division-level units, the Russian army's divisions are larger than those of other divisions, and in fact, the troops are more abundant. If they really have to fight, it will be another case. As for the Russian army, which is still on the elite route, it can even increase its number when expanding its army, but after just a few decades, it has become a grey animal. This problem still appears to some extent on Nicholas I. The style of the Russian army has changed since then, that is, it has fallen behind, when it should have made rapid progress. During the Alexander period, this trend was not so serious, and the army had achieved some results after two reforms, and the artillery was strengthened afterwards. Although the artillery is now an independent branch of the army, it will still be deployed to various regiments in the future. Solovyov still needs to train his troops well in Smolensk. When he was in St. Petersburg before, the guards and grenadiers were elite troops, and there were many training and exercises. These troops not stationed near the capital have a different set of training. Fortunately, there is still a long time, and there is still a chance to adjust. As for the quartermaster, Solovyov still needs to have a good talk with him. You are the quartermaster, what's your name? Stutsenko Ivan Ivanovich, quartermaster of our regiment, captain. Ah, what a good surname, very suitable for a frozen fish. How many soldiers are there in our regiment now, and how is the distribution of supplies? Sir, they are all in the account book. I have recorded every entry, including the salary and supplies for each soldier. The salary sometimes has some deviations. It is common to be short of a few kopecks or half a ruble. Sometimes it is paper money, which is not as valuable as silver rubles. But there have always been some problems with the supply of supplies here. Sometimes the things sent are damaged. I have to go back to St. Petersburg in July. During this period, I will report to the Governor General. Also, when I go to St. Petersburg, I will find a way. Anyway, the leather boots on the feet of the brothers must be new and durable. As for food and clothing, these things cannot be delayed. Do you understand? Yes, sir. This frozen fish is a bit smart. Although he sometimes secretly deducts some things, he has a good relationship with people. In addition, he can get a lot of things for these soldiers. Therefore, he is still a qualified quartermaster. At least he does not need to be carefully interrogated. Someone is needed to do the work. The bureaucratic phenomenon in Russia has existed since ancient times. This is a worldwide problem that no one can escape. Solovyov has other things to do, but he has to wait until he returns from Moscow. Fortunately, the regimental master system was not so strict after Alexander took the throne. The management rights of many regiments actually returned to the commanders. Copying all the Prussian armies is actually a big problem. From the daily life of the Prussian army that Solovyov witnessed, even with a brave general like the Black Duke leading the troops, the quality of the troops' training was not high. It would be better to follow the Russians' own methods. Chapter 282. Tsarist unfortunately became Louis's brother-in-law. The trip to Smolensk made Solovyov realize a problem. Supply is indeed very critical, especially since the Russian army has to travel such a long distance at any time, and they cannot expect the British to go by sea. By the way, it should be pointed out that the British also have to worry about one problem when providing supplies at sea. That is, the epidemics of this era are not spread as fast from land to sea. The ships on the sea have already purified the toxicity like raising insects. from the land gate. If there are high mountains blocking, you don't go to the area where the plague broke out, and you won't bring the poison back to your home. From this perspective, India can be the source of several cholera epidemics, and there are some skills in it. Although Indians are not immune to all poisons, their resistance to viruses and bacteria is obviously much stronger than that of the surrounding countries. Once the plague breaks out, it is indeed very scary to bring the disease from the South Asian subcontinent to West Asia and Europe through pilgrims and British merchant ships. The same is true from the land. When the Roman Empire defeated its opponents in West Asia, it often brought back the plague. During the heyday of the Roman Empire and the crisis of the 3rd century, large-scale plagues broke out. This is the path of formation. It is good to read a lot of books, Miss Cab. As the queen, Larissa could also summon some nobles who had a good relationship with her. She also knew that Solovyov went to Smolensk to do business. In order to avoid suspicion, the two of them really had a private affair. Larissa, you have to consider the children and improve the sanitary environment in the palace. Fortunately, there are no tuberculosis patients around you. I know, it's an incurable disease. Amelia, the youngest daughter of George III, is a tuberculosis patient, but she is not very contagious. Are you suggesting that I wear a mask? That's right. When His Majesty came to visit you, I asked him to wear a mask. Ah, that was when the twins were born. Later, when I gave birth to Sonia, Your Majesty was also asked by the doctor to wear a mask, but he didn't listen. It seems that only a flatterer, like you, can convince him. Let's not talk about this. I heard that the Foreign Secretary is still very concerned about your affairs. That's right, but my sister has been keeping an eye on him to prevent him from entering my court. But among us sisters, except Mary, who may guess our relationship, no one else will notice it. Mary's married life is still very happy. Although the Duke looks rough and fierce, he is still devoted to her. Yes, she recently wrote to me from Lüneburg, saying that she will give birth to a child in a while. With her confusion, I'm afraid she will give birth to a son. Although your strange theory has no basis when it is statistically analyzed. Larissa sometimes likes to do some statistics, especially using the married maids and her sisters around her as references. She really doesn't have any expectations for giving birth to a son. I think this problem is Your Majesty's problem. Is it the same for you? I heard that you have some ridiculous things in Paris. Larissa knew that he was her lover after all. Although they could be together often, they still had to get married. That happened when I went to Italy, but I proposed to her and was rejected. That girl must be very cute. I know you, a cunning little fox, are very picky about your prey. Larissa knew that, when he was with her, he was still very careful to keep secrets, which would allow them to maintain a longer relationship. You can say that, and I have 2 daughters with her, and it does seem like a man's problem. Your Majesty and my Polish sister also gave birth to girls, and she has a very good personality. Solovyov was a little surprised when he heard it. Although Alexander's Polish mistress was a good person, she was not necessarily able to get along with Larissa. The two of them had 2 different interests and hobbies. Even though they both lived relatively simply, preferred to take care of children, and liked other people's children, they really didn't have much in common. You look surprised, Miss Hap. We have a good relationship. Sometimes I would ask her to do needlework, take care of children, and sleep together. Wouldn't you be jealous? However, her somewhat innocent expression was indeed hard to resist. She was still somewhat natural and often activated some passive skills. No, if a man is jealous, he is too narrow-minded. Lovers will not be jealous of their besties. Ha ha ha, I know you are like this. When a girl around me wants to choose a husband in the future, let alone let other prodigals meet you, you are still worthy of my trust. However, Russia is not ancient Greece, where monogamy and polygamy coexist. Okay, I'm going to Smolensk to take office. I will spend less time in St. Petersburg in the future. I know you have been wronged, but there is nothing we can do to change this. Speaking of which, the practices of Queen Mother Maria are sometimes very strange. As for the Pole, it is indeed embarrassing. The blind date he was arranged to have recently was the eldest sister of Larissa who was not married. He prefers the slimmest of the 6 sisters, not the one in front of him. But in the current situation, this was recommended by Alexander, so he could only bite the bullet and come. It's not that there are no benefits. The Elector of Baden was promoted to a Grand Duchy when Napoleon completely cleared Austria's power from southern Germany. Although Baden was the weakest among the electors, it had two strong thighs in France and Russia. The old Elector is still in power. He has always had close contacts with the upper class in France, and he is also at the door of France, so he naturally has a pro-French stance. At the same time, 4 of the 6 granddaughters have married, 1 queen, 2 queens, and 1 duchess, but Mary married the Duke of Brunswick, a relatively strong mountain in the Prussian army, and has close contacts with both Britain and Prussia. If Czarist wants an independent Poland, he can actually consider being the brother-in-law of several queens. But Amelia's appearance is indeed not as good as her sister's, but her figure is very plump, which can be covered by her face. But Czarist can't help looking at this face. He still liked Larissa, and even though she was already the mother of 5 girls, he still wanted to pursue her. But when he pursued Larissa several times before, he always stepped on landmines accurately, and then was driven abroad by Paul to serve as an ambassador. After returning, although he had a close relationship with Alexander, and he even knew that Alexander had many lovers outside, and would not mind someone touching his wife's bed, Solovyov was particularly careful. After all, if something went wrong, his position would still be very troublesome. This Pole was more or less fearless, but Amelia fell in love with him. There were several young officers of the guards before, and their family backgrounds were also good, but they did not succeed in the end. The fact that she was the eldest sister of the queen was also a factor. Moreover, Baden was indeed relatively poor, and dowry was still very important in Russia. When girls from the German principalities married, their in-laws were more likely to marry for the purpose of having children. For example, the Austrian princesses were in great demand. In addition to Vienna's own strength, a very important factor was that Maria II and her daughter-in-law, Leopold II, the Spanish Bourbon queen, had more than 30 children together. If it weren't for the epidemic, 3/4 of the children could be raised, which was very scary. The fact that George III's daughters could not get married was more or less the result of his extremely unstable mental state when the Mad King's daughters were about to get married, and the parliaments tossing behind the scenes. In addition, London was more or less a troublesome thing for the European continent, which was very embarrassing. And Czarist's own wish was to be able to avoid Amelia, but he didn't have that luck. Because Alexander and the other 3 of the 4 giants of the secret committee were waiting at the door. The 5 of them were still good friends from politics to personal life, which forced the unfortunate Polish prince to choose to accept it. After all, his great cause of restoring the Polish nation, in addition to relying on his own family's power in Lithuania, also needed Alexander's support. Without Alexander's support, his plan to restore Poland obviously had no room for maneuver. If Warsaw was in Alexander's hands, he could at least give his good brother a backdoor, but now Prussia controls the core area of Poland. If things go wrong, we have to wait until the next generation, so having more children is also an alternative plan. Count Stroganov also said that, whether it is a boy or a girl, it will still be useful in the future. For example, Poland had an unlucky king, and with Louis XV as a son-in-law, he still had someone to rely on, although the throne was gone. Alexander at the door was actually quite worried that this trip might not work. Larissa's sister obviously lacked personal charm, especially in the aristocratic circle. People looked at face and figure, and then they had to examine the family situation of both parties. When the queen chose Larissa, she didn't expect her to give birth to several girls in a row, but it was not a bad thing. Although the queen always thought that there were too many girls, and it was not convenient to arrange. Now when it comes to establishing good diplomatic relations with European countries, having more girls is also a means of marriage. Moreover, when the empress was alive, she had seen her daughter-in-law give birth to 3 sons. How could she have a backup? Even though Alexander had been trying to give birth to a son, Constantine still had a daughter-in-law. In addition, there was Nicholas, who was only a few months old when she died. Of course, she would not have thought that her grandchildren would each have their own troubles. The combination of Amelia and Adam Czarist was somewhat confusing. Alexander had thought about it, and he was not like Paul who acted on impulse at every turn. Adam, how about this time? Your Majesty, I think there is still a suitable girl, and more importantly, Amalia cannot be said to be unsuitable. She also has her own advantages. Although the two people were somewhat embarrassed when they were dating inside, Tsarist finally accepted it. If he didn't deal with this gatekeeper, he couldn't get into Lois's place, and he had no choice but to have such a sister watching him at the door. But if he became Lois's brother-in-law, there would be no possibility in the future. No matter how you look at it, it's a dead end for him. Simply gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and accepted it. But his mentality was something Lois could never have imagined. Before Solovyov arrived, he had expressed his desire to develop a deep friendship with Lois several times, but he always did it at inappropriate times, and failed in the end. Solovyov was lucky. He always came in a more low-key manner when Lois needed comfort the most, and everything seemed very natural. Little Poland next door was obviously not so lucky. Of course, if Solovyov hadn't existed, he would have had a chance to succeed sooner or later. But Solovyov made the situation look a little more complicated, and even had some excitement in the secrecy. Now, this Polish prince, Russia's foreign minister, the Tsar's best friend and personal advisor, can only accept this fact. Since he couldn't be Lois's husband, and even failed to be her lover, he could only be her brother-in-law. And the Russian foreign minister is also interesting. There are always foreigners coming to this position. Now it's a Pole, and maybe a Greek will appear in the future. It will be lively then. After all, the Ottoman Empire still occupies most of the Balkans and rules the Slavs and Greeks there. Many of these people believe in Eastern Orthodoxy and Greek Orthodoxy, as well as Coptic Orthodoxy in Egypt, Christians in Syria and Lebanon, and Assyrian and Armenian churches. Speaking of which, there may be old friends of the Chinese, Nestorians, in this area, and there were once many believers on the Mongolian grasslands. Russia is to be the protector of these Christians. It is said that the Tsars of all dynasties have been very persistent for this purpose. It is indeed different from others to have such a person in imperialism. However, how to use this card in hand also needs to be considered. When Tsarist was in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there were indeed Greeks here. The Russian government and army may also be the most friendly places for foreigners. Even black slaves from America can become masters if they are lucky and have money in hand when they come to Russia. Russia is still a bit abstract. Chapter 283 The Guards Weapons Update. It is true that Moscow is the transportation hub of Russia, but there is also a road from Smolensk to Vitebsk and Pskov that goes directly to St. Petersburg. However, this road is not as easy to travel as the two roads from Smolensk to Moscow, so his choice is to ride a horse instead of taking a carriage. Moreover, this road is on the north side of the entire Smolensk road, which is still very convenient for the cavalry detachment to launch operations. However, it is not necessary to fight foreigners in Russia now. Soon he returned to Gatchina, where he could see that the palace of Queen Mother Maria was making intensive preparations for the marriage of the third daughter. The final wedding was to be completed in the Church of the Winter Palace, but the new Liwats had to live in the palace of Gatchina or Pavlovsk before returning to Weimar. Here, Solovyov also met Count Bobulinski, an uncle who was obviously here to see his niece. "Mishap, you look fine. Have you been well lately?" "Yes, the climate in the countryside of Ryazan is good, much better than the noisy life in Petersburg. When will you return to your hometown?" Although most of your family members are in Petersburg, there are estates in Ryazan that need to be taken care of, right? After Her Highness Maria's wedding, I will go to Moscow first, then return to Ryazan. After finishing my business, I will go to Smolensk to take up my post. You are such a busy man. When I was your age, I was still lingering in beautiful Paris. And I also know that you have been to Paris. How was it there? It was prosperous, noisy and depressing. I may have witnessed some conspiracies in Paris with my own eyes. This was true. Count Bobulinski also agreed. When he was in Paris in 1788, it was still the Bourbon dynasty, and the atmosphere in Paris was not as lively as during the consulate. However, it was like this everywhere. The conspiracy in Paris was mainly because General Moreau was exiled to America by Napoleon, and the matter of Duke Engin turned from a tragedy into a joke. Don't worry about that. You are back in St. Petersburg now. What are you doing in Smolensk? I'm the staff of the military governor, and I want to be the head of a regiment. It is different from before. When you become a general, you should have the opportunity to become the head of a regiment. You are so young, there are still many opportunities. Yes, but now it seems that Napoleon has become the emperor. Although he was elected by vote, this behavior. You shouldn't say this in Gatchina, Miss Ha. Count Bobulinski also knew that the Queen Mother herself didn't like to talk about the current French government, especially since the two of them were chatting in Russian now, and they really didn't seem like people from the court. More like two squires from Ryazan. They both had estates there. But the topic in the salon is bound to be about this. Yes, and there is also the matter of the Tula arsenal. Do you know that Prince Peter Dolgorukov retired from Tula? He is not yet of retirement age. So why did he return to his own estate? This is an arrangement in the palace. In fact, you were more likely to notice this when you were in St. Petersburg. Solovyov knew that the family had a closer relationship with the two generations of Tsars. Perhaps this retirement was because Alexander was very dissatisfied with the production of the Tula arsenal, or it could be in exchange to pave the way for his sons. But that was not the focus of attention. Now the equipment of the Russian Guards has obviously become new weapons. In addition to the Guards' Jagdpanzers fully replaced with Solovyov's paper shell rifles, the muskets in the hands of the line infantry and grenadiers were also copied with reference to the newer styles of the French 1777 rifles. They all look relatively complete, but judging from the current equipment of the Russian army, they are indeed a variety of international brands. Fortunately, the standard weapons of this era are not like the Crimean War 50 years later, and the loading of gunpowder and bullets is not so rigorous. If it is placed in the future precision weapons, I'm afraid there will be some troubles, such as what happened in India. Solovyov sometimes has a sudden thought, that is, the Russians are so skilled in cheating India. Is it because of several types of rifles forged in an army during the Tsarist period? At this time, only the weapons of Britain and France are more standardized, and other countries often use mixed brands. As for the rifles currently used by the Guards, Solovyov actually knows that, because the technology of the rear-loading rifle heating could with is too punishing. If the Russian processing technology is guaranteed to be of high quality, it can also supplement the equipment of the Guards, and equip the troops with the Tula rifle and his new rifle. As for the guy hanging on the waist of the Guards cavalry, he is more familiar with it. Especially today, it is still Davidov who is on duty here. Ah, Davidov, you have made it big now. You have become a lieutenant in the cavalry. You are so funny, Miss Cap, being an adjutant, like you can show off in front of the emperor, and you don't need to use your other talents, such as poetry. However, Davidov's cousin is Yermolov, who is a relative of Levski, and his grandfather is the Russian commander-in-chief Sherbinin, so his background is also here. Then you have to be careful. The people in the book and newspaper inspection are always nitpicking. If you dare to satirize the authorities, they will give you a hard time. But with your status, at most, we in the Guards are all fearless bastards. But you, a serious person, are so different among us. Davidov did write a satirical poem, and he didn't know how to restrain himself, and wanted it to be published. At this time, someone would definitely make trouble for him. If the Guards Cavalry Corps is no longer capable, he will probably be sent to a Hussar regiment, where there are more lawless lunatics. There are also many troublemakers among the infantry of the Guards. When Solovyov was the battalion commander, he often had to deal with these young men on duty. Let's not talk about that. You also use this kind of gun? You mean this? I remember that you were the first to use it. Because it was too powerful, it was not allowed to be used in duels. This thing is fine in France. I fought 6 duels in one day. They also know the power of this weapon. It's just that the old guys among the revolvers are not as durable as this little guy. He also used this gun to defeat the royalists and fight zombies in Port-au-Prince, the capital of Haiti. This is a good thing in war. It can save your life at critical moments. It can fire quickly and continuously. It is indeed a good gun. And Davidov also has 2 on his waist. This is the favorite configuration of cavalry officers who have the money to buy their own weapons. Where are you from, Davidov? Solovyov called him by his last name because he couldn't remember what Denis's Russian nickname was, and he had more seniority than the adjutant on duty, so it was okay to call him that. Borodino, what's wrong? Borodino, Borodino, your family is an old noble family, unlike mine, although mine still has a title. He thought of this family being on the battlefield and felt a little embarrassed, so he changed the subject directly. Warfare doesn't depend on who is an old noble or who has a title. It all depends on real ability and luck. Is that so? Your brother is also in the cavalry, right? Yes, we all use fast moving guns like yours. After the chasseurs are equipped, it would be great to get some carbines for the cavalry. When General von Pahlen and I went hunting, we used a carbine with a short end barrel. It was very useful for hunting deer, but the thing used by the chasseurs has only equipped 2 regiments in total. You've worked so hard, but in the end you only got this much. It's not worth it. This is a good idea. The power of new weapons will be visible on the battlefield. But I'm not in the Guards Chasseurs regiment. I'm going to Smolensk to take up my post. Not only will I be a staff officer, but I'll also be the commander of the Slenge regiment. Slenge regiment? Is that the one that Prince Krimsky led before? No, it's the new regiment established by the Emperor in Buryatia in 1796. I have to train the soldiers when I go back and learn to command more than one regiment. You want to be a general? That's good. At least it's better than those old men above. You still like to gossip, but is there anything going on in the palace here? Davidov came to Gatchina to work, and he knew more or less about the situation here. Everything is fine, but the Queen Mother has been arranging marriages for the princes. That's not our business. Her Highness Maria is getting married, and she's going to Weimar this time. Where go then Schiller? I went to Saxony before, but I was only in Dresden. Wouldn't that satisfy her? I've heard from the old guys here that you were always caught by her back then. Oh, that's right. It's because I know so many songs. But later, when I was in the post of the Putian regiment and adjutant, such things happened less frequently. No wonder you have a copy of the prince's invitation. But things in the palace have been strange recently. Her Highness the Queen and Mrs. Nereshkin, well, that's the lady from Poland. Her brother and I are very good friends. They are often together, and I don't know what kind of news they are spreading. You'd better watch your mouth, otherwise everything will get out. People like Davidov are sometimes more annoying than gossips. Hussar officers can cause trouble, and they often spread gossip and pursue lovers everywhere. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know what to do. But it was his words that made people feel uneasy. Before returning to St. Petersburg, he went to see Maria. But at this moment, Maria was dressing up. When she saw Solovyov coming back, she dressed up before coming out. Mishap, thank you for avenging my father, too. Your Highness, why do you say that? You raided the house of the regicide and got the key evidence. Those who directly participated in the murder, except for those you couldn't deal with, have been punished. As an aide-de-camp, I sometimes have to do this. But I can't take you away. I found something interesting at my sister-in-law's place. This poem looks like it was written by you. When he said goodbye to Larissa, he did write such a poem, but Maria was still a bit naive, and her understanding was a little biased. I think my sister-in-law is the same. She wants you to write a poem, but I want you to sing. This poem is really interesting. But Maria is okay. She can keep secrets very well, and she has a little affection for Solovyov. I won't be able to ask you for music scores often when I go to Weimar. But I'm going to Smolensk too. I'm not like other people who can take care of my own affairs more. Being a staff officer is also a hard job. I also hold the position of a regiment commander. Then you have to work hard. You have to take care of 2 positions at the same time. Your brother really values you. Maria is still quite sensible, unlike her sister Ekaterina who likes to be a light bulb. If you have the opportunity to go to Weimar in the future, you can come to visit me. I can go to you, Your Highness, unless I'm a diplomat, or I will go with the army. I heard from my mother that there may be a war, and I must pay attention to safety when I go to Weimar. You must pay attention, and you may have to arrange to leave Weimar and return to St. Petersburg at that time. Are you so unconfident? This is not like the warrior who went to Italy with brother Constantine. You went to Italy and defeated the French. But this little girl didn't know how powerful Napoleon was. She simply thought that the Russian army had defeated the French, so they had nothing to fear. When she arrived in Weimar, she had to live happily with her docile husband. Maria can be said to have received the worst education in this regard. Alexandra would inevitably think more about these things in the environment of Württemberg. Elena has always been smart, and Catherine has always paid attention to political affairs, and even has the ambition to become a queen in another country. She still prefers music, and the court etiquette is also in place, although her looks are not as good as her sisters. But the good thing is that she has a gentle and lovely personality and can get along well with everyone. You have to be careful too. Besides, I wish you happiness, your highness, and live a happy life like the two married princesses. Thank you for your flattery, Miss Ha. It's just that I'm about to say goodbye. Can you copy a song for me? Which one do you want? I haven't thought about it yet, but you can write it yourself, or your powerful friends in the countryside. You must send me one, as a blessing from you. This prince is still as restrained as the black-bellied Solovyov, and even has some naturalness. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Andrei and Pierre. Time came to July 1804, and it seemed that things had calmed down in St. Petersburg. Although Napoleon had become emperor, the social topic of the month was that his coronation ceremony had not yet arrived, so more people had to talk about Maria's marriage to Saxe-Weimar and where Catherine, the most favored princess, would marry. However, it was still a little early to talk about Catherine's problem, although she was also 16 years old, and her second sister had already given birth to a child at this age. But Elena's body developed well, and did not suffer too much. Although she was a little weak now, she had been recuperated and rested in the old palace in Schwerin. She wrote back to Constantine to tell him that she had recovered, and was looking forward to Maria's visit to Weimar. In this way, the three sisters who married to the German princes would be more convenient to move around in peacetime. Solovyov recalled the scenes when these girls played games together, and how they often ordered him around. He didn't sigh like the station master. He could only say that time is like a wild donkey running wild. He is still young now, and it will be the same after another 5 years. But if there are more girls, he will not be young again. However, today at Andrei's place, he saw the petite Lisa, and didn't know what to say. Obviously there is a plot, but it has not been triggered yet. At present, Andrei and Lisa have been married for a short time, and Pierre has not been back from Paris for a long time. It's really interesting. We know each other, but this is the first time we sit down together. Yes, in Paris, Mikhail and I were already familiar with each other's apartment on Montmartre Street. And what happened to you in Paris is indeed very interesting. But it might be even more interesting in St. Petersburg. But that's not the case, Mikhail. You have a good reputation in St. Petersburg, which cannot be compared with some other people in the guards. Andrei was referring to some officers in the guards who often caused trouble. Probably the only thing that Solovyov had in common with them was that he was also an officer of the guards. And I'm going to Smolensk. Is your family's Tangshan manor there? Yes, I first met you in Moscow. At that time, my father had not yet been exiled because of the dispute with the emperor. He must still be thinking about making a summary for Alexander Vasilievich, right? Nikolai Nikolaevich himself refused to write, and he was also on the Danube front in Rennik at that time. My father still hopes that young people will look at the war history of the Grand Marshal from a new perspective, rather than what was written by their generation. I know that for this, whether he writes carefully or lets the secretary record it, it will not make people feel satisfied. Then you, translator, are you interested in writing? If I didn't have so much work to do, and I was in a difficult economic period, I would do that. Yes, you are no longer an adjutant. There will be a lot of things to do in the regiment, especially a new regiment like the Selenge regiment. There is a regiment commander who doesn't appear often, and there are new recruits below. It will be very hard. Andrei, forget it. You still work in the headquarters, and people are needed everywhere now. And, Pierre, I'm sorry that we didn't take your feelings into consideration. Because we are all active military personnel, we always talk a lot about this aspect. No, what you said is still very insightful. At times like this, I can try to be a listener, or, yes, Pierre is right, you always talk about the war, and we don't know what to say. Lisa, can you talk about what happened in St. Petersburg, and what is going to happen? Obviously, Andrei is still accommodating to Lisa, and he is not cold to his petite wife. That way we can both talk more, right, Pierre? Well, that's right. I think there will be some pleasant things, like the play that was recently performed, a play from France. But the author is here, Miss Cab. You are really talented. Are you a genius? No, ma'am. I had this idea in the salon when I first arrived in Paris, but after I came back, I still had to perform it in French, which I didn't expect. But everyone who has seen it likes it very much, and the stage effect is also very satisfying. I saw one when I was in Paris. When I returned to St. Petersburg, I also saw a performance of this kind. But this is Russia. There seem to be two worlds. We always speak French here, but below the 9th grade of civil servants, most people still speak Russian. This kind of gap is actually not good. This boundary and barrier should be broken. Mikhail, I don't think the talk you heard at Count Stroganov's place is this kind of thing. Andrei believes that the environment in St. Petersburg is not good either. Even an open-minded family like Count Stroganov is quite restricted. No, Andrei, you have to consider what kind of environment is in Russia, and have you been to Paris? The situation I saw in Paris is even worse. Although I admit that the new emperor of France is a great man, he should not be free from worries. He needs a legitimate son to inherit his career. This is indeed an unstable factor. After all, Solovyov's aunt is not young anymore. To designate a family member, she can only give priority to the children of Louis and Hortense. Sometimes you are so sharp, Mikhail, and more often it is inadvertent. Yes, sometimes I don't know what's going on. Pierre, what do you think? Maybe Mikhail has his judgment, or even instinct. Pierre meant that it might be a killer's instinct. Solovyov thought so. Of course, there are too many differences between the three of them. Maybe Andrei is right. Pierre is the only living person in the circle. Everyone here seems to be wearing a mask, and Solovyov himself is the same. Lisa was still somewhat patient in their discussion. At least she loved Andrei very much. But fate played a cruel joke on her. With her petite body, it was more dangerous to give birth. A girl of this age who had just married and had her first child might have a near-death experience. But it would be better in the future. Perhaps, with the improvement of medical issues, many changes would happen. Looking at her, she felt that she was as lively as Natasha, but she was much more obedient. If someone teased her, she would not fall into any trap. Such a girl was obviously very suitable for Andrei. However, after a period of time, although his love might not disappear, his attitude would change. As for Pierre, he was a different case. He did have a poor eye, and was easily deceived, but he was also a true friend. Such a friend should be cherished instead of causing trouble for him and adding to his troubles. Pierre, if you are talking about instinct, I'm actually finishing a book, but it is limited to a few people for borrowing. It may be made public in the future, and perhaps there will be the answer you mentioned. You like to set up puzzles, Mikhail. This is not good. But it has to be kept secret at this time. Pierre, you should be able to understand. Yes, I have to keep it secret for many people. Sometimes I also have this feeling. In other words, Solovyov doesn't need his comfort, but Pierre always does this when he doesn't know what to do and is still free and unrestrained. Then, his bad luck and the fact that he is indeed highly myopic will affect many problems. If someone comes to cheat, he will definitely suffer a lot. In St. Petersburg, you must be especially careful of a liar named Kurokin who specializes in coveting other people's property. And this kind of property issue, when Solovyov returned home, he could also hear it. Mainly his father talked about Yulia's dowry. Now the dowry has obviously risen with the changes in the situation in St. Petersburg. Tsar Paul prepared dowries for all 5 of his daughters before his death. However, there was a small problem. At that time, there was not so much dowry needed. Therefore, Alexander sometimes had to give his sisters a one-time subsidy. The later they married, the more so. However, Catherine should have more dowries than Anna, because she was the most favored. It is no wonder that Anna sometimes complained about her mother's partiality. At the wedding now, a batch of jewels must be added, and some of them must be selected from the royal treasures. However, Weimar has always been a city of culture and art, and there are not so many thefts. This kind of thing is more likely to happen in the lowlands and France. The French palace was stolen when the country lost order, and then it began to be stolen on a large scale. When it came to the lowlands, there were more thefts, and it was not like the French queen who only lost a few things. Queen Mother Maria was also very satisfied with this son-in-law, and there was also a blood relationship. The groom and Maria were distant cousins, but he was a closer cousin with Larissa. This is reasonable, but Maria also used plagiarized music at the wedding. Although good music will become vulgar because of excessive use in the future, it is obviously ahead of time to appreciate Warner's works here, and it also satisfies Maria. After the wedding, she will live in St. Petersburg for a while and go to Weimar at the end of the year. Speaking of the girls in the palace, another one is married, which makes this family seem less lively than before. Larissa's children are still too young, and the 2 older daughters are flower girls for their aunt this time. In the future, they may be considered a professional team. Before they get married, they will most likely assist the other 2 unmarried aunts to complete this ceremony. Then, it will be their turn. However, for these girls to get married, they have to wait until the war in Europe is almost over, and then it will be a real era of peace. Maria is also satisfied with her husband, but the troubles she will encounter in the future have just begun, which has nothing to do with them, but comes from Western Europe. Next, Solovyov and Count Bobulinski will go to Moscow first, and then return to Ryazan to take care of the estate and study the coal mine under Count Bobulinski's name, and how to install a steam engine for the coal mine. After that, he will go to Smolensk to officially take office. On the way, he was also thinking about what he would do in the near future. It was indeed busy enough. He didn't need to arrange anything for the family, but there were indeed many people to visit in Moscow and Ryazan. In Smolensk, there were more things to do. The Selench regiment had been established for several years, and he had to test its level on the training ground. Paul's method was actually not very effective for field exercises, but it was very effective in streamlining the training intensity of the army and the daily performance of officers. As for Moscow, he was still looking forward to it. He would spend a lot of time there, and he would go to the Moscow Imperial University to attend a meeting. Speaking of which, because of his lover, Larissa was also very interested in the fossils of ancient creatures. She would not participate in such academic exchanges, but would discuss those cute animals and interesting animal fossils with Solovyov. In this way, even if Alexander saw the letter written by his wife, he would not realize what kind of relationship they had. Of course, he didn't care much. After all, his wife and his lover had a good relationship, and this harmonious family relationship was what he wanted. Next, Alexander's main energy was still on government reform, not on the military. For Russian generals, the later the emperor focused on the military, the greater the benefit to them. So, if Alexander was a tyrant, it might be a good thing for Russia, and the benefits of the monarchophline system were great. Although that was the system he adopted in the future, and he was not tyrant, but smart. But he just liked to interfere in many things, and he didn't have the ability now, did you know? Who can guarantee that he can perform normally in the key battle of the anti-French alliance in 1805? But the training problems that the Russian army has always had do need to be corrected. Suvorov once felt very strange that many generals often did not train some very practical subjects when leading troops, and even lacked shooting training. As for his own theories, they were often misinterpreted. On the other hand, he had placed high hopes on Solovyov, but it was a pity that such a smart kid who could understand things at a glance only appeared when he was old, and he could not correct many of his shortcomings. Therefore, he also entrusted several of his old friends to supervise this de facto closed disciple. Chapter 285 Moscow. Moscow, this ground is safe. Mishap, your idea is very good, so I also hired engineers to carry out a comprehensive transformation of the coal mine. Count Bobulinski is now really middle-aged. The handsomeness of his youth has long gone with the passage of time. Now he wears a top hat and this kind of clothing. Well, he really wants to find some people to fill his coal mine with rubbles. As for the great auks or penguins, it is no longer important. In the Petersburg Zoo, it is obvious that the artificial breeding of the great auks is very successful. They build nests and lay eggs on the artificially built platforms next to the aquarium. The number of this population is also considerable. Moreover, if there is no fish outside, the breeder will prepare it after returning. According to the judgment of the zoologist, it is also roughly known what taste these animals like. Even if Petersburg is in the deepest part of the entire Baltic Sea, it still needs some other methods to find cod and sardines. Moreover, if there are too many breeding, it is inevitable that there will be some troubles. In the future, some of them will still have to be released to increase the number of wild populations. Otherwise, even this kind of sea bat that tastes so delicious is also needed. Those sailors are terrible enough. They will eat anything, including the sea cow. It happened that the Russian sailors encountered it when the population was at a low point. Don't worry about the seabirds first. It takes several days to go from Petersburg to Moscow, and you can't go there on horseback. It's much better to squeeze in a carriage with the count than squeeze in with his servants and luggage, and this road is so long. You haven't been back to Moscow for a while, right? 7 years, indeed, since I was recommended to General Grushatsky's residence. If you don't have a place to live in Moscow, you can come to my house. Thank you. I should have friends on Arbut Street, and it's not difficult to rent an apartment, not to mention a short-term stay. Ah, you must have thought of something. I even think, Alexei Grigorievich, you should also live in Moscow, instead of living in the countryside all the time. No, life in the countryside is more suitable for me. Bobulinsky's temporary residence in Moscow is in the Kavansky Manor, also on Arbut Street. However, he would not know that his youngest son, who was born not long ago, would be the future owner of this mansion. As for Solovyov not living with the Count's family, it was because he had some things to do and really needed to act alone. The enthusiastic Count always took good care of his guests, and letting him know too much was actually not good for him. After all, he is the uncle of the current Tsar, and he is not involved in political issues and those struggles. He is a rich and idle person. According to the plan, Solovyov still needs to visit the home of Prince Menshikov, his grandfather's former benefactor. He just doesn't know who the housekeeper of the Menshikov family is now. In his memory, it was his old uncle who was in charge there. After all, his old father is the younger one among his brothers of the same generation. He is the son of his grandfather in his old age. He was able to get a manor and more than 100 serfs because of the preference of his brothers. In itself, their family property at that time was not as much as when they were in power. As for his age and generation, I'm afraid that some people of similar age will call him uncle when they see him. However, most of them are not in Moscow, and the owner of the place where he lives is a 6th-class civil servant, but his family is very rich. He built such a mansion at number 53 Arbut Street. For Solovyov, this place is famous because Pushkin and Goncharova got married in this apartment, but at that time it was rebuilt after 1816, and they rented the second floor. The reason why it is a familiar landmark is that Pushkin's memorial is in this building. Although he only lived here for a short period of time, the lease period was 1 month, and the rent was 240 rubles, but it was settled in silver rubles. When Pushkin lived here, he settled with paper money, and the redemption level was different, and prices and appropriate inflation had to be taken into account. Speaking of which, Solovyov was very familiar with Pushkin's mother-in-law, the confused kitten at Louisa's door, and often asked Louisa to cover her with a quilt, to take care of her. As for Davidov, there were more intersections, and they met a few days ago. It can even be said that many honorary members and older members of the literary society he participated in were also familiar with him. There was even a Fyodor Tolstoy, the elder brother who almost killed Pushkin, who was once his subordinate and served as his deputy in duels. From this point of view, I'm afraid that I will become the best elder brother of poets in the future. The characters in that series will always be here, no matter what happens. Although there are some differences, he also likes this kind of blue-looking building. As for the interior decoration, it is not quite the same as the places he has visited. The style of Moscow is probably like this. The bedroom is also fine, and the floor is being installed outside. In short, the atmosphere feels a bit strange. But he usually only rests here and visits some important people, such as Prince Sergei Menshikov. Obviously, this prince prefers to live abroad, just like his grandfather always transfers his property abroad, and even his children often live in Saxony and Berlin. He rarely visits the estate in Moscow, but recently, as the situation in Europe is not peaceful, he also set off from Dresden to return to Moscow. Solovyov did not see him in Dresden, because he was traveling in the Netherlands at the time. Only his eldest son Alexander was receiving education at the University of Dresden. They were often abroad, which was the authentic life of the Russian nowadays. The old nobles also liked to go abroad, but many of them still lived in the country to show their hospitality. Now it is unknown whether the manor in southwest Moscow is being taken care of, or where they live. Considering this issue, Solovyov decided to visit his cousin Nikolai, who was living in Moscow recently instead of Rouen. After all, the nobles either spent the winter in Moscow, or some chose to spend the summer in the nearby countryside. When he saw Nikolai, he was also surprised by such a large family. It's not surprising, mishap. I retired at the rank of second lieutenant, and you are only 23 years old, and you have become a regiment commander. You are the most promising one in our family. If my sons join the army, I don't know how much they can do. But you have so many children, Nikolai. You are not married yet, but if you get married, you will have many children. Retired Second Lieutenant Baron Nikolai Solovyov will have 3 sons and 5 daughters, and not all of them are born yet. As for his son Veniamin, he will become a Decembrist in the future, and participate in the uprising of the Chernigov Regiment as the chief staff captain of the Chernigov Regiment, while another son Vselov will become a general. The 2 nephews look like tigers, but when they see their uncle, they are surprised that there is such a handsome uncle in the family. He came in a military uniform and wore medals, and he would not be mistaken at his age. Carla, your sons all look good. I remember that you were often sick when you were a child, but you were also very stubborn. Maybe it was because of your strong character that you became what you are now. It may also take some luck, Carla. And it's hard for people in our family to get rid of the impression of profiteers. Speaking of this, it is indeed the most difficult sutra for the Solovyov family. Don't talk about this. Why did you rent a house on Arbut Street for a month? I brought an attendant and a maid. Your place is not big. How can it be crowded? Nikolai also knew that his cousin had always been eccentric. He was like this when he was a child. When he went to Moscow to serve, and then went to St. Petersburg, they rarely met, but the difference was not much from when they were children. Yes, I'm not like you. When I was in the Guards, I had a village rewarded by the emperor. But there is only one place, and the current market is. Let's not talk about that for now. Uncle Sergei must have something to ask you to do. Is Sergei Alexandrovich in his estate in Moscow recently? You mean the prince? He is indeed back, but he rarely sees guests. But Uncle Fiodor's grandson, our cousin Vasily, is there. If you go to see him, you will naturally meet the prince himself. Well, you are more familiar with Moscow and Rouen. My father and I have gone to St. Petersburg, so we are naturally not that familiar with them. But Uncle Sergei is really capable. I heard that you have 3 more younger brothers and sisters? That's right. Anton is a very smart child. You were the one who delivered the baby. I think you should be a doctor. It's better to be in the army. Don't let me go to the hospital. I injured my leg during the Battle of Novi. After seeing the hospital, I don't want to go to that place again. Nicholas knew what his cousin was thinking, so he stopped asking and asked his wife Maria and the servants to prepare dinner. Even if you don't live with me, you have to stay for dinner. I see that this friend from Italy is so burly. He must be an excellent Italian strongman, and he should have a good appetite. Thank you, sir, but I think it's better. It doesn't matter. In our Solovyov family, although the food is very ordinary, everyone will like the atmosphere here. Speaking of which, Belzoni also felt that the food at his boss's house was still full, but the more precious dishes were rare. Many Italians still have some basic requirements for food, but for Adela, this is not bad. After all, she often didn't have enough food when she was at her relative's house. Then, Nicholas' family was surprised to see the completely opposite way of eating. Although Belzoni was a big guy and usually ate like a wolf, He didn't dare to act rashly at his boss's cousin's house, but tried his best to ensure that he was a gentle strongman when eating. But Adela was different. She had plenty of Boston bread. The way she ate didn't seem like her petite and cute self. Solovyov had never noticed before, but Adela's eating was really eye-opening. "How is it, Adela? Are you satisfied?" "Thank you very much, ma'am. This child speaks Russian very well, Miss Ham. You must have taught her, right?" "Sister-in-law Maria, I did teach her. Otherwise why does she sound like one of our old family members?" At this point, the adults at the table laughed out loud, and the children also laughed along. "When will you go back to Rouen?" "I'll go back after I finish my business here. We'll go hunting in the fall. Come with me." Speaking of hunting, Solovyov remembered that if you want to hunt wolves, you might also need to have the wolf's perspective. As for where their home is, it is actually very clear, in Lannenberg in Rouen. This place used to be the site of a huge manor of Menshikov, which is why the Solovyov family settled in Rouen instead of somewhere else. At the same time, Ivan VI was once imprisoned here, and it was also the location of the station where Lev Tolstoy's life ended. The huge manor belonging to the prince was finally nationalized, and the Solovyov family became a registered noble in the local area, and entered the velvet roll. "Just don't let me shoot, I've hunted enough prey. It doesn't matter, just come here to enjoy the food." The scenery in the countryside is still very beautiful. Yes, it's much better than Petersburg, and you can even meet a lot of interesting people. As for the schedule of visiting Prince Menshikov, it has to be put off. Prince Sergei's son will be a big trouble in the future. He has not returned from Dresden yet. However, there will be a war, and it seems that the Russians will have to return to Russia. They can't all live leisurely in Europe. Europe will always become a battlefield. As for the prince, if he becomes a close minister of Nicholas I in the future, it will also be a big trouble. From some perspectives, the operation of the Crimean War has a lot to do with him, and it is also very reckless. Although this war may not be fought in the future, we must also consider that some people are prone to big scores. If he does not fight blindly, Nicholas I and Alexander II will not look for other places to make up for it in the future. Of course, although Alexander is not confident about having a son now, Larissa is still very young, and they can continue to work hard. If successful, perhaps the embarrassing problem can be avoided, but we can't count on this, and we need to do more preparation. As for returning to Rouen, we must take care of the manor carefully in the countryside. After all, their family's main industry is still in Rouen. It is indeed a coincidence that the current leader of the Rouen nobles is Count Ilya Rostov. The last family among the main characters is in the countryside of Rouen. Chapter 286. Only the Menshikovs are qualified to be thieves. Solovyov also had to attend an academic conference at the Moscow Imperial University. Although it was related to paleontology, this aspect was not his main business after all. He only attended the conference as a fan. The paleontological research of this era was somewhat based on the map. The introduction of these Permian and Mesozoic paleontology was all based on known organisms, not on those large reptiles. Here, he could only listen, and even fell asleep easily. To visit Prince Sergei Menshikov, he still had to go to the manor. Even though his property had been confiscated many times, including the property of the first-generation prince himself, and the dowry of his daughter Alexandra, they were still very rich. Speaking of which, Peter the Great also needed this thief back then. He once sighed after the death of the Swiss Lefort he trusted. "I only have one hand left. This is a thief, but also a loyal person." However, because Peter the Great received more and more accusations in his later years about Menshikov's collusion with foreign countries, he would not release this person abroad. As for the transfer of property, the four brothers of the Solovyov family were the ones who handled it, and they almost lost their heads. After that, the story of Menshikov was that he supported the Tsar twice after the death of Peter the Great, and then was exiled to Siberia during a coup, and eventually died of smallpox. Such a powerful official was able to build a church in exile, and was buried in Siberia. But no one would have thought that with the violent flooding of the northern Sosv River in the exile area, his tomb could no longer be verified. The Menshikov family restored their noble status during the reign of Queen Anna, but they no longer had the glory of the past. However, during the reign of Nicholas I, Prince Sergei's son once again had an important position in the court. But this time, it was even more negative than the previous one. Prince Menshikov also had a lot of property overseas, all in the Netherlands and the United Kingdom, but it was not eaten up by Western European bankers. After all, the British also know that the fallen nobles, as long as they are not rooted out, will have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Things like eating up the family should be handled in different occasions. For example, some things in the 21st century, even the most greedy Jewish bankers today can't help but mock them for not paying attention to business reputation at all, and their eating is ugly. They can't use such an open method to take away customers' money. And this part of the money was only taken back sometime after the second generation of princes came back, before Solovyov's grandfather died. As for how much property Menshikov has overseas, except for Prince Sergei himself, there may not be many people who know. When I came to the Cheremashki Znamenskoye manor, the door was also closed, which was very different from the situation of General Apriksin's house full of guests. In Moscow, the nobles are still known for their hospitality, especially the old nobles who often hold grand banquets and dances at home, which even surpasses their imitation of the original French version. Prince Alexander Kurakin's pomp and circumstance shocked his French friends, not to mention Count Stroganov, whose family is now the richest in Russia. Their pomp and circumstance was already luxurious enough when they were in France. In the future, French dishes will be served in a Russian style, and this pomp and circumstance has also been brought to Paris, which can be regarded as a reverse export of culture. Solovyov also met another cousin Vasily at the manor. He had some time at this time, because the master was walking in the garden. Perhaps Russian masters like to play a band in the garden, and then they go for a walk. Mishap, I remember the last time I saw you was when I arrived in Rouen. You were 5 years old that year. Don't always look at me when I was a child. I have younger brothers and sisters. Yes, Uncle Sergei has been married twice. My aunt is still very young and has several younger children. How are you now? As for me, I'm still the same. Your grandfather has a title, and my grandfather is a butler. He doesn't hold a position and can only be regarded as a registered noble. There is no way. He said it very clearly. But Vasily can still enjoy many privileges here. After all, the master is often not in Moscow, and even often not in Russia. In other words, the Solovyov family, the branch that serves as the butler for Prince Menshikov, has been loyal and reliable for generations. Otherwise the theft incidents in the Tavrid Palace in the past would definitely happen. Mishap, do you want me to inform you? Don't worry, we can talk. My father gave me the old house in Petersburg. But you haven't married yet. When will you get married? Speaking of this issue, Solovyov was a little embarrassed. After all, he was rejected when he proposed to Sylvia, but he had 2 daughters with her. As for Her Majesty the Queen and Paulina, his aunt, they also had a child. However, he really didn't get married, and he might not have such plans for the time being. Obviously, he had a lot of things on his hands. This was not like when he was in the court. He came to Moscow to get the canning factory and the fountain pen factory done, and also to move part of the pencil factory in Count Bobulinski's estate to Ryazan or somewhere else. As for why it was not Moscow, it was also very simple. If the French came in 1812, it was hard to say whether someone would set a fire. It was more convenient to disperse around Moscow. Of course, he had no plans to go to the main entrance of Mozhaysk. He planned to go to Tula, Ryazan and Simbirsk. In this case, he would have to visit several benefactors who had helped him. The letter of recommendation that allowed him to go to the Moscow Grenadiers was the beginning of his rapid rise. So you are back to do business. In addition to housework, there are also tasks assigned by the emperor. However, if you need help with the factory, I can find a way. After all, Vasily still had some face in front of the prince, and the management of this manor had always depended on him. No, everyone in our family knows what Peter the Great said. Vasily thought this was boring, but at this moment, the tea he made was almost ready. Come and try it. This is black tea from Ceylon. Uncle Sergei said you like it when he wrote to me. This father was still quite concerned about where his eldest son went. Especially, this was in Russia. I'm very busy. After this is done, I have to go to Smolensk to take up my post, so I won't have that much time to take care of these things. Someone will come from Petersburg by then, so just do what you should do. That makes sense. After he chatted with Vasily for a while, Prince Sergei Menshikov came back from his walk. "Sir, this is my cousin Mikhail, the son of my uncle Sergei. Ah, that's the boy who is by the emperor's side and has a promising future. Well, he looks good." The prince was still wearing a wig. He was more curious about Solovyov's hair, which he knew was real. "You still have your hair, Miss Ha?" "Yes, but it's time to cut it off when we go to Smolensk. As for the hair, after it is cut, Solovyov will leave this neither long nor short braid to Lowissa. This hair looks good. Why do you want to cut it?" "Because the latest regulations require it, so I have to cut my hair too." "Yes, you are a soldier, and it's not the same era as my father now." They chatted for a while in the courtyard, mainly about what had happened recently in Moscow and St. Petersburg. Such meaningless conversations were more common in the salons in St. Petersburg. This is also a political barometer. "I just returned to Moscow recently, and my son will return to the court to serve next year. In your opinion, which one is better, the guards, diplomats, or court attendants?" "If it is my personal opinion, Sergei Alexandrovich, the tasks that diplomats have to undertake at this stage are very heavy, which is not suitable for novices. Moreover, our diplomats will inevitably be influenced by some foreign friends when they are abroad. In the court, it is relatively idle, and the guards are not like the time of Emperor Paul. But you were a battalion commander in the Putin regiment when Emperor Paul was in power. The service requirements at that time were very high, and it is actually the same now, and you have to bear a lot of responsibilities." Solovyov's goal was to let Alexander Sergeyevich Menshikov go to the inner court, so as to avoid him from entering the army. No matter in the army or the navy, this person's market is not very good. But he didn't know that this Menshikov went to the guards from the inner court, and his resume, when he was a middle and lower level officer, was also quite outstanding. But he was not suitable for the higher position. He served as an aide-de-camp to the Tsar, and then went to the navy during Nicholas's time. Then, this person's suppression of technology due to personal grudges would also cause huge troubles. And his title was there. Even if Solovyov held a high position in the future, he would probably have to fight with him. However, there was also a vicious rumor that his biological father was the Swedish general who slept with Arkady Suvorov's ex-fiancée. Although this was nonsense, in Russia, rumor mongering was a daily routine. For example, some fathers in the subspace often appeared. "It's better to go to the inner court. If you go to the guards, you will be transferred again. If I entrust the Volkonsky family, it may be more troublesome." The prince's conversation was not like a typical member of the Menshikov family, but a foreigner's posture. Although he spoke Russian and even some local dialect, it was in line with his origin. After all, Alexander Danilovich was born in a humble family. This was only the third generation, so it was not surprising to say such words. As for the Volkonsky he mentioned, it was actually General Peter Volkonsky, the nephew of the old commander Solovyov, and Alexander's aide-de-camp and senior staff member. Solovyov actually didn't want to have a close relationship with the Menshikov family. After all, this family always had strange things happen, and he was already in St. Petersburg, which was still a little distant from the nobles in Moscow. In addition, the Menshikov family was not the kind of family that would warmly entertain guests, so the farther away from here, the better. This meeting was just like that, and cousin Vasily did remind him of some small things. "Mishap, I understand your thoughts. You don't want to have too much to do with this place. If the people that Uncle Sergei knows can still help you, then this is not the case here. You have to remember that the masters and young masters that our family has served for 3 generations are all the most loyal thieves of the emperor, not just the first generation of princes." "I know, so I have to go back to Moscow. The journey is short, and it is not suitable to stay here for a long time." "I won't keep you here. Go to Karlaya. His wife is good at cooking. You are closer cousins. Did you go to his house before you came?" "I did. To be honest, our family has always been prosperous. Speaking of which, the two oldest brothers of the four Solovyov brothers have no descendants, and one of them has even remained unmarried for life, so the remaining two brothers have a special interest in increasing the population of the family. It is precisely because of this that the descendants of Fyodor, who has no title, are ridiculously large. Although the branch where Solovyov belongs has many people, it is not as numerous and powerful as this. Then, their status was not high yet. They were always doing the work of manor housekeepers, but they were more senior in managing money. Fyodor was in charge of the inner house, and he didn't teach his children much. Vasily himself, the woman he married now, also gave birth to 8 sons for him, and this sister-in-law is still pregnant. Before leaving the Menshikov family, Solovyov also visited these nephews and nieces. Speaking of which, if the conscription office came, they would cry. They are all good materials. But it is hard to say whether their ambitions are here. After all, only Sergei and Mikhail can really get medals from the Tsar. The rest of the people have no military rank higher than captain, and they all retired and went home. Mishap, if you come to Moscow again, please write me a letter. I know, Vasya. But can I come to Moscow? Who knows? Vasily fed his horse and sent him away from this luxurious manor. As for how luxurious it is, a manor that was often uninhabited. After Sergei Menshikov bought it in 1783, he built a classical luxury palace after more than 10 years of construction. Anyone who saw it would be shocked by the extravagance of the manor owner. This is probably the consistent characteristic of the Menshikov family. Chapter 287, Count Rostov's Hospitality. If it is placed in Moscow, it is obviously not appropriate now. Moreover, Russia has 2 capitals. The key dramas are still in St. Petersburg in this era, while Moscow is a stage for some old nobles. Speaking of which, there are many nobles who did not enjoy the treatment of the whole family even after the revolution. The main unlucky ones are the Russian royal family, excluding a few with a better reputation, who participated in the assassination of the evil monk, and those whose fathers ran away and left their children here. And Solovyov knew long ago that Kropotkin was actually a nobleman, the kind with a very high status, and even had a big house on Arbut Street. But he was just passing by, and the time in Moscow was almost up, and he spent the whole August. Count Bobulinsky was going to the manor in Tula. On this way, he could only take his entourage and hire a car from Moscow to Ryazan. Fortunately, this section of the road is not far. Ryazan is indeed close to Moscow, from the perspective of a country with a vast territory like Russia. But this section of the road is also very long, especially when passing through some villages and towns directly under the jurisdiction of Moscow on the road. You can feel that this place is not small. Russia is really big, boss. Yeah, Belzoni, you can still use your strengths here, unlike in Italy, where the Franks and Alemanni are fighting all day long. When many Russians see themselves as the third Rome, they will feel that some countries are indeed transformed from barbarians. They don't consider their own barbarian attributes. But Solovyov also knows that his sister's best friends in the girls' school, except for Lazareva, are the 2 children of the Komnenos family. In this era, it is really strange to see the living descendants of the Eastern Roman royal family. That was after the fall of Constantinople. The Komnenos family ran everywhere and established their own countries in Epirus and Trebizond, but they were too far away from Constantinople. Only the nearby Nicaea Empire finally recovered Rome and then began a long and weak rule. Boss, it seems that you have a lot of resentment towards those Alemanni people. It's like this. When we were marching in Italy, their supplies were always short of weight. The ones who helped us the most were the Austrian cavalry. Apart from this, there is nothing to say. I think you also hope that Italy is an independent entity, right? I'm not that interested in politics. I just want to make more money. Your point is very good. If you don't have power, but are interested in politics, it really doesn't make any sense. Look, it's in front. This is our family's manor. I haven't seen it for nearly 10 years. By the way, the last time he came back was the original Solovyov. As for the situation in the manor, it is indeed very comfortable, but although the main building is solid, it looks a little shabby on the surface. Boss, your father made so much money, but he didn't know how to paint the walls. This house is habitable, and it looks like this from the outside. It's very solid inside. You'll know once you go in. The reason is actually very simple. When this manor was built, it was originally an annex to Prince Menshikov's huge manor, where his minions lived. Now most of it has been nationalized. The Solovyov family was lucky. Their house in Ryazan was just outside the confiscation area. Therefore, they were able to keep the manor, as well as the lumber mill and brewery here. After entering the interior, Belzoni was quite surprised. Sure enough, all the good things are inside. Whose portrait is this? It's Queen Anna. We all call her the local rich man of Courland. To be honest, her taste is really bad. Obviously, the Solovyov family often complained about Queen Anna. Ivan V's branch finally messed up everything and triggered a coup. What's worse is Queen Anna's bad taste and her gossip. In fact, among the Russian empresses, only Elizabeth Petrovna and Catherine II were okay. One of the former was a puppet of Menshikov, and the other was also at a low level. In the world, perhaps only the rank of Marshal of Tsarist Russia was filled with nobles, making this highest rank look like a dud. Letting Rouen and Suvorov join this rank effectively raised the average age and increased the value of the Russian Imperial Army Marshal. Master, you're back. Ah, Uncle Sergei, are you feeling good here? After the master, the mistress and the eldest daughter left, this place has been left to us to take care of. Arrange the rooms. This Mr. Belzoni is the engineer I hired, and Adela is the maid I hired in Paris. Let them all live well. Master, when will the master come back? There are too many things to do in St. Petersburg. Hasn't our family always been the broker for the masters? Yes, master. The master also wrote to say that the mistress has added a young master and a young lady to the family. Well, maybe my father will come back next year. This place can't be left unattended all the time. And we have to build a new factory next to the brewery. I have to discuss this with the local noble leaders. Master, are you talking about Count Ilya Rostov? Although he already knew it, Solovyov still wanted to confirm it. I heard about the Count in Moscow. He is a good man who often entertains guests. How many children does he have? 4, 2 sons and 2 daughters. By the way, the Count has visited us before. Oh. Solovyov still needs to get intelligence and find out the situation of Count Rostov's family. He doesn't work here by relying on a book or knowing history. This master is really a good man. He is very concerned about the masters of various families who are not at home. He also hopes that the masters or young masters can come to his house to attend the banquet. He even has the latest banquet invitation. At this point, the uncle handed a new invitation to Solovyov. It's interesting that the Count even thought of inviting nobles like us who are often away from home. Speaking of which, in terms of title, Count Rostov's level is higher, and in terms of personal status, local noble leaders are also worth making friends with, especially such kind-hearted noble masters, who are relatively rare. It will be 2 days later, but it's not too far. Solovyov saw the place written on it, which was between Mikhailovsky and Ryazan, and their family was in the southernmost part of Ryazan province. On the way back, they passed by there. Uncle, prepare the carriage, we still have to go there. I just don't know what their family's requirements are for guests. Obviously, Solovyov had a small problem. That is, when he went out to eat, he always liked to bring his entourage with him, even servants. Well, it doesn't matter, even servants and serfs will go. Their family will also warmly entertain them. They are really a good family. Of course, this kind of family is also prone to doing things based on their own enthusiasm, and sometimes they can't tell good from bad. But it's only when you go to Count Rostov's house that you can see the real situation. And Count Rostov's reception is also very famous in Ryazan province, and even high-ranking officials often visit. Shishkov had been serving in the army during Paul's time. He became a general in 1800. Later, he was dismissed from his post and returned to his hometown of Ryazan because of untidy clothes, but he also encountered problems. For a nobleman, he sent a petition to Alexander, hoping that he could hold a public office because of his poor economic situation and his desire to serve in a public office. So he became a high-ranking official. Solovyov did not expect that a retired general could serve as a high-ranking official by writing a petition. The reason for being approved by Alexander was probably related to the punishment he received during Paul's time. Sometimes you really can't guess Russia with common sense. When Solovyov came to Count Rostov's estate, he also saw the carriage of the high-ranking official himself. Hello, I'm Baron Mikhail Solovyov, the eldest son of Baron Sergei, the current commander of the Selench regiment and aide to the governor of Smolensk. Ah, you are the son of the Baron of Lanenburg, young master. Welcome here. If you want to see our master, he is in the living room. As for the characteristics of Count Rostov, he has white hair, a fat body, and looks old but kind. Hello, Ilya Andreevich. Solovyov's clothes are easy to recognize, and it is rare for a young officer in Ryazan province to wear 3 medals. He also has a medal issued by the Kingdom of Sardinia, which makes it easy to identify. You must be Mishap, the son of Sergei Osipovich. Although I have never met him, I know you are a wonderful person when I see you. Am I famous in the province? You are still very promising. You have become the head of a regiment at a young age. I think you will have a bright future. But when we come here, we just live happily and enjoy the banquet. Thank you, but I think. Are you Mikhail Solovyov, who used to be an attendant to the emperor? As for the high-ranking official here, in terms of status, among the nobles around him, only Count Rostov, as the leader of the nobles, does not need to salute him. This high-ranking official was dismissed. Solovyov had heard about it when he was with Tsar Paul. When he was the head of the 19th Chasseur Regiment, he was inexplicably punished by the Tsar himself. His tone did not seem to be friendly to him. The reason for his lack of hostility was probably because he was also Alexander's attendant adjutant before. If he wrote a petition with this identity, he would still be able to make the high-ranking official drink a pot. After all, the poor nobles who served in local positions would more or less aim to make money, and they have always been performing traditional Russian dramas. Yes, sir. As long as you see his shoulder straps, you can know that the Russian rank table is still relatively convenient for knowing others, including those unlucky little civil servants. However, Solovyov is calculated according to the civil service level. He is not a perennial 9th class civil servant or a small civil servant, so he will not be scared. Instead, the Tsar will be more afraid of this young officer who came from the side of the Tsar himself. Your family is in Lanenburg, but you often live in St. Petersburg. Yes, because of my job and my father's business in St. Petersburg. Well, everyone has heard that the Solovyov family is reliable as a housekeeper, but cunning as a businessman. It seems that everyone knows that our family is a profiteer. This is not funny, sir. Yes, you must have something to do when you return to Ryazan. We need to build a pen factory and a canning factory. The former is Count Bobulinski's business, and my father is the manager. The canning factory is entirely for military supplies, which is good here in Ryazan. We don't need to speak French like in St. Petersburg and Moscow. So, what are the main products of this military supplies factory? Manufacture food that can be stored for a long time, place it in glass jars or iron cans, and supply it to the frontline troops. In this way, we don't need the Austrians to provide us with supplies, and we can carry a lot on our carts. Speaking of which, the Russian army is still very impressed with Austria's usual behavior as a pig teammate. That's a good thing, but where should it be built? I think it's more suitable in Lanenburg. It's more convenient to recruit people there, and it's close to the county town. Well, that's indeed convenient for management. You can find your own relatives and housekeepers to supervise. It's indeed a good thing, Dmitry Semyonovich, so you don't have to worry about the army supplies. You know my son is going to the hussars now. It's always not easy for soldiers to go out. No wonder there are always people who envy the artillery. The reason is that homemade food can be carried on the artillery carriage. Going to the hussars, your son? Yes, my son Nikolai is going to the army. He is 19 years old this year, so he should be younger than you. Speaking of it, it can be matched. It is indeed Count Rostov's family. However, his children are not in the living room at the moment, and the protagonists of this banquet should not be them. More, it is still a reception for nobles. Local nobles all came to Count Rostov's manor for socializing. It's just that entertaining guests like this often will always face financial problems, but the Count is hospitable by nature, and doesn't care much about this, so he can only let him do it. This family is all good people, but they always like to do things according to their own interests, which is indeed more troublesome. Chapter 288, fun at a happy banquet is an HBO tradition, not here. When the dishes were about to be served, Solovyov also noticed the long table in Rostov's house and the tableau on it. With the financial resources of a local earl, the pump was so luxurious, even more than some Moscow nobles. Of course, we must also take into account the status of Count Rostov, which must be matched, but with his financial ability, it must be gradually declining. Even if the family is good, it will not be able to maintain such pump when the daily income is limited. Of course, it is not obvious now. Guests also sat down at this long table one after another. Count Rostov was indeed hospitable. He also asked the waiter to wait in the back to serve the dishes. Solovyov saw that the more common of these dishes was grouse. Speaking of grouse, it has to be said that, however, donkey meat is not popular in Ryazan at present. It is probably because Count Bobulinski pays more attention to the coastal market. There is only one hotel in Moscow in the hinterland of Russia, so it has not had much impact on Ryazan. But the idea of making a donkey feast at Count Rostov's table was quite evil. Because he had been an aide-de-camp to the Tsar, Count Rostov asked him to sit closer. Of course, this table was not in Moscow, so there were no such things. Mishap, I heard that you have been to Paris before. How is it there? Speaking of which, Paris is not very good. When I was there, a lot of things happened, mainly the conspiracy against Napoleon. Before I left Paris, all kinds of rumors had already spread on the streets there. Louis XVIII has never been selfish. In general, the revolution is like a scalpel directly removing the diseased parts of the internal organs. The contradictions in France are so sharp that this kind of thing is bound to happen, but it is a bargain for the British. It sounds strange. Solovyov usually likes to dig holes for Britain. As for the support for the French Revolution, the situation in Russia is different. What about Russia? Sir, I think the emperor will have his own ideas. What Russia needs to do now is to dismantle the dangerous bombs one by one, step by step. Once the revolution occurs, it will be extremely violent. At this time, it may benefit the powerful enemies around us, or even the Turks who cannot defeat us. After hearing this, the senior official did not say more. Anyway, this person's attitude is similar to that of the Tsar himself. He wants to reform gradually, but Russia does not need a revolution now. And Solovyov's true thoughts will not be told to outsiders. He believes that the revolutionary groups in Russia are not mature. Such a revolution will only see rivers of blood, not the expected results. Of course, the revolutionary actions have become more or less a flood and beast under the propaganda of the British. They have always been like this. They regard all countries that threaten their status as enemies. Now it is France. After defeating France, it will be Russia. No matter how Prussia and Austria are strengthened, they will not threaten the British in 50 years. If there is no enemy, they will create one. However, the British will also miss the time. After several generations of big game in Central Asia, the British themselves finally think that they are a move behind. This was the result of Britain's attack on Russia at the doorstep of Crimea, but it was 50 years later. Speaking of Crimea, Solovyov had many connections with Crimea. His stepmother and father met there. Lowissa often lived in the Tavrid Palace. The title of Prince Vasily Dolgorukov's father was Prince Krimsky to commemorate his contribution in the Crimean War. He himself was also considering going to Tavrid province to take a look. If there was a chance in the future, he could also serve there. But it also depends on luck. Alexander wanted him to go to Smolensk, and he still had to strengthen his armaments. Once the war with France broke out, the army departing from the Russian hinterland had two main directions to go. On the one hand, it would advance along the Baltic Sea, and on the other hand, it would be the route of Suvorov's last expedition. Obviously, he was more familiar with the latter. General Apraksin did not participate in the expedition, so going to him could also play a role. After the banquet, there were still treats, and Count Rostov was also interested in introducing his family to friends who came to his manor for the first time. Nikolai obviously had some respect for Solovyov. After all, he was from the Guards. Apart from the early recommendation letters, he was promoted by noble people. Mikhail, you are also our role model. But I have always been an infantryman, and you are a hussar. It's not the same. I also have friends who are hussars. They are very impressive when riding on horses. If the family is not well off, I'm afraid they will be stretched to the limit in terms of daily expenses. Well, his perspective is always rather peculiar. Petar was still very young, but he came over and stood at attention in front of Solovyov and then saluted. This child has been likable since he was a child, and Solovyov even saluted him back. But my brother Petar is not in the military. My father said that it is enough to have one soldier in the family, and he wants him to study more. He is still young now. When he is 13 or 14 years old, he will definitely join the army, and you can't stop him. Nicholas also nodded in agreement, and then he began to introduce his two sisters and Sonia. Vera and Natasha, my sisters, and Sonia, we. What is your relationship? This is my cousin. In fact, Sonia's ending was not good. It was all caused by the dowry, and the Rostov family had already declined before the war. If Nicholas hadn't been lucky enough to meet Maria and run the estate with his wife to turn things around, it would have been just another declining noble family. And in the current situation in Russia, if you have enough bullets and have more sons with your wife, the children will have titles from birth, and they may even have more princes than counts. After all, some families have many children and can still raise them. I understand, Nikolay, but when you go to the hussars, will you bring a pistol? Of course I will. I like revolvers very much. It seems that you invented them. Even our regiment commander suggested that officers buy carbines produced in Izhevsk at their own expense. Then the hussars will become the French hunting cavalry? I think it makes sense, so I bought one too. Then you have to choose a good horse to ride, which can bear the weight of you and your weapons. But sometimes even officers of the infantry don't ride horses on the battlefield. It must be hard for you to travel. Yes, Nikolay is a good person. Among the Rostov family, he has the most normal brain, but he is always betrayed by his friends. But he also has a sincere friend, Denisov. As for Natasha, who is still young, she is lively and cute, but not very beautiful. For children of this age, physical growth may be more important. Who knows what she will look like in the future. As for Vera, she seems to have no sense of existence. Solovyov has no impression of her at all. To be honest, the dowry for her was a large sum of money, and it almost put the old count in a financial crisis. After all, this family was a respectable family in Ryazan, and Count Rostov was the leader of the nobles in the province, so it was inevitable that they would be ostentatious. Anyway, I'm glad to meet you here. To be honest, my sister Yulia is about the same age as Natasha, and there are younger brothers and sisters. The reason for this is that my father remarried and married my stepmother, but it would be awkward to call her mother, as she is only 5 years older than me. So how do you call her? Vera. It's more convenient to call each other by name, but with brothers and sisters, that's another matter. To be honest, Vera seemed to be a little reckless like Natasha, but her luck was not bad. A German officer serving in Russia proposed to her. As for which state he was from, it was indeed more complicated. When dancing, it was obvious that Polish music was also popular here, but Solovyov didn't plan to go on stage to dance. He went to Count Rostov and prepared to continue talking about some serious matters. The Count agreed with his idea. The senior official was appointed by Alexander. He would only obey the orders of the Tsar unconditionally. If he opened a letter and could only read the beginning and then burst into tears, it would not be strange. After all, in Russia, such chameleons are not rare from top to bottom, but a wonderful subject of satire. You have to build a factory. From now on, you have to work even in winter. I think it will be completed in spring. So it has to be divided into two parts, Ilya Andreevich. One part is the construction of the factory building, and the other part is to find a suitable place to make samples. If it is a fountain pen factory, it is relatively simple. However, to build a canning factory for military supplies, you also need to cooperate with a glass factory that makes glass bottles and a tinplate canning factory. These all need to form a chain. If canning cannot be done in the form of a factory, you can also set up a handicraft workshop. The number of cans that one person can make per day is only a few dozen, so you need a skilled blacksmith. I understand. You can make a list for me. The senior officials only need to approve it, but if you want to do things, you still need to find all parties, including taking care of those small civil servants. The current 9th rank civil servants will not do anything without money. Even if there is an imperial edict, there is still a way. Although the old count prefers to have fun, he still has some rules when it comes to serious matters. The problem of these bureaucrats is not only in Russia. Since the day when officials were established, there has always been bureaucracy. If they want to mess up something, it is also easy for them to mess it up. Thank you. Now these things are all on the verge of happening. Do you have Tatar relatives? No. Your statement is either Tatar or it must have something to do with the kitten. They call themselves the Central Kingdom, and they have a long history and the inheritance of civilization has continued. You must know a lot about this. Yes, but Oriental studies is a very profound subject. Research on China is only part of it. It also involves the surrounding civilizations. If this project is taken seriously, it is a very large-scale system. The Kazan Imperial University, established in 1804, which later became Kazan University, has research in this area. If you hadn't joined the army, you would have achieved something in your studies. That's difficult, Ilir and Revich. I can only translate some literary works, which is my limit. Ah, that must be very interesting. Although the old count himself didn't read much, he was still willing to get some interesting books for the children. But what Solovyov had to do this winter was he going to tell stories on the banks of the Don River? After all, Watermargin had a strong sense of deja vu for those Cossacks. And after the show, Solovyov had to stay here. After all, it was still a long way from Lannenberg to Ryazan city, and he had to rush back the next morning. That night, Nikolai came to chat with him all night. Anyway, he had to go back the next day and sleep in the carriage. Solovyov also chatted with the enthusiastic Nikolai a lot. But the Rostovs were so big-hearted, and it was really outrageous. If you think it's appropriate, Nikolai, you should do it. I believe in you. Thank you, Mikhail, but I've always been curious, why don't you grow a beard? You mean a small mustache like yours? That's it. Nikolai twisted his beard with his hands, and the mustache was trimmed well. I think I'd better forget it. My hair is not heavy enough to grow a small mustache. I had to shave it off. This way my face looks neat. In addition, beards are not very popular in St. Petersburg. What's more, the early Romans did not grow beards. The statues with big beards are all from the Roman Empire. Russia calls itself the Third Rome, and there is also Peter the Great who likes to cut his beard. Russian men's chins are still very clean now. After chatting with Nikolai for a while, he couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't rest very well in Moscow, and he worked non-stop after returning. As a result, he overslept that day and got up at almost noon. He was even able to catch the Rostovs' lunch. However, during this trip to the Rostovs' house, Solovyov did make a friend named Nikolai, although the threshold to becoming his friend was relatively low. Chapter 289. Canning still requires steam power. Lannenberg is located at the southernmost part of the entire Ryazan province, closer to Lipetsk and Tambov. In fact, it is closer to the source of raw materials. The climate here is warmer than Moscow, and of course it is also an important agricultural area. In this era, Russia's existing industry is still relatively scattered. That is, Russia is too large, and when they built factories, they were operating in a barbaric manner that was visible to the naked eye. Before the Yakovlev family in the Ural took over the factories established with the approval of Peter the Great, they were grateful that they could produce qualified cannons here. Solovyov heard this from Prince Peter Dolgorukov, who is now retired at home, and he did hear this voice when he visited his Tiller estate. Mishap, when I was in charge of the Tiller arsenal, the troubles you brought me were minor. Why do you say I brought minor troubles? Those rifles of yours are rifled, but it is relatively easy to modify them. As long as the barrel and the breech loading device are completed, the main part of the gun is completed. But the task the emperor gave to the Tiller arsenal is that people really have forearms, which is probably difficult to complete. But the gap comes from the fact that the Russian army's weapons are not standardized. Fortunately, when the line infantry using smoothbore rifles use projectiles to shoot, it is just like that. Sometimes they have to issue lead blocks to make their own. If the British, French, Austrian, Prussian, and even Spanish rifles in the hands of hundreds of thousands of Russian troops are replaced with Russian standard weapons, and the old guns made before are eliminated, the workload is too large. Even if the four of them, father and son, are highly valued by 2 generations of Tsars, they still cannot do this job. Are you talking about the plan to replace the tiller rifle? Yes, the new director of the tiller arsenal will probably have a headache about this matter. Having said that, old Prince Peter relaxed and started to make tea. You won't spend the winter in Lannenberg, will you? My son Peter wrote to me saying that you will take up the post in Smolensk and work under Apraksin. Yes, you are right. It's a good job there. Compared with his father, Apraksin is very lenient to his subordinates. You can be very diligent in front of Emperor Paul, so there will be nothing wrong with working for him. But I still have a lot of things to do. When I return to Lannenberg, I have already planned to build a munitions factory there. I'm going to present a memorial to the emperor through the senior official Shishkov and the representative of the nobility, Count Ilya Rostov. Are you using your own site? No, it's the land of the former manor of Prince Menshikov. It is a state-owned land and we need to send people from St. Petersburg or Moscow to manage it directly. Ah, that's good. But you don't want me to get out of retirement, do you? I'm old and I don't have the energy to keep up. The future belongs to you young people. When he said this, the old Prince Peter probably didn't have a wrench or something in his pocket, and although his facial expression was serious, there were some changes. No, of course you can live your retirement life with peace of mind, and by the way, complete your memoirs of your battles in Greece, when you were young. Yes, I went to the Peloponnese as a volunteer at that time, fought for several years, and couldn't do anything for my old Greek friends. Most of them are still under the rule of the Turks, but my old friends still remember me. When they see my son Miskab, they can still recall the time when we fought side by side. I think I can't let them down. I can't do anything for them anymore, so I wrote down our experience of fighting together. Your memories may be very valuable. Does the emperor intend to take action against the Turks? A great noble like the old Prince Peter is more or less idealistic. Otherwise when he was young, he would not have gone to Greece to fight with some noble youths and volunteers. There is no accurate information at the moment. When I went abroad on staff trips and served as a military attaché, I also went through Northern Europe. What is more dangerous now is a dispute between France and Britain, which may involve us. Well, you have to select a site for the munitions factory in Lannenberg. Once it is built, I'm afraid it will take until next summer to start production. Therefore, I thought that the canning factory should refer to the tiller arsenal's approach and use steam power. Ah, good idea, but what are you going to use it for? Make iron cans. If they are glass bottles, they can be placed elsewhere. This way, an assembly line can be formed to bring together all materials from 2 directions. From Tambov, Voronezh and Lipetsk come grain, fruit and meat. From Penza come glass jars, plus iron cans produced by local canning factories. Solovyov laid out his plan. It was obvious that he also wanted to follow this line north to Moscow, the transportation hub, and then transport them to the garrisons in various places along the Smolensk road and the St. Petersburg road. As for transportation to the south, it can be sent to Tsaritsyn along the Volga River, and then to the Sea of Azov along the canal, and the supplies can be sent directly to Kerch. In this way, after being transported by the Black Sea Fleet, it can be quickly transported to the west side of the Caucasus Mountains, where the Russian garrison will have a long-term battle with the army of the Persian Empire. Small-scale conflicts broke out in 1803, and now the Russian army has gradually mobilized some combat troops to the Caucasus Mountains. However, this war is fragmented, there are not many large-scale battles, and it is difficult for the troops of both sides in the Caucasus Mountains to deploy. After 10 years of war, the final results are not very great. You must know that Russia's national policy in the past was to go south all the time. This was done during the reigns of Peter the Great and the Empress. Fighting with European countries is a thankless task. If you fight with the Qing dynasty, the distance is too far, and the supply line is also long. Before Muravyov took action, few people really knew how much this opponent weighed, and the land investment obtained was far greater than the output, which has always been a huge trouble. The war against Persia needed supplies the most, and the Shah of Persia did things without considering the consequences, which led Russia to want to take action against this neighbor several times. In the end, if other battlefields had not attracted attention, an area in Iran Russia might have emerged. Speaking of which, in the history of Central Asia and India, the Scythians have repeatedly picked up leaks and established many countries. Although Russia actually developed from the Slavs near the Vistula River, they are always said to be descendants of the Scythians. After all, the land under their feet is the original territory of the Scythians. And if Russia goes south, this region will actually face fewer obstacles. The reason is that British ships can enter the Persian Gulf, but they cannot go ashore. This is why Russia has always maintained a certain influence on the northern region of Persia, even after its strength has declined. But the situation in Europe has turned everyone's attention to this side. For Russia, it is indeed necessary to prepare for war in peacetime, and their logistics system needs to be upgraded even more than their weapons system. Solovyov built only a canning factory for military supplies. In addition to this factory, Alexander's edict also mentioned that Russia's military industry needed to be upgraded comprehensively, especially the upgrading of the industry and the large-scale introduction of steam power into mines. At this time, it had been nearly 40 years since the earliest steam engine in Russia's mines was put into operation, but so many factories and mines in Russia often still operated according to very backward production methods. Serfs were still used when mining, so it can be imagined that this was the catch the coal mines and dig coal promoted by European and American countries. In the generally more civilized period in the world, only the Japanese would catch, cheat, sneak attack, and then do unspeakable evil. After meeting Prince Peter, Solovyov met Count Bobulinski again in another manner in Tula. That's right, he had his own mines and manors in Tula and Ryazan, and in response to his nephew's call, he also began to prepare to generally adopt steam power in his mines and factories. He did have the capital. The property he inherited from his biological father, Count Gregory Orlov, was enough for him to replace a set of equipment for the factories and mines under his name, and then buy another set to keep as a backup. It is conceivable how rich the five Orlov brothers were when they were in power. The scale of the property just from the Empress's reward was already astonishing. How does it feel to be home? Very good, but if you want to lay rails in the coal mine, you can only use horse-drawn carriages for transportation now. Our steam locomotives are not ready yet. Those Scottish engineers are currently in Lysychansk and Donetsk. The mines there are obviously of better quality, but our demand for steam engines is obviously more urgent. The mining methods of many mines are still the same as before. Are you anxious too? I have rubles now, but I can't spend them. Indeed, he was already rich enough before anyone gave him rubles. But you also have to consider that the factories around Lugansk, especially the iron foundries and mines, are all run by the British. Count Vorontsov has a good relationship with the British, and most of these engineers are directly hired from there. Moreover, at this time, Count Bobulinski cannot put on the airs of imperial uncle. He has always been low-key and will not cause trouble to his brothers and nephews. This is also the reason why his family has been able to maintain its wealth. Count Vorontsov is indeed pro-British, and he has arranged to live in Britain after retirement instead of returning to Russia. It's like some people go to Europe when they have made enough money. This kind of thing always happens in Russia. As for land relations, they don't care. Many nobles are like this. When Count Bobulinski was young, he had enough fun in Europe. Instead, he was more nostalgic for the land of Russia. The climate here is actually not bad, but it will make people feel suffocated in winter. After all, finding a place to spend the winter and not being able to hunt in winter will be quite a headache. Your idea is very good, mishap, but can you find some helpers? I don't have any idea. Solovyov shrugged helplessly when he heard the Count's question. When I was about to take London, Britain declared war on France and blockaded the English Channel. I had no way to contact Count Vorontsov directly when I was in Paris. When I came back from the West Indies, most of the British engineers and technical workers had already set off. But if your coal mine needs to introduce a mining steam engine, I think Mr. Gascoigne should help. The biggest advantage of making friends with you is that the Emperor will be very clear about your every move. Although Count Bobulinski was absurd when he was young, he was very well behaved after returning to his country, so he had a good reputation. As for his wife, she was also very popular in St. Petersburg, which made up for his early ratings. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Mishap. I don't like the British either, but it's different from you. When they declared war at that time, they really destroyed the peace in Europe. But the King of England only thought it was a peace experiment. Although he often went crazy, few British people really wanted peace. George III didn't think peace would last long, and the cabinet's approach was to make the relationship between Britain and France very bad, and finally it was out of control. War can sometimes make people rich, but the expenses are also huge. If the military salaries can't be paid, then morale will be low. During your time in Tula, who else didn't you visit? Count Bobulinski brought the topic back, and Solovyov remembered that he hadn't visited Prince Nikolai Volkonsky yet. As for his family's manor, Yasnaya Polyana, it was Tolstoy's home in the future, from birth to final destination. And Solovyov's own home was near his final station, which was indeed a coincidence. I think I should go there. Without Prince Nicholas's letter of recommendation, I would not have taken this fast track. You rely more on your own ability, Mishap. If you gave this recommendation to someone else, you might still be an adjutant now. Adjutants are considered to have no future recently, but I've been an adjutant half of the time. Your adjutant is not quite the same as other adjutants. The count said this, and the two laughed. If someone else were in Solovyov's position, he would not have accomplished any serious work, but would have done a lot of ridiculous things, even more than he already had. Chapter 290. Solovyov takes office in Smolensk. After this trip to Tula, Nikolai Volkonsky was left empty-handed. He had just gone to Moscow with his daughter Maria. It seemed that he planned to spend the winter there this year, and would not appear in the countryside. Therefore, Solovyov returned to Lannenberg first, made a basic plan for the construction of the cannery, and entrusted his cousin Nikolai to handle the specific matters. If it was passed through someone else's hands, he would not even know where a lot of expenses were missing in the middle. The days in Ryazan were probably like this. For him, time was still very important. After all, he was going to Smolensk to take office, and there were many things to do in the local area. After all, what he could not mention was that in 1812, the French would come from Vitebsk and Smolensk. The biggest feature of the prophet is that what he said is not easy to be believed. This is the case in Greek mythology, so he also had to complete some tasks in Smolensk according to orders, including some specific projects such as the textile factory built locally. At that time, it is estimated that it will be burned down by fire, but the destructive power should be less than that of Pugachev's uprising. Although he liberated the serfs, his way of playing directly deindustrialized many parts of Russia, which was unreasonable. In the end, his failure was inevitable. After all, he became a bandit out of habit when fighting. As for this journey, he didn't even have to go to Moscow. He went directly to Mikhailov County and turned onto the main road, and he could go west from Tula to Smolensk. There are many old forests on this road, so some people will see old oak trees, but he came in autumn. If he has some feelings, it is probably because of the solemn atmosphere and the coming of war. There is no time to delay. From the beginning of his tenure, he must properly supplement the garrison in the Smolensk governor's district and the local regiments as the source of troops. In addition, the troops dispatched from Moscow and St. Petersburg must pass through this important transportation hub and repair the road in advance, especially in the muddy season of autumn rain, and the muddy ground caused by the melting of ice and snow in spring. These are the characteristics of the East European plains, and must be tasted. Therefore, his journey to Smolensk was not smooth. Even so, he still arrived at the Smolensk base. You came at the right time. Just as we sat here, the rain outside got heavier. It happened that Andrei was going to take Lisa back to see his father. They wanted to go back to Tangshan, but in this kind of weather, they had no choice but to stay in the city first. But you live in the barracks of my regiment, Andrei. Isn't that a bit unfair to Lisa? No, it doesn't matter, Mikhail. Your place is very clean. It's better than the inn we stayed in Veliki Luki. Maybe, but it's only the officers' living quarters that are better. The barracks of our regiment are built separately, and are quite different from other places. Yes, the guards use palaces or large official residences that have been nationalized as barracks, and it's rare to rebuild a barracks like this. Probably the Selench regiment came from Siberia, and all the local barracks were used up, so it became like this. The two-story house, where the regiment commander lives, was left to the previous commander by the hussars. But it's not bad here, Andrei. If you become an officer in the regiment, I will accompany you to the garrison. Lisa looks like Natasha, and she grew up in a social environment, and is a little frivolous, but she is a good girl, and will follow her husband to the ends of the earth. Lisa, you don't have to follow me down there to suffer. If I really go to the regiment, you can stay in St. Petersburg. The premise is that she is not pregnant. This is the case. Andrei is still adapting to the sweet life after his marriage. If there is a problem in the relationship between the couple at this time, the other party must have other intentions. Solovyov gave them the bedroom on the second floor and slept on the sofa in the reception room on the first floor. He even asked Adela to serve Lisa. The reason is simple. Although Lisa looks strong mentally, her body is very delicate. She felt tired after being here for a short time and really needed someone to serve her. The new Liwats did not bring any servants with them, only a coachman. Solovyov left Bilzoni in Lannenberg and only brought Adela here and sent the girl away. In the end, he still needs to solve the problem himself. He also recalled the divorce between Count von Palin, the son of the regicide, and his wife. It was when the cavalry regiment was stationed outside, and the couple broke up because of trivial matters. Cases like Andrei and Lisa were special. It was so special that Lisa, who grew up in the social scene, had some opinions about Andrei's indifference, but was still willing to accompany him. Solovyov thought so about this unfortunate young wife. Her slender figure might cost her life in the end, but there was no large hospital like St. Petersburg in Smolensk. Although the quality of doctors was okay, it still depended on the situation. If they went to the doctor's house, of course, given Lisa's current situation, she should not be pregnant yet, and there was still time to prepare. He was still very clear about this. He didn't know what Andrei's father would say about him when he went to Tangshan to visit him. Of course, the old duke's comments on women were always sharp, and he had lived in the country estate for a long time. He was not as resolute as he was in the army, but he had a lot of quirks. But he should still have some expectations for the young officer. The next morning, Solovyov got up very early because he had nothing to do the night before. The reception room on the first floor was just below the bedroom on the second floor. Andrei still took good care of Lisa and did not torment her during the journey. Solovyov thought so himself, and he felt that he seemed to be thinking wrongly. Maybe he was always thinking about this kind of thing, and he was almost assimilated by those reckless guards. It might not be a bad thing to stay in Smolensk for a while. It also helped him calm down and start writing at his desk. In addition to translation, there is also the submission of military regulations. He is concerned about the use of new equipment. If it is a Congreve rocket, this thing will not play any role now. What needs to be paid attention to is the combat of light infantry. Because of the use of new weapons, the Russian army will still have the opportunity to arrange the hunters into a wide line of skirmishers in mobile warfare in the future. In time, the tactical action of line infantry will still be outdated and will become a target for people to hit. However, due to the current weapons used by the chasseurs, most of them either have a low rate of fire or a limited production, and they cannot change the battlefield. Andrei, you should stay here today. Just now, the quartermaster of my regiment came to report to me that the road is very muddy now, and the carts carrying vegetables from the city are stuck there. You can wait for 2 or 3 days. I will ask the soldiers to start a new subject training. Of course, I will not let them use their bodies to fill the mud pits. What are you going to do? To the west of Smolensk, there are swamps in Belarus. If I prepare the logs and pave a temporary road, there should be no problem. It should be no problem for you to do this. I think there should be people doing this in the countryside. We are nobles, but we cannot be separated from civilians and serfs. If that happens, Russia will look like it is divided. I agree with your opinion that everyone has the right to freedom, but this is an institutional problem. The difference is whether it should be cut off all at once or in several stages. This is always a problem, Mikhail. You and Pierre have similar understandings of revolution, but you also agree with our point of view. To be precise, when Emperor Paul was still alive, a common view among the enlightened people in St. Petersburg was that these systems needed to be reformed slowly. A revolution would cause too much harm to Russia, and the current contradictions were not enough to trigger a revolution. The peasants in the countryside have not yet realized their power, and they are also unable to properly use their power. Although Solovyov said this, he still had some sense of propriety. Revolution would definitely not work in Russia now, and even reforms would face some embarrassing issues. Even after Paul was assassinated, the regime died, and Alexander began to make great strides on the road of liberalism, but some inherent problems were not solved. The peasants only heard about the 3-day edict, but they misinterpreted the content under various conditions, which was already a headache. Moreover, this is a common phenomenon worldwide. But Andrei and Solovyov were talking about political instability here, and it was obvious that Lisa could not keep up with them. It was also a bit embarrassing for her to sit here alone. Solovyov finally wanted to pull Lisa into the topic, so as not to make her a cute ornament. By the way, I've prepared some marinated meat. If it can be canned, it will be convenient to carry on long trips. Then, he forced the topic to be about food. However, Andrei might be more familiar with Smolensk than he was. After all, he was a local noble. His father, Nikolai Andreevich, bought Tangshan and opened up this manor. Although it is a little far from Smolensk, it is not far. You talk like you want to promote marinated donkey meat to the whole of Russia, Mikhail. That's not the case. When I get up in the morning, I also need some dishes to go with it. I'll let Adela do it. Then aren't you bullying a child? Let's do it together. Lisa's personality is really good, and there is no clear hierarchy. She wants to pull Adela to cook together. As for Andrei and Solovyov, the two of them can help on the side. By the way, when Lisa and Adela are there, they won't be embarrassed about what they talk about. I suggest you go to Bald Hills and meet my father. Nicholas Andreevich wants to see me. You are the last staff member brought by Alexander Vasilievich, and you are actually a disciple. He hopes that someone can pass on the military theory of the Grand Marshal. Of course, judging from the situation of Bagration or Miloradovich, both of them are relatively fierce on the battlefield, which only reflects one aspect of Suvorov. The mobility when using troops and the wisdom on the battlefield are relatively less. But I only learned the basic methods of training troops and the rapid mobility on the battlefield. I don't have time for other things. I just know what you have learned. We plan to live in Smolensk for a while. You can go to Bald Hills after a while. Okay. Speaking of which, Solovyov still has a lot of things to do. After he left Petersburg, he had no chance to take a break. But where are you going to spend the winter? Just come back to see my father. We will still go to Petersburg. It seems that the plot time is approaching. Another problem is that the third anti-French alliance is probably inevitable. Russia and Austria have become the main forces on the European battlefield. The British will still buy suitable thugs. It should be next year too. Yes, I'm afraid Lisa is not willing. After all, you just got married. Lisa is really good. Such a girl is different from the girls in the social scene in Petersburg. Andrei knew that he looked very serious, but he actually had a sense of humor, and it's just that he was too secretive, and ordinary people couldn't see it. What about you? Have you found a suitable one? Not yet. It's not appropriate to talk about Louisa's affairs. It seems that he will marry a palace maid in the future, which is also conducive to confidentiality. As for today's training, Solovyov also sent the soldiers out to pave the road. At this time, the log falling exercise may be a more suitable exercise for these soldiers. By the way, Solovyov was a Russian soldier who used his body to fill the road, so that artillery carts and baggage could pass through the muddy road. Although this was often voluntary, he could always think of the Prime Minister who liked other people's wives during the Battle of Red Cliffs. What he did was hard to describe. Therefore, he always believed that when marching, one should carry self-rescue logs. Now there are no tanks, and it is not very suitable for tanks, but it is very suitable for carriages. The training of the Selenge regiment started with logging. Even for these soldiers, after the new regiment commander came, this was still a very easy job, which was much better than the previous regiment commander. However, Solovyov's training method was still troublesome. Fortunately, he did not have the habit of hiding weapons on his body, otherwise a lot of them would fall out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. Go to Tangshan Manor. Major General Zubov did not interfere with the arrangement of military training. Even his military rank was only that of Major General. He was even more obscure. Compared with the Zubov family in St. Petersburg, they were probably closer in surname. Solovyov actually managed the Selenge regiment. In fact, it was not for anything else. Although the old Selenge regiment and the current Selenge regiment had no inheritance, the composition of the troops was highly consistent. The source of the soldiers was still the soldiers along the road of the Siberian settlements. Then, Solovyov felt that the world was still very wonderful. There were more brothers of the contractor in his regiment, including Tuvans, Buryats, Tatars, and mixed races. However, their Russian accents were also weird. There was nothing they could do about it. It was limited by the conditions. Master, you are so young, yet you are sitting in such a position. You should know that we have all traveled thousands of miles from our hometown to come here. At least you all know Russian, but what do you believe in? We still believe in Changshengshan, but there is no problem worshipping Christ with you. Well, this is no longer the original Tengri belief. Russia is the state religion of the Eastern Orthodox Church. It has not learned the Jesuit way of adapting to local customs, but it still respects local customs relatively. It is not like the Roman Catholic Church. It does not think that the Emperor of China, the King of Korea, and the generals of the shogunate will not accept their tricks. It is not like the small court of the Southern Ming dynasty who wrote a letter for help to beg for heavenly soldiers and the Catholic Church can control them. Solovyov did not interfere with their beliefs. If they could be equipped with a shaman or monk to accompany the army, it would not be impossible. After all, there are really comics in the Russian army, and those who return to the east are the target. But he also thought of a problem, that is, how good are these soldiers' shooting skills? What do you do in your hometown? Master, we are all hunters. Ah, no wonder. Solovyov was planning to organize them into the hunting company and use them as skirmishers, which was obviously correct. However, he was not sure if they would be used, and they all needed training. But before winter, there was no shooting training, and no bullets were issued, and he had no choice. You have to know that, based on the strength of a regiment, the money spent is often not affordable for the regiment leader, and they have to make money from it. This is actually a daily routine in Europe, especially in Prussia. This is already common in the old Prussian regiments. Even the problem that Tsar Paul found for Suvorov at that time included about 100,000 rubles of unclear military expenditure accounts. Even the Grand Marshal himself did not have this problem, which was a common phenomenon in the Russian army. He wanted to raise his own troops, but this would be very costly, and he would be transferred in the future, and the money problem would not be clear. This is not like when he was in the Guards. The army in front of the Tsar had a sufficient budget. Therefore, he could only increase the training of the chasseurs, but he was still waiting for the order from St. Petersburg. If the standard of shooting training can be improved every year, the combat effectiveness of this army can be raised to a higher level. Of course, in the battle between line infantry, it is inevitable that there will be funny scenes of two sides firing guns at the sky. Therefore, he also thought about making adjustments to make the soldiers' shooting more accurate. At this time, he also thought about asking General Apraksin for instructions in the name of testing, but the governor was not in the city recently. This piece can only be put aside for the time being. I told Andrei before that I would go to Tangshan Manor to visit his father, the old duke with a weird temper. Maybe I can hear some interesting things from him, so he decided to set off. Stachenko, what are you wrestling recently? Your Excellency, I'm just buying some pickled meat from the countryside. This stuff is durable in storage. If we sell it as frozen fish to other regiments, maybe we can make a profit. This guy learned very quickly and directly learned the frozen fish that he used to say when he was insulting others. So, Quartermaster Stachenko, what price are you going to give to other regiments for the frozen fish? It's just a few dollars more for each barrel. Of course, I'll only take a small commission, and the rest of the fees will be handed over to the regiment. I can't hide it from you. It's good that you know what you are doing. Can you use the money in your regiment's account To buy some good things for the brothers? They still have to eat well during the holidays. But carnival is still too far away, and winter is almost here. I don't know what you think. Let's talk about it then. I'm going to Tangshan's estate to visit Marshal Bokansky, who is unemployed at home. Several battalion commanders are not at home these days. You have to take good care of these people in the regiment. If they don't listen to you, you know what to do. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel, make them all stand on the playground, stuck to the ground like frozen fish. Stachenko. The quartermaster looked really funny. When the battalion commander Petrov returns, your mission will be lifted. Just hold on for a few days. But looking at him like this, he really couldn't hold on for too long. But going to Andrew's house was already on the agenda. His Orlov trotter had always stayed in St. Petersburg and had not been brought to Smolensk. But the regiment still had some good horses, so he picked one out and rode to Bald Hill. The distance was not too far, and he set out on his horse in the morning and arrived quickly. When they arrived at the Bald Hill Manor, the gate was also closed, but the scenery in the garden was indeed very beautiful. In autumn, the ground should be covered with fallen leaves. When they got here, they didn't need to wait too long, as Andrei was walking and chatting with the old duke in the woods. By the way, the old duke was indeed particular, and 4 musicians were arranged in the yard to play a quartet. Look over there, Mikhail really came here on horseback. He was at Suvorov's place, with his jockeys and band beating drums and gongs. Among your friends, this playful kid is the most troublesome. Father, but you specifically asked to see him. Yes, I want to see what he can do. When Kutuzov passed by me, he praised him highly. Besides, you have to make your own choice of where to go in the army. Kutuzov asked you to be an adjutant. The old prince thought that the adjutant's job was not very good and he should be changed to another position. He ordered the servant to open the door of the manor. Solovyov came in with a horse. Although he had seen the old prince a long time ago, he was not familiar with him and could not be as casual as when he was with Suvorov. The King of Prussia said this when he saw the young lieutenant colonel coming in with a horse. Child, you are the Solovyov that Andrei mentioned, right? I have some impression of your father, a retired major with a broken leg. He was an adjutant in Crimea. I never thought that he raised a son who was too brave. Nikolai Andreevich, you were indeed very famous when you fought against the Turks in Crimea. We were in Renik at that time. The unfortunate Kutuzov was shot twice in the same position in his eye. He only had one eye, but he was very good at judging people. He said that your father could not change his nature as a smuggler. He was just a shrewd quartermaster. But you are different. You look very energetic. Have you made military exploits in Italy? Yes, Marshal. The old duke always spoke in a sarcastic tone, but his attitude did not necessarily mean that he was dissatisfied with Solovyov. Your family background is not bad. It is said that your grandfather was the money manager for Menshikov. But that is nothing. Your family started out much higher than a pancake seller, and people of noble origins are bound to have some fools. As for who he was talking about, Solovyov didn't know. But there were a lot of such fools in St. Petersburg, so he didn't continue with the next sentence. Andrei is now colonel. He was promoted very quickly in the army, and he was on the roster of the guards when he was very young. This speed in this life is not fast compared to the 3 sons of Prince Peter. However, after becoming a colonel, it is hard to say how far he can go. In fact, he was a little envious of Solovyov, who came from a small or medium noble family. Although he had a lot of luck at the beginning, he could not be explained by luck when he went to Italy for the expedition. Your chasseur tactics are not bad, young man, but you need to be equipped with suitable weapons. And infantry tactics are not that simple. Now you are a regimental commander. If one day you are asked to command a column, a temporary force, to cover the retreat of the main force in a rearguard battle, that will be the most challenging task. Bagration did a very good job. He performed very well in Italy and Switzerland. You haven't experienced this kind of battle yet, right? When we retreated to Austria from the Swiss Valley, I did not participate in the rearguard battle. I was always in the guards column. In the future, we may have to experience this kind of test. The enemy's infantry may move very quickly, especially the French. The field marshal left the front line very early. Not everyone could offend Prince Potemkin and then anger Tsar Paul, but the former allowed him to serve on the front line, while the latter sent him directly back to his estate. Are you also worried that we will fight the French? According to the current situation, we are very likely to fight. Since the news has spread to Smolensk, I think the Emperor in Petersburg should also be very clear. Your Majesty is very clear, but it depends on the timing. When I was a military attaché in Paris, Napoleon was still training his army in Boulogne. This Corsican is a good trainer. He is energetic and can do anything, but he will not defeat us in the end. Maybe this is a kind of confidence of the old marshal. The setbacks encountered by the Russian army in the past few decades are often related to the pig teammates, especially Austria and the Tsar sitting at home. Yes, not talking about others, but about Peter III. But this opponent is not so easy to deal with. I met him in the Tuileries Palace with Count Morkov, our ambassador in France. He is indeed a remarkable person. As long as he does not do things beyond the current capabilities of human beings, he is not so easy to defeat. I can hear the tone of your words. Although you are determined and have not become a spiritual captive of Napoleon like those who are blindly close to France, you don't really believe that we can defeat him. The reason is that, although Napoleon is very strong, contemporary people cannot see his upper limit. But Solovyov is not like that. He knows what the ending is. He just changed the script into a mess. That person seems to be chosen by fate. His upper limit is limited by this era. But this person is really energetic, and we don't know what he can do. As long as you still hold the sword in your hand, child, you can't give up fighting your opponent. In fact, the old duke is more or less bored at home, which makes him really stubborn sometimes. Yes, Marshal. Andrei, I think your friend is at least very honest, and he treats his friends and seniors like this. But Andrei said nothing. He just listened to his father. He was still leaning on his cane, walking slowly in front. Also, Lieutenant Colonel, do you like math? Although I'm not an artilleryman, I think math is still very useful. We are going to talk about it at the dinner table. Speaking of the old duke's life, it has always been unshakable. He looked at his pocket watch, and it was time to give Maria a math lesson. By the way, it also includes communication inspection, and a few letters will be missed. Andrei, I remember you said that your family has always been like this. Looking at the duke's back as he walked away, Solovyov sighed again. Yes, but father is more tolerant of Lisa. Maybe because she is new here. If she has been here for a long time, she will probably be included in the plan. You have only passed the first level now. I know, Andrei, your father is too serious, and Alexander Vasilievich is too lively. But they had a deep relationship in the past, including with Count Kutuzov. When they arrived at the reception room, they could also feel the rules here, as well as the family tree drawn on the wall, which stated the origin of the Bokansky family. The history can be traced back to before Ivan the Terrible. Andrei, I'm still interested in your family history. Is this your hobby? Besides writing, there are many things to do. I also find it strange. Like the British royal family, many people have the same face shape. This should be a kind of inheritance. That is the scope of science. Father should like it. Andrei said so, but Solovyov thought that only the old duke who was picky could play with peas. After all, he still talked about science. Chapter 292, Kind Miss Maria and the Weird Old Duke. There are many rooms in the Bald Hills Manor, but the guests are well entertained, and the local permanent population is limited. It's like this usually. Solovyov, your family doesn't seem to be very grand. Yes, but my father is considering the cost, not your strict family education. The old prince didn't say anything after hearing this, but just kept walking forward. He was going to give Maria math lessons. As for what kind of lessons Maria would receive every day, Solovyov also felt that this was indeed a bit outrageous. Maria should go out more, not in the manor. As a guest, you can talk freely, but you must keep a certain limit. Andrei, I know this very well. The old prince has been unemployed at home, but he has a great influence, and not everyone can entrust their son to Kutuzov to arrange a specific position. Although, he is just the adjutant who he thinks has the least future. Living in the manor like this is actually a bit boring. I have been learning by myself. That's because of your personal characteristics. Self-study is a way to grow freely. You are unrestrained. Yes. The fruits served by the servants were all freshly picked and very fresh. Come and try, Mikhail. These fruits and dried fruits are all specialties here. This is a good way to accept life here, but not everyone is very adaptable. You are different from Pierre. You always want to decide your own destiny instead of relying on others. Andrei looked very indifferent, sometimes giving people the feeling that he was even unkind, but he really cared about his friends. Solovyov was also very clear about this, and now there were only the two of them here. There are advantages to being in the manor. Whether it is the reception room or the dining room, they are also empty. If it were my home, I couldn't stand putting only one table in the middle. He really liked to decide his own destiny, so he changed the topic. Are you going to change the furnishings in Laundry Lane? Yes, there must be some changes, and I have always wanted to have a library in my home. If you have a library in your home, it will be much better than those who pretend to be cultured and just decorate their home with books. At the same time, Andrei, I don't know if I should say this, but many people are still using their original tricks. You mean they are all tricks? Solovyov still knows about this. When Andrei said this, he went on to talk. There are always people who do things in the way they are most accustomed to. If others do things differently from him, he will ask you to do the same. I have seen too many such people. Our positions are different. I often see such people around the emperor. They chatted for a while and returned to the topic that Russia often discusses now, the relationship between France and Russia. I have seen with my own eyes that Count Morkov has a very bad relationship with Napoleon in Paris. Although Napoleon is trying his best to restrain himself, some subtle movements can be felt. Coupled with the adjustment of relations with France, led by Count Vorontsov, war with France is probably inevitable. Some of us in St. Petersburg will just get together with the British. It's not that there is anything wrong with this, but it depends on the occasion. If we go there now, we will just be their thugs. By the way, there is the economic issue. Russia is so huge, and the military and government spending are astronomical. It is difficult not to turn to the British. Yes. Besides, France will not give money, and they will even only provide loans. After listening to this, Andrei was silent for a moment and said this. It's always unpleasant to talk to you, but what you say is true. If we defeat France, we will be the next target. The British always shoot themselves in the foot. Your words are a bit strange. Isn't it always like this? In order to defeat a current enemy, the British always cultivate the next enemy instead of suppressing or destroying it with their own ability. I have never liked the British approach. Many people in Petersburg are like this. When they talked about the British, they also knew what the British had gained in the great chaos on the European continent in the past 100 years. But it is indeed not easy to deal with Britain, especially Russia, which is a distance away from the British mainland. Just as they were talking about geopolitics, the time for the old prince to teach Maria was almost up. This kind of course is indeed unshakable in Tangshan, but this is for the old prince himself. As for entertaining guests at dinner, he usually doesn't care what is written on the menu, and still goes back to the classroom, which is also his workshop to process wood. It seems that he wants to carve a door handle, and the processed wooden products can be seen. It was a strange hobby. If he had not been exiled, he might have been able to talk to the Queen Mother, but the Queen Mother liked to process reliefs. Even Solovyov, whom she disliked very much, was given a special silver coin with Alexander's portrait on it. The mold was made by the Queen Mother herself. How do you feel about having math classes every day, Maria? Maria was indeed not good looking, but she had beautiful eyes. In terms of temperament, although she was suppressed, she still had her precious qualities. It can be said that this is a daily routine in our family. My father has always asked me to do this. I can feel it. He is very strict. The first time I saw you was at General Grushatsky's house. At that time, Nikolai Andreevich was the commander-in-chief of the Moscow garrison. At that time, I was still very young and didn't have much impression. Yes, there are many nobles in Moscow, and there are also people who travel there from Petersburg. When I see you now, it's like this again. Mikhail, what do you want to say? Seeing Andrei ask this question, Solovyov said, there will always be people who covet it, just like the Jacobites have always wanted the British throne. If it weren't for the Duke of Cumberland, they might have succeeded. If the Jacobites were in power, we might not have to go through so much trouble. Andre heard that among the great nobles in Petersburg recently, those who married into each other's families always coveted each other's property. Talking about this kind of thing to his friend's sister from the perspective of a profiteer, his vaccination was very accurate. Solovyov himself had no such plan, and he did not need to earn income by coveting other people's property. The management of the manor and his father's business success, plus his invention, this income was enough to maintain a very decent life for the nobles. What their family had to consider was how many girls they had and how much dowry they had to prepare. This was Baron Sergei's headache. In contrast, in Russia, the burden on the woman might be mainly here, and although the burden on the man was there, it was not so heavy. This was mainly between the nobles, and the marriage dowry of the common people did not require too much. As for this kind of thing, just report the ID number of Duke Vasily. The people in their family, who liked to calculate the property of relatives the most in all of St. Petersburg, were the ones in their family. As for what had to be taken out, it was nothing more than Anatoly, the playboy. I wonder if this vaccination will make Anatoly notorious when he comes to Tangshan. Solovyov knew that his father didn't like the Kurokin family, except for Alexander Kurokin, who didn't get married, but had dozens of illegitimate children. There weren't many good people, and they often violated moral standards. As for the future, he also thought about a question. In addition to the feud between the Tolstoy family and the Menshikov family in the late period of Peter the Great, the relationship with the Kurokin family was probably not very good. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a strong sense of déjà vu in the book. The whole family is bad, especially those with this surname. They are really a group of wonderful people, lowly wonderful people. And the Bokansky family was involved with such people. No wonder the sister almost got into trouble and the brother's engagement was cancelled. Even Andrei himself knew very well what Anatoly was like. But some people just like it. Baron, your talent is mainly in translation and drama, which is a pity. This is the literary aspect, but it also requires strategy. Mikhail, if you take off your coat, you must be a kitten. What Andrei said was right. Brother, do you know what strategy is? But Maria said it like a routine. Solovyov remembered this time that sometimes, when you chat with such a well-educated girl, there will inevitably be some ambiguity. After all, they can't understand what you know, and if they understand it, it is superficial. Even in Petersburg, when she was with Larissa, the young queen could only follow 1/3 of his conversation, and this was still because of hobbies. Even after the two of them connected, they were highly in sync, and it was difficult to be highly compatible. Not to mention Maria, who didn't meet much, and didn't understand his way of speaking. This girl, with a heart of gold, is completely worthy of an honest and simple good husband. It's as if she was tailor-made for Nicholas, but Sonia wouldn't be happy that way. No matter how you put it, it's very troublesome. But the way you say it doesn't sound like the original meaning. It should be explained by strategy, which can be understood by others, but it is not completely the original meaning. If you say it, it is still a cultural development, which needs to be protected by force. Maybe this is what the kitten prime minister thinks? Yes, Maria, you like it very much. When I was in St. Petersburg, I collected most of the serials, as well as picture albums and original works. My father liked it very much too. After he confiscated the translation from me, he secretly read it in the study. Obviously Maria still had a lot of pocket money. She had a complete set of publications, but Solovyov was also a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be such an old duke. What is Nikolai Andreevich's evaluation? He said that the ladies who read this book probably want to be female generals. Is that so? Yes, but he returned it and said that the idea of this book is good and can be used as a formal reading material in our family. My goodness, the more Solovyov listened, the more outrageous it became. This has already gone from Gibraltar in the Mediterranean to the Atlantic Ocean. In the future, I'm afraid that I can still receive sharp comments from the old duke. After all, when Maria is reading The Three Kingdoms now, there is a notebook of the old duke next to her as an aid. Even the map in the book has the marching route drawn, and the number of people on the battlefield is evaluated. Although this notebook was written by the old duke who has always been serious and eccentric, it has a sense of humor. It would be fun if Andrei's son also started to study this notebook. But the child is not conceived yet. Who knows how Andrei and Lisa will develop in the future. Lisa still needs a well-trained obstetrician and gynecologist, as well as an experienced midwife. I can imagine. Can I take a look at this notebook? No problem. You are the one who translated this book, and my father also hopes that the translator can see it. The author cannot see the reader's feelings. After all, that was 500 years ago, and it was an old man Eluo who could not cut inside. After opening it, you can see that the old Duke wrote down his feelings neatly in italics, and it was written in French. Although he only read a few pages, he could know that the old Duke was actually very interested. Moreover, as a retired field marshal, his ideas were still very clear. What the literati wrote could not completely satisfy the professional generals, who knew their business. Not to mention the sketches in the notebook, there are also those schematic diagrams in the war, which were drawn by Solovyov for readers who did not understand the situation in China. Some of the old Duke's feelings can be seen here. Although he is not a top general, his experience in fighting the Turks over the years is not given in vain. It also contains an analysis of the battlefield trends of both sides, which can be said to be very comprehensive. It's really interesting, but I don't know if Nikolai Andreevich is willing to share his thoughts with others. Young man, you know it doesn't matter. Reading always gives you thoughts, and it also involves military and political issues. I think to deal with the enemy, we should cut off their supplies and let them fall into the muddy swamp. It seems that he is happy to share knowledge in this way. Just discuss it. Everyone will have their own ideas. Thank you, Alexander Vasilievich, for being the first to hear this story at the end of his life. I think he is also very satisfied. It's just that the young people he promoted have higher expectations for you than those generals in the past. Having said that, the burden was pressed on him again. Chapter 293, The Path to Ascension, is too dependent on the Ottoman Empire. It is inevitable to visit the manor of the nobles and stay overnight. After all, the distance between one manor and another is still very far. The furnishings in the old Duke's house are indeed very interesting. There will be a Roman-style bust in his study, but you can also see his lathe from the door, as well as other furnishings inside, as if they were roughly welded together. Now, there must be no modern welding. I thought you would ask me if I want to make a comeback, young man. There should be no need for this. There are already many young generals on the roster of our country. Yes, we have many generals, but there are too few who can play a role. As for who can become the commander-in-chief, I don't want it to be a foreigner. Bagration may be able to do it. Although he is a prince of Georgia, he has been in the Russian army for a long time, starting from his father. Speaking of which, Bagration is indeed an outstanding general, but as a commander of a front, there is really nothing that can be certified. At least Solovyov doesn't know about his affairs in Finland and the Danube front. But the strange words said by the old Duke more or less reflected a situation. That is, although there are many generals in the Russian army, the echelon of reserve talents has never been interrupted. However, it is like this. They are numerous, but useless. You seem to prefer the life of Diocletian. Among the 4 emperors of Rome, the one with the highest pattern, when he just abdicated, he even had the prestige to judge the chaotic situation at that time. However, after a long time, no one took him seriously. The reason why he did not come out was that he was still a cabbage in his court in Salona, doing what he liked. Andrei said that you have read a lot of books. Yes, I also like to read books in the intervals between battles, and I still carry 2 books in my bag now. This is a good habit. You are still very persevering, and know how to study on your own. This is rare among young people. I don't like those reckless guards officers. It must be a headache for you to be their battalion commander, right? Speaking of which, the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion of the Generalissimo Regiment is sometimes a major general or colonel. It is indeed stressful for him, a major, to be the chief. I was worried that I couldn't do it well at first, but later I found that managing these people is not fundamentally different from managing a stable. Although you are an infantryman, you are also a good driver. You can ride a horse and drive a car, right? That's no problem. I happen to be in Smolensk. If you go to Petersburg or Moscow, I might be able to help. but it was not allowed during Emperor Paul's time. A general could not be placed as an adjutant in the headquarters. This point is indeed worthy of criticism. Although Paul was good to Solovyov, the rules were sometimes a bit strict. But there is no such rule now. We can't follow the rules for everything, right? The old prince smiled and turned to Andrei. Andrei, your friends are not bad. At least they are not those pedantic guys. He didn't praise him too much because he knew that Suvorov must have taught him the same thing and didn't need too many words to praise him. Then, he continued to speak, but the way he spoke did seem to be mocking something. There are certain principles for doing things, but we can't do everything according to the regulations. If that's the case, there's no need to do anything else. Andrei and Solovyov could only listen. The old duke didn't eat very fast today. He was entertaining guests, so he would serve some dishes that were rarely eaten at other times. It must be said that the chef of the old duke's family did a good job of cooking venison. You just mentioned the situation of the garrison in Smolensk. Although Apraksin has some skills, he is not enough to solve the problems you found in a short time. These things have accumulated over many years. If it is dangerous, it will destroy the Russian army. But they won't talk much about official business at the dinner table, and they still have to taste the food. As for after dinner, the old duke thought it was better to walk more, so he went to the yard by himself. And Solovyov began to read books by himself. In the 19th century, it was necessary to have some hobbies. Reading books might be more economical. He is reading the Gallic Wars now. Speaking of which, there are many first-hand military studies that Solovyov can find in Europe, and there are really many left over from the Roman period. If it is said that Europeans line up to be shot in war, it is definitely a stereotype. Some people even always show off their ignorance, which is unnecessary. As for the content that I personally commanded and wrote down, it is still worth referring to. What can be clear is what Caesar was doing in every battle, including the local situation. Even combined with the present, we can know why the Gauls were afraid of the Germans crossing the Rhine. The French must hope that their natural border is located on the Rhine. If Austria intervenes, then the war should still be unavoidable. It's just that, when he met Archduke Carol, the Archduke actually had time to get engaged, and then he had to marry a wife. He even gave the position of the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights to his younger brother, which shows that he had limited power in the Austrian army. With the micromanagement ability of Emperor Franz of Austria, plus Mark's military organization, and the lack of the experience of the Austrian veterans and a group of battle-hardened soldiers, the war had already smelled the breath of failure before it was even fought. However, Solovyov did not know that, although Archduke Carol looked like a sickly person, and the exiled French princess was not in good health, the two of them slept a few times, and had a child. The Austrian Habsburgs, at least, would not produce something as terrible as Carlos II of Spain. Moreover, Carlos II was an extreme case, which was caused by Philip IV himself. It seems that if this continues, the Austrians will still be prosperous. After all, after Maria the Tsar, Leopold II and his wife have so many children. Even if some of them choose to be clergy, it will not affect their expansion in the country. As for the future Habsburg branches, except for the main family, it seems that they have successfully detoxified, which is ironic. Archduke Carol no longer has epilepsy, and his life has been smoothed out. It is indeed a medical miracle that he does not have seizures. However, it is indeed a huge disaster for them to be allies with Austria. But we cannot say it at the dinner table. Alexander is so ambitious that he will not recognize his own abilities unless he suffers a little. After all, Russia is still a monarchy. No matter how open-minded the emperor is, he cannot talk nonsense in public. As for the conspiracy group, it doesn't matter what they say. These rebels are all doing things in dark corners. However, Solovyov has to start from the beginning when he gets this book. After all, he can't remember everything he has read before. But when the Gallic War broke out, it was indeed related to a group of Gallic tribes that fled to the governorate of Gaul to avoid the Germans, which eventually triggered a bloody storm in the whole of Gaul. This time, it started from the Gauls again, but it was from three aspects: Britons, Gauls, Germans. They were all barbarians back then. Now they have become civilized people and have begun to call Russia a barbaric place, but they don't know how barbaric they are. In civilization, there is always barbarism in the fight between each other. When he said this, no one really saw it. Talking to oneself is sometimes inevitable. The British were looking for thugs, and in the end they used up all they could find, and they only had the energy left to clamor. Their army's current performance is indeed not very good. Solovyov even began to imagine in his mind how he should fight. So far, he is only a regiment commander. The combat missions he has carried out in Italy will involve a joint battalion or a joint regiment when temporarily organized. But what he will do in the future is also something he needs to consider now. But the result of his thinking is that he believes that a staff team is needed when commanding a large army, but Russia itself is not very good in this regard. It is also a problem that the Russian army always uses Austrians as chief of staff when fighting abroad. Another way he thought of was to learn from someone who liked to stay in the pit, streamline the command structure, and then go to the rear of the battle line to micromanage. This sounded like Arthur Wellesley was a total war player. But it was more convenient to command less than 40,000 people, and the performance might be average if there were more. The Suvorov he saw was already very old, and he was not the general who fought against the Turks. But there was a problem, that is, the Russian army was too dependent on attacking the Ottoman Empire in its promotion path. Many of the generals he met had fought against the Turks. There was no way. The main target of the Russian army in recent years was this opponent, and there were relatively few battles with the armies of European countries. But if it was the messy state of the First Anti-French Alliance, Suvorov might have taken advantage of the fact that the French Republic's military order was still relatively chaotic, and bypassed it, and went directly to Paris. It all depends on the battlefield needs. After thinking about it, he thought that his ability should be above the regimental level now, but the higher level troops still lacked experience, and the experience on the battlefield was better than the content learned. After all, there was a Prussian king who had to rely on his tutor to clean up the mess in the first battle. Of course, Solovyov himself felt that his mind was more suitable for commanding an army of less than 35,000 people. If there were more people, a staff team would definitely be established. At this time, the Russian chief of staff was almost non-existent, and it was often the generals of those corps who served. Perhaps Bennigsen, who went to the Caucasus to have a heated exchange of opinions with the Persians, could understand a little, but this person's character, plus he was a member of the conspiracy group, that group of people were more or less not well received after being exposed. In the future, before Barclay and Bagration can stand on their own, the commander-in-chief of the Russian army will only have Kutuzov. This old, lazy, greedy, lustful, blind in one eye, love to doze, and cunning fat man. As for the remaining generals, they are simply a group of disasters. Solovyov even thought that, if Langeron was not allowed to be the commander-in-chief, he would be most familiar with the French. After all, he is a Frenchman. Then I'm afraid that this general will make a magical complaint. Of course, Langeron and he communicated by letter. This man went to Brest as an infantry inspector. Although his sharp tongue was unpleasant to hear, he always spoke just right. The generals of the Russian army are indeed in a window period. There are many talents, but there are some gaps, and the connection between the echelons behind is not very good. However, this is much better than the chaos of the Austrians. At least there are still many qualified regiment commanders, and some people will improve after fighting. Solovyov himself even thought that, if there is a chance in the future, he would also go to the Danube front. It's like the Russian officers of this era don't have a complete resume if they don't fight the Turks. But fighting the Turks, a relatively weak opponent, is still a necessary path for promotion. Don't worry, there will always be opportunities in the future. He has even fought the French, but his level was limited there at that time. But what he will face in the future is a full level number, and it seems that the opponent's commander is still his uncle. If you look at it from the perspective of him and Paulina having a son, it would be even more embarrassing. This kind of operation of randomly going to the dungeon without going through the novice village is unknown without a god's perspective. All Solovyov thought of were the series of failures from 1805 to 1807. The more he thought about it, the more headache he had. It would be better to go to bed early. Although the fireplace of the old Duke's manor had started to burn, the heating in autumn would not be so fast, no matter what method was used. By then, he might not even be in the Selenge regiment. Before he arrived in Smolensk, Bagration's letter arrived at his station. The letter told him that, if the war broke out, he should pay attention to the orders issued from Petersburg. The prince himself still hoped that he would come to the Guards Chasseur regiment. After all, this was his exclusive army, and many of the equipment and new tactics were figured out by him. The level of the Selenge regiment was that, even if they practiced hard for a year, they would probably not be sent to the battlefield, but would stay in the governor's district of Smolensk. Although he was very confident that he could at least train this regiment to the level of the Smolensk regiment in the Italian expedition. This regiment was awarded the Order of St. George. Although Solovyov was a little dissatisfied, after all, he led his troops to capture the Polish flag many times, but the Smolensk regiment was also the top tier in terms of combat effectiveness among ordinary infantry regiments. Most of the time, when he led his troops to capture flags and artillery was when they were chasing, and repeatedly defeating the Poles was not a plus now. The Smolensk regiment won the honor of capturing the flag directly in the Alps. It is impossible to disobey this goal. Chapter 294 Training requires practical subjects. After returning to Smolensk, Solovyov went to General Apraksin first. Going to Nikolai Andreevich's house. Is the old duke still the same? Yes, but I think he enjoys it, and his daily life is unshakable. Maybe it's not bad for him. Apraksin was very familiar with the former Moscow commander-in-chief. Generals serving in Moscow are more or less like this, including this marshal. The former commander-in-chief Prince Krimsky is also like this. When you were abroad, you should have met his son Vasily Vasilyevich. Yes, they were first in Dresden, then went to France and Italy, and recently in Naples. Naples, the weather there is really good. I also want to go there. General Apraksin was obviously very dissatisfied with the boring life now. Russians always hope to go to a warm place, but it's too far away, even from Crimea. Solovyov said this, and General Apraksin also gave up the idea of going to Italy. He also missed his estate in Moscow. In the salons he held, he had to show the enthusiasm of the host, as was the case with the nobles in Moscow. It's the same when you're marching. It's the same when you go to Italy. During Suvorov's expeditions to Italy and Switzerland, he spent much more time on the march than on the garrison and fighting. In the end, the Russian army relied entirely on strategic maneuvers and moved faster than the French, and finally won the victory. However, the Russian army was not in a good state during the march. Even the elite guards and grenadiers would have soldiers falling behind. Every time they assembled and rested at a certain location, they had to wait for the soldiers who fell behind. He had a lot of experience with this, especially when marching to Verona. The forced march behind rarely needed to be so fast, and there was more time for rest in the middle. Moreover, operations like the Battle of the Trebia River were easier for soldiers when they were in one area for 3 to 4 consecutive days. In addition to being the head of the Selenge regiment, your main job is still with me. I think you should draw up the latest training outline for our soldiers and make some adjustments to the old methods. Apraksin still found him a high-intensity task, but Solovyov still hoped to increase shooting training and field marching training, which are the two things that the Russian army has generally lacked in recent times. In terms of endurance, Russian soldiers have always been very tough. But for shooting training, even Alexander's edict required soldiers to conduct aiming and shooting training 2 years ago. In addition, Constantine also issued relevant orders for the shooting training of the hunters. If we only look at the weapon training, the Russian army's performance is very good, which is much higher than the Prussian army that can only masturbate daily. But the terrible thing is that they are now short of lead for projectiles, and the amount distributed to each unit is really limited. Even for Smolensk, the gateway to Moscow, the lead for making bullets is very limited and cannot maintain the required number of shooting training. If we can increase the amount of ammunition, it might be helpful. Even in the grey animal period, the Russian army's problem has always been supply problems, not that the rear production can't keep up. Moreover, when there is money or assistance from allies, they can still get a lot of ammunition of various calibers. I know you always have good ideas, but it is also troublesome to get supplies. Perhaps you can directly submit a report. I will dictate, and you will draft it. Speaking of which, Solovyov is quite familiar with secretarial work. Although he actually doesn't like this tedious work, he has to admit that sometimes you can't do without these bureaucratic jobs. It is more or less difficult to get rid of bureaucrats. If productivity improves, it will be even more troublesome, because new items will always be added. Apriksin also discovered that Solovyov, who is engaged in daily translation work, really has some skills. Do you need to finish? Let me see. This is not bad. I think the Emperor can also understand the current situation in Smolensk. Live fire training has always been somewhat difficult. After all, it requires supplies. If you pay for it yourself, you can't afford more. But there are still some ways to train in formation. According to the unified pace of the Russian army, each step is 1 oshin, which is equivalent to 0.71 meters. The slow pace is 75 steps per minute, and the fast pace is 120 steps per minute. During the march, running may be limited. After all, there are still a lot of equipment. This regulation has been fixed, and the training of soldiers usually has some physical requirements. Soldiers recruited from the countryside are relatively hardworking, and being a soldier is actually better than being a serf in the manor. The environment is still much better, and the soldiers are not very willing to retire. Instead, they may have to be trackers on the Volga River after returning. And the formation training still needs to be highly consistent. Running a few miles. In fact, this kind of physical training should be maintained on weekdays. The cost of the meal alone is enough. In fact, in this era, it is still necessary to accumulate and adapt to the combat conditions of line infantry. We still need to do a good job of basic military training, sir. Apriksin agreed with him, so he also asked him to prepare a training outline and implement it according to the latest will of the Tsar himself. The scope of implementation includes the infantry and cavalry regiments under the charge of the Smolensk military governor, as well as the artillery regiments organized separately. But Solovyov's artillery drill manual was basically self-taught, unlike him who had been in the infantry regiment for so long, and was familiar with the combat methods of the 3 main infantry. Therefore, officers who are knowledgeable in artillery and cavalry are also needed to assist. Solovyov himself only needs to take care of infantry and logistics issues. As for logistics, if he wants to develop a Smolensk version of the drill manual, he has to go back to the Selenh regiment to develop it himself. For this reason, he really needs to operate on the spot and use the Selenh regiment as an experiment. However, asking them to work as lumberjacks all the time before did have a good effect. At least the soldiers were able to maintain their physical fitness and even make some progress in physical labor. This was a pleasant surprise, and the roads near the Selenh regiment's base were now almost repaired. The winter had to be spent here, and not many officers would ask for leave, so winter training could be carried out. In fact, there was also a reason. Russians were more cold resistant, and training in such an environment was also to improve their cold-proof skills. First of all, when the soldiers came from their hometowns, they couldn't stay in the house all the time in the winter, and they had to come out. The Russian army's garrison was not only in the city. For example, the Moscow Grenadiers, although they were named after Moscow, were stationed in Kaluga. In addition to the guards, many troops were stationed in separate barracks. In Tsar Paul's military reform, many regiments were still stationed in the same old way. Not every Russian city had palaces like Moscow and St. Petersburg. In addition to being in a warm wooden house, they also had to consider that they might face winter combat in the future. If the battlefield environment is so bad, it is necessary to consider what is faced on the battlefield. In winter, the death rate of soldiers who bleed and fall down is higher. In the windy and snowy environment, the human body will quickly frostbite, or even die, because of the loss of precious heat. Master, why do you want us to train in winter? If there is a war in winter, Sergeant Petrov, what do you think we should do? My hometown is in Solonginsk. In winter, we usually don't go out too far. If any unlucky person drinks too much, he will definitely be finished. It seems that the Russians 200 years ago may have a clearer mind. Even if they came from Siberia, their minds are generally normal. This is no wonder. Those who can go to Siberia at this time are either bastards, brave people, or the essence of Russians. Those who dare to resist the emperor will experience the benefits of the Siberian package, although Paul and Alexander don't like to send their subjects to Siberian farmhouses to enjoy packaged treatment. Well said, Petrov. We come out to train in winter just to protect your lives. Yes, young commander, the privates here are all older than you. The soldiers were very friendly to him, because it was rare to see such a humble commander. But you should also note that I'm the commander and you have to listen to me in the regiment. Yes. Solovyov was actually very satisfied with these soldiers, but if a regiment was full of complaining soldiers, it would be unbearable. Fortunately, they were all relatively obedient. We have to train in winter, and we also have a process of adaptation. When he was speaking in front, the soldiers in the back row had already started to discuss. What do you think the young commander is making a fuss about today? I don't know. We have to do whatever he tells us to do. But I want to say something, too. Old Vasile, what do you want to say? I have served for 20 years, and I came from the old Selenge regiment. When Prince Vasily Dolgorukov was here, I heard from the old soldiers at that time that only our young commander was so long-winded, but he was putting on airs. But I heard that he and the prince's son Vasily. Anyway, Solovyov will know in the future that he can't say everything to the loudmouthed quartermaster Stashenko. He not only wrestles military supplies to maintain the regiment's funds, but also makes some money for himself. He is also a gossip spreader. I remember the prince's son, all the people in his family are tall and strong. I don't know how they changed, but the boys and girls born to Vasily Vasilyevich and his wife are all very energetic. Our young commander seems to respect little Prince Vasily very much. Maybe he wants to be his son-in-law. Little Prince Vasily is 52 years old this year, and his daughter not very old, only about 13 years old. If she waits until she is old enough to get married, I think this is a good idea. Our young commander is 23 years old this year. It wouldn't be bad for him to marry a young wife. These old soldiers who were gossiping were laughing there. Solovyov was busy talking in the front and didn't notice the situation at the back. Of course, he didn't know that there were old soldiers from the Selenge regiment in the Selenge regiment who were making trouble for him. Point in short, in this winter training, we have to adapt to marching, stationing, shooting training, and bayonet charge in winter. Every required subject in today's training is to reduce bloodshed on the battlefield in the future. When he talked about this, he remembered that many troops had abandoned the training method during the Suvorov period. He had learned it at the beginning and could not throw it away. If this was thrown away, the quality of Russian soldiers would also decline. He had seen some soldiers of the infantry regiment firing guns into the sky during military exercises, and the shooting was not accurate enough. This would definitely not work. But it would be troublesome to change their habits. At this moment, Solovyov had to consider what else he could do. However, these soldiers listened to him, and the Selenge regiment still had some ways to do it well. Of course, with the characteristics of Russia, Solovyov also thought that he must use ice and snow to build a city when the ground was covered with heavy snow. If Boss KO heard it, he would probably give a thumbs up. What he recalled was a famous Russian painting which depicted a snow bullfight in winter. This would also allow the thousands of people in the Selenge regiment to build good relations with the local residents. Unlike the Smolensk regiment, they came from other places. By then, it would be very lively, and the Russians probably like to watch the excitement. As for before winter, new military coats were needed, and these also needed to be distributed to each regiment. This military coat was usually hung on the body like a saddlebag. In addition, there was a backpack on the back, where a lot of supplies and ammunition had to be stored. Everything looked normal. After this winter, military training might not be enough to deal with the French. If some military training methods were abandoned, it would be inevitable that there would be some slack in military affairs. That's how it was. How could we fight this important battle of the anti-French alliance on the battlefield at a critical moment next year? Therefore, it was still necessary to understand the basic military theoretical concepts. However, the training of the French army has never been interrupted in Boulogne-sur-Mer, and the large army is almost taking shape. As for its combat effectiveness, the anti-French alliance will have a very profound experience in the future. Chapter 295, a wonder that only appears in winter. 1804 was normal, as we can see in previous years. Winter even came a little earlier than usual, accompanied by heavy snow for several consecutive days. As a result, the Selenge regiment's camp was also covered with thick snow. Before the winter training began, this amount of snowfall was enough to do something. Stachenko, is there any wine in the warehouse? Captain, you don't drink either. Why do you ask about this? You frozen fish. I want to ask how much wine there is, not why you ask such a question. Yes. Solovyov thought of Stachenko, the frozen fish. As for why these wines were needed, it was obvious that drinking a little could warm the body during outdoor activities. When he asked the soldiers to line up, there were still some shortages in this infantry regiment of more than 1,000 people. In the Russian army, a fully equipped regiment was rarely seen in peacetime. Training losses, diseases, and desertions of soldiers often made a regiment understaffed. That's not bad. At least our regiment shortage is within 100 people. Sir, that's because our regiment is often replenished. At least we don't have to find people from Siberia. Okay, everyone must listen to my instructions. Speaking of which, the strength of his regiment is equivalent to 3 Roman Legion infantry battalions, or a 1st battalion plus an ordinary battalion, which means that the shortage is relatively small, otherwise he would have a headache. Brothers, everyone was given wine and extra meals today. Why is that? Actually, it's nothing. This is just the first project of our winter training. We have to use the accumulated snow to build a fortification. Hearing this, the old soldiers were excited. When they were in the countryside, they did this a lot. And this kind of thing is not only for Russians. Wherever it snows, the military and civilians of many countries will do this. It is a common tradition. However, he wants to build this thing, and it must be beautiful to a certain extent, and it must also meet the needs of military science in terms of appearance. Our young commander is really interesting. He is not training. It's hard to say. Who knows what he has thought of? Although these veterans like to complain about him, they think he is a good commander. Now they do what they say. These soldiers have begun to join the construction work, which is hard not to attract the attention of nearby residents. Who knows what they are going to do? Since the new commander of the Selenge regiment came, what he does is very different from the previous one. Maintaining the physical fitness of soldiers is also a practice since ancient times. In the military books that can be passed down in Europe, it is mentioned that it is still necessary to ensure the marching ability of soldiers during training. This is also a relatively basic content of any army. Among the various daily training, it is considered the most basic project. The Russian soldiers were able to win the previous wars, probably more because they ran. Just like Napoleon's Italian campaign, under the command of an outstanding commander, they played the greatest results of daily training. Solovyov did this, mainly to change the minds of these line infantrymen. Although they were just soldiers in the queue and there was no promotion channel for officers, the performance of each soldier in the battle was still very important. In this regard, he did a good job. This time, the ice and snow fortifications also attracted the attention of the officers of the Smolensk regiment passing by. According to the Russian tradition in winter, snowball fights are a must, but their way of playing is more or less a war on the snow. This is also one of the 2 routine group fights of the Russians every year. The other time is during Carnival, but it will take another year to wait for this festival. The commander of the Smolensk regiment is a German, but his officers saw that the Selenge regiment was using ice and snow to build a big project. They said that they could apply to the military governor General Apraksin for a snow war between the Smolensk regiment and the Selenge regiment. Then, General Apraksin agreed, and he also called Solovyov to discuss. When you were training in the regiment, you played with the soldiers. Now the Smolensk regiment is a little dissatisfied. They want to attack your fortress. This is a good thing. I was worried that no one would come to fight. Apraksin laughed after hearing what he said. Ha. Ha. You have planned it in advance, so we can let go and do it well. Then, it was Solovyov who took the initiative to send a letter of challenge to the Smolensk regiment and asked them to find a way to deal with it. However, this is definitely not a time for me to just talk. This will be useful. For this reason, the people of the Smolensk regiment also went to scout the fortifications of the Selenge regiment. This little white face from Petersburg is really capable. He built such a snow fortress, which looks like a real castle. However, there are some things that the officers of the Smolensk regiment did not notice. It is true that it was made in imitation of a real fortress. There are even trenches dug on the periphery, and a certain degree of concealment has been done. Therefore, even when Major General Peter Kolyubakin, the commander of the Smolensk regiment, looked through a monocular telescope, he couldn't see clearly. After all, it was all white, which was much more concealed than ordinary field fortifications, and even the trenches on the snow were compacted. It can also be seen that the continuous snowfall for several days has provided great convenience for the construction of the Selenge regiment. They even piled up some fortresses with ice, which is the most solid permanent fortification in winter, and those on the snow are field fortifications. At the same time, Solovyov was also conducting cold-proof training for his soldiers. Most of his soldiers came from Siberia and the Ural Mountains, where the climate is harsh, and they are obviously more adaptable. When it came to the real snow war, Solovyov knew that he had help this time, that is, the Smolensk Ulan Lancers regiment, which was stationed in Crimea, but the number was in Smolensk. Although General Apraksin regarded this as a traditional Russian activity, he still took it seriously and sent out the cavalry. Although it was not a real sword and gun, it was also a winter military exercise. In addition, the local garrison and some scattered hunters would join in, which made the atmosphere more lively. Originally, Solovyov wanted to have more interactions with the local residents, but Apraksin, as a leader, gave him a problem. As a result, Major General Kolyubakin discovered during the reconnaissance that the Selenge regiment was still continuously strengthening their existing ice and snow fortresses. Therefore, when he discussed the plan with the commanders of the Kharkov Ulan Lancers regiment and the Belarusian Hussars regiment, he also felt a headache. That's great. Marshal Suvorov's last disciple, we didn't see him being good at attacking, but he showed us how to build fortifications. Since the governor wants us to follow the state of war, we really have to compete with him. Brothers, the problem is that his bastion with its back against the forest has trenches on 3 sides. If we want to get close, we need to cross his 2 lines of defense, but we don't know what's inside. Peter Mihajlovich, although this is the case, the brothers are still very excited. Of course, in order to carry out this military exercise, the food we provide to the brothers is much better than usual. This is like the carnival. After all, it is a legal group fight. This time, they can even bring rifles without bayonets and bullets, and line up in front of the Selenge regiment's fortress. Of course, Solovyov wanted to use cavalry to conduct penetration and impact training, but the actual environment in Smolensk did not allow him to do so, so only the cavalry on both sides were going around in circles. This is the same as the situation on the battlefield. The phenomenon of cavalry charging is very rare. The same is true for infantry. When it comes to bayonet attack, one side will always take the initiative to retreat. But this is better than nothing. The closer the exercise is to the real situation, the lower the possibility of making mistakes on the battlefield. He is also eager to fight. With the improvement of soldiers' food for many consecutive days, these soldiers are also working harder in training. After all, this is a confrontation with the Smolensk regiment. The opponent's corps can be traced back to 1700. It participated in the Great Northern War and performed well in the Battle of Kayendorf in the 7 Years' War, the Battle of Rhenik in the Russo-Turkish War, and the Second Anti-French Coalition War. When the Smolensk regiment attacked the St. Gotthard Pass, Solovyov brought the Jaggers to support this unit. The other side had been awarded the Order of St. George and the Honorary Grenadiers, and was an infantry regiment with a glorious tradition. As for the Selenge regiment itself, even if they counted the combat performance of the old Selenge regiment, it was difficult to compare with such a regiment. Solovyov's own idea was that this kind of snow war defense was always more beneficial to the Selenge regiment. If his ideas on building the army were known by some military historians, they would find that what this guy did was more like the ancient Roman legion. Every time he arrived at a place, he had to build a large camp, basic defensive fortifications on the periphery, pave a complete road between the 2 places, consolidate the transportation line to enhance the supply, and have extremely strong resilience. He did this to strengthen his ability in earthwork. After all, digging trenches and building fortifications on the battlefield were inevitable. Unlike other elite LUO, he implemented the Romans set down to earth, especially when building a large camp. Obviously, he didn't like to let the soldiers sleep in the open air, especially in the icy and snowy environment of Russia. Anyone who wants to start a war in Russia without making relevant preparations must be crazy. Apart from the Mongols, no one has been able to fully succeed. At most, they can enter Moscow. The last player to complete this task was a Polish player, but now there is no Poland. After nearly a month of work, Solovyov was looking at the fortress. It was indeed very beautiful. Some soldiers who had some skills before joining the army even made ice sculptures and snow sculptures. There is even a small chapel here where soldiers can pray. In addition, even if they are dressed neatly, these ice and snow buildings are not as cold as imagined. People in Siberia seem to be more active in a more colder environment. Solovyov was very satisfied with their performance and even paid for them to provide them with meat and hot soup. The morale of the soldiers was high, and they were also ready to show the Smolensk regiment some color in this exercise. As for their helpers, the Smolensk Lancers, they also arrived at the Smolensk regiment's base 2 days before the exercise. The uniforms of the cavalry regiment have always been very gorgeous. The most beautiful uniforms are of course those of the Guards cavalry and hussars. Speaking of these Ulan Lancers, when Solovyov saw the hats on their heads, he would think of the Poles. In the award speech for his medal, there were also words about outstanding performance against the Polish Legion at the Trebia River. But Lancers are indeed very useful on the battlefield. They receive the most complex training and have the strongest impact, and they always have to bear a lot of casualties. When dealing with the hollow or solid squares of infantry, if the accidental phenomenon of breaking through the enemy's square is not taken into account, the lances in the hands of the Lancers are obviously a greater threat to the infantry. When Solovyov saw them, he also thought that the training in the spring of next year should include the content of infantry squares against cavalry. But if he continued to train like this, the Smolensk regiment would sooner or later become the Blue Army of Zuzheski and would surprise his opponents on the training ground. He did have this idea and had even mentioned it before, but no one cared. He couldn't even do the penetrating impact training advocated by Suvorov. It was a bit too advanced for him to want to have such an imaginary enemy force on the training ground. Of course, the cooperation of the soldiers was also needed. Although the veterans of the Smolensk regiment were a little bit disrespectful to him, they also respected and admired him. After all, this guy who liked delicious food and didn't eat with the soldiers would take the initiative to write letters to some veterans. Compared with the same treatment, these Russian soldiers cared more about whether their superiors really cared about them. The day of the exercise was 2 days later. General Apraksin still attached great importance to this matter and even invited several military governors and infantry inspectors to come to the scene to observe. Among them was the very sarcastic General Langjurin, an old acquaintance of Solovyov, who had to come from Brest. Chapter 296. The process of war can be so boring. When the soldiers of the Smolensk regiment attacked these ice and snow fortresses, they found that this place was completely built according to the standards of field fortifications, and the same was true for the fortresses in the core area. Even when this kind of Malnitsa standard group fight unfolded on the snow, their attack was also very difficult. It was necessary to pull out the strongholds one by one before they could move forward, and there were a large number of traps in the snow. Although these traps were more of a prank, they also made the attacking party miserable. Then, the advancement speed of the entire battlefield was extremely slow. Even if the attacking party had an advantage in manpower, it was difficult to achieve any results in the siege. In this way, the entire battle seemed extremely boring. In the cold weather, the Smolensk regiment quickly stopped the attack. If it was a real battle, in this environment, I'm afraid that the attacking party would suffer heavy losses. After Solovyov achieved his goal, he issued an order when he received the ceasefire order from General Apraksin. As the defending party, the Smolensk regiment and friendly forces won the victory, at least proving that they still had the strength to fight when they defended the fortress. But war in such a situation seems so boring, even if it is just demonstrated through a game-like exercise. At the same time, for those who go to the battlefield, the day of fighting always seems so long. The officers of the Smolensk regiment were still impressed by the tenacity of the soldiers of the Smolensk regiment. As for the guests invited by Apraksin, they also saw the offensive and defensive situation of both sides on this day. Langevin still had the mind to complain. Of course, he was proud recently. The marriage with his wife in France was actually invalid, and he decided to marry a wealthy lady from the Trubetskoy family. It's just that many women in this family really don't look easy to compliment. What's more proud is that Langevin and his mistress had a son in Brest. This son took Androas's surname, which was related to Langevin's origin in France. After all, he was a descendant of a noble family with a long history. Of course, let's not talk about what he said in public. His comments on the commanders of the attacking side were humorous and also showed that they were unwilling to use their brains. The defending side had obviously made careful preparations, and the result was inevitable. However, it should be said that when the Russians broke through the snow fortress, they had their own artistic sense. This kind of oil painting artistic conception and golden section line, other countries may not be able to fight and have artistic atmosphere like them. When Langevin was proud recently, he did not forget to continue to be sarcastic to his old friends in Petersburg, such as the children of Bagration's family were running around. Miloradovich was still an old bachelor, and mishap, you should get married too, right? You have been married twice, Count. You must be proud of this. Otherwise why do you always persuade others to get married? However, Mr. Langevin's first wife was unwilling to go into exile with him and share the joys and sorrows. Although she did not divorce him and lived for a long time, she did not help at all. Even Langevin himself could not be included in Napoleon's pardon list, so he was at ease to marry a wife in Russia. Of course, Langevin listened to Solovyov's complaints at this time. Such yin and yang sarcasm was really his true teachings. Because of his two wives, the first one was already like this, and the second one was ugly, but they were born well and had money. Think about the friend of Count Rostov and Count Bezukov, the old lady who doted on Natasha, and you will know what Langevin's wife looks like. Solovyov's words made Langevin's head full of black lines. Although this guy is still single, he still has a set of evaluations of aristocratic girls. Langevin is unwilling to mention the matter of his wife. After all, his beautiful wife is unwilling to share the hardships with him when it comes to marrying a wife. Now this one is completely a female dinosaur. What about you? I don't have to worry, the emperor will make arrangements. Langevin looked at his expression, crying and laughing, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Paul liked this guy very much when he was in power. If the old Tsar had not died early, he would have arranged a marriage sooner or later, but marrying a wife was random. Bagration's wife went from resistance to obedience, on the one hand, because the prince was indeed powerful, and on the other hand, because of the advice of his friends. It's just that White Cat left St. Petersburg and went to Vienna for recuperation. Whether she can still maintain her love for her husband is a question. Her sister had divorced her husband and took away their only daughter, but there were rumors that the child was her stepfather, Count Litters. As for Alexander, the marriage he arranged was relatively reliable, and he was keen on being the head of women's affairs. If a girl's fiancé was not very good, or her husband treated her badly after marriage, he would intervene. But Solovyov's wife would probably be arranged by the queen. Yes, it was Larissa, who could only give birth to daughters. She gave birth to 5 children, all of whom were girls. If you didn't know, you would think that this was the place in Budapest where sons could not be born. There were still many court maids, and these unmarried girls were indeed very marketable. The sons of the nobility still hoped to marry a girl of appropriate status before joining the gentleman's club, and they had to choose a good-looking one. Well, I also wish you a smooth journey. Langevin was also convinced by this boy at this moment, but if he really knew the truth, he would probably praise him. What a bold adventurer. They were going to return to St. Petersburg together to hold a court ball at the end of the year. They would still have to gather many nobles to entertain them in the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, a large ball. Solovyov was no longer a guards officer or aide-de-camp, but a staff member of the local military governor. His actual position was chief of staff, and he also served as the head of the Smolensk garrison. Although the rules were different from the actual needs, his position was also an attempt by Alexander to reform. It was just that the things he was going to do now were really unpredictable. In the past, the army was quite strict in asking for leave. The strict leave system and prohibition of short-term retirement during the Poltsar period were all for strict management of the loose army. But during the Alexander period, it was obvious that the management of the guards and local garrisons was much looser, and many officers were not at their posts for a long time. Solovyov, who was brought to St. Petersburg by the governor to participate in the event, was fine. Some commanders of troops, if their families were not in the garrison, might have to ask for leave to go back home. The Russian army's discipline was somewhat relaxed during this period, and many of the original training methods were also invalidated, which reduced the Russian army's combat effectiveness. The strongest point of the Russian army is probably their courage, while other items are somewhat not good enough. Solovyov was still a little relaxed at this time. He really needed to relax when he came to St. Petersburg. After all, the intensity of his work after arriving in Smolensk was not low. He had to work 2 jobs, which was always more intense than that of ordinary officers, not to mention that he had to build factories in Smolensk and other places, and contact nobles from all over the country. As for his return to St. Petersburg, he was still paying attention to the situation in the court. The queen still favored him, and even corresponded with him, which touched him quite a lot. However, the two were destined not to become husband and wife. Compared with other suitors of Larissa, he was still very clear-headed. Moreover, he was not Czarist, who could still commit suicide by relying on his Polish nationality. If he had not married Larissa's sister now, he would have planned to kidnap the queen in the palace and live with her in Western Europe. After Solovyov returned to Petersburg, he had to pay attention. There were too many people in the Tavrid palace now. He could not go there and maintain a delicate but dangerous and exciting relationship as before. His residence at number 4 Laundry Lane was not safe either. After all, the official residence of Prince Yusupov and Count Shuvalov was at the intersection in front of him. They were all too familiar with the queen. Now Solovyov was also reviewing his account. Since he had patents and franchises, he was still a little rich. But he had a problem. That is, he was stingy and was not very keen on spending money, which was very consistent with the frugal Larissa. Even the Tsar himself still liked him very much, even though he knew about his wife's affairs. Since he could forgive a more rampant Polish prince, he would also let this man who worked hard for him go. Perhaps he was really useful at critical moments. He kicked the key finishing touch on the night when Paul was assassinated, and he was also very good at science and technology and intelligence gathering. Of course, Solovyov's stinginess still allowed him to save a lot of money. As for his father, he was worried that his son would have trouble finding a wife in the future because of his stinginess. He still hoped to have a place to date Larissa secretly, and recently he also knew that Alexander was spending more and more time with Maria Narishkina. As for the gossiping ladies and maids in the palace, especially little Natalia, who was familiar with him. Ah, Larissa is actually dating that Polish girl. Do you two like Poland so much? Of course, he did consider buying his own house. Number 4 Laundry Lane is now habitable, but it is still a bit small. Young officers of similar status as him have more spacious houses than his. Perhaps it is because their family has been profiteers for too long. Even if they do not compare, he will have to consider this issue in the future. After all, he has not said that he will not get married, and he is indeed eager to have a marriage now. Although he has many lovers, it is still relatively simple compared to these people today. Don't compare with Alexander. The love affairs between the hussars and the ladies are much more lively than his sweet and pure love story. As for St. Petersburg, there are some guests who come to visit, which is indeed unexpected. For example, Prince August of Prussia recently came to St. Petersburg for a visit, and brought with him Madame Rakhamia, an old acquaintance that Solovyov had met in Paris. After the unexpected widowhood, this lady did gain freedom, and hoped to marry the Prussian prince. However, she should still not know the rich emotional history of Prince August. Although she looks like a coquettish vixen, she is still relatively simple in terms of emotions, and does not know much about the sinister things outside her salon. Prince August, before proposing to her, already had a mistress living with him, and she had given birth to him, which Mrs. Rakhamia was obviously not aware of. As for their coming to St. Petersburg together, it was also to attend this ball. It seems that there will be some activities between Russia and Prussia. It's just that Prussia has always been a double-edged sword, and the time when Prince August came to St. Petersburg was not very coincidental, just after Prussia issued a notice. What should be done at this time? In fact, everyone knows, only Austria, because of the heavy losses, still hopes to have a good arm wrestling with Napoleon. It sounds a bit boring. Russia should not actually participate in European affairs, and should let them fight on their own. While everyone is fighting in Europe, Russia is exchanging opinions fiercely with the Ottoman Empire and the Persian Empire at this time. It can't rush out of Constantinople, and it also has to consider going to the Persian Empire to make a good gold coin. After all, the treasures that Nader Shah brought back from the Mughal Empire, the new Shah who succeeded to the throne of the Persian dynasty, still have shocking wealth in his treasury. As for how many there are, the gems bigger than pigeon eggs and the vast amount of gold are already very shocking. In the future, a lot of compensation was paid to Russia. When the Pahlavi dynasty collapsed, a lot was taken away. Iran still has an astonishing number of treasures brought back from India. This number is too shocking. Solovyov also thinks that this should be done. Many young officers in Petersburg think that it will be more difficult to fight the local Chechens in the Caucasus, but there is another way. If you fight with the Persians, this bonus can still be eaten. The two empires in the south are indeed leaking everywhere, and it is indeed suitable to go there to make achievements. But Alexander is more concerned about Europe in all aspects. Solovyov hopes that the monarch he serves is a figure like Alexander the Great. At least according to Alexander's own personality, he must be a top actor like Augustus, not a mama's boy like Alexander Severus who is more than kind but lacks courage. Well, Alexander is indeed often influenced by the Queen Mother at this time. There is no way the Queen Mother still has some power. If Russia goes westward, this war will be very boring and likely to lead to disaster. Chapter 297 Bagration recommends Solovyov to return to the Guards. Solovyov returned to St. Petersburg. He now lives in the old house at number 4 Laundry Lane, separated from his family, but not far away. After all, from the gate of his house, turn right onto the embankment of the Moika Canal, walk along the road on the right, and then take the ferry or cross the bridge to get home. This distance is not far, but he has some personal reasons, so he will stay at number 4 Laundry Lane. It is more convenient to get to the publishing house from here, and there is more freedom of movement. In addition, there are 2 noble houses at the entrance of Laundry Lane, and he always feels that he will be monitored by someone. This also gave him the idea of buying a new house, but it was not so urgent. Adela, take this letter and this package to Count Stroganov, Pavel Stroganov, the young and handsome one, at 17 Nevsky Avenue. What if it's his servant who opens the door? Don't worry, the servants of the Count's family can speak some French, and you speak Russian very well, so you should be brave. With Adela's cleverness, she should be fine. But there are some small troubles. Solovyov didn't realize that the little girl looked at him strangely recently. He is usually good at observing people's expressions, but this vigilance is not so high for people around him. As for what will happen, it's probably that he is like General Miloradovich. It's easy for him to become a friend of women. He is handsome and capable, so naturally he will be very popular. It's just that Miloradovich is older, more or less a white horse old prince, who was in the reserve of the Empress's concubine, but he spoke broken German, went to Königsberg for further studies, and also attended Kant's courses. This is a strange path, and Solovyov, more or less, gives people a very mysterious feeling. After all, he was sent to Paris as soon as he had some reputation, and even crossed the Atlantic to Santo Domingo and New Spain to embark on an official adventure. This time when he returned to St. Petersburg, he would inevitably become the topic of the salon, especially since he had many friends in the social circle. Adela took the letters and parcels to 17 Nevsky Avenue, while Solovyov himself went to Bagration's official residence at 25 Atelier Street. The couple separated recently because the little fairy had a serious illness and was literally advised by the doctor to go to Austria for recuperation. It's just that these quacks always prescribe hot spring treatment plans for people without considering the actual situation. Katis's illness is not serious, but the doctor insisted on doing this. I don't know why. Bagration had a serious face, but the children were left at home. When he faced the children, He was majestic and kind. He gave people the impression that he should be a strict father, but Georgia is full of daughter slaves. Facing the little angels in his family, no matter how tough a man is, his heart will melt. Is this doctor familiar with you, Peter Ivanovich, or did he know Katish before? No, but she is willing to go to Vienna, which is more lively than St. Petersburg. This couple, the man is his senior and actual mentor, and the woman is also a friend of his, which makes it difficult for him to intervene. It is not appropriate to favor either side. It's just that she lives in Vienna, and I think it will be troublesome there. Nothing else. It's Metternich. Solovyov's friend Nisharodi admires him very much, and this guy is also a veteran in the love field. Speaking of foreign ministers of this era, many of them are good at seducing other people's wives. Even Mr. Talleyrand, who has 2 L's, but one leg is not very convenient. He is a good hand at seducing other people's wives. It is true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. As for Metternich, this one is even more dangerous, especially for Bagration. He is a hunter in the love field, and his taste is also very high. It is difficult for his prey to escape. Your worry is reasonable. Compared with her sister, Katish is still simpler, and it is inevitable that she will encounter such troubles. But Solovyov didn't find it strange what Bagration said later. After all, the emperor didn't care about wearing a crown inlaid with emeralds, and even now he was like a blind man, and had no idea about his queen and his own affairs. Even if this happened, Alexander would probably have the demeanor of King Zhuang of Chu. The prince knew that his daughter-in-law was easy to be deceived. If she was with him, the relationship between the two was still good, and would not be disturbed by the people around them. But going to Vienna, Bagration is different from some generals. He is a favorite of the 2 Tsars, and has always been valued. He is not like ordinary generals and nobles who can take leave to accompany their wives on a trip abroad. But his attitude really made Solovyov confused about what to do. After all, he is his senior brother. If it were someone else, he might not care so much. Miss Cap, thank you for your concern, but I think, even if this kind of thing really happens, Katish will only be impressed by me. After all, when she was crying and hiding in your arms, you told her the investigation results, right? Well, this point may have miraculous effect. She may feel that those veterans who seduce people in the love field are still far behind in actual combat, especially diplomats, most of whom are not as good as soldiers in this regard. Bagration's physical fitness is quite good. Even if he is asked to march with the soldiers, his physical strength when walking is far superior to some elite soldiers. Solovyov thought about it and felt that his worries were not in vain. The bond between the two of them was difficult to separate, even if an Austrian came in. But when the time comes, Prince Bagration still needs to be strong. Miss Cap, don't just talk about me. You are not young anymore. I'm only 23 years old. It's too early. Bagration still wanted to laugh after hearing this. This kid had a lover in Italy, and he kept it secret from everyone around him at the time. Until now, only a few people in Petersburg know about it. But the real situation may be even more outrageous than Bagration imagined. Then don't mention this issue. I don't need to worry about you. You are not a friend, we all know. Then, Bagration will mention the key point and ask the servants to take his daughter to the children's room to play. I think war is inevitable. You mean the war with France? The emperor seems very determined, and there are already some rumors in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You know, the Queen's brother-in-law. Bagration couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. Czarist coveted the Queen, but failed to get her. That was an open secret between Paul and Alexander. In the end, he failed to get her and became her brother-in-law. There was no way. This guy was so ostentatious. Alexander tolerated his behavior of being so suicidal, considering Poland's interests first, when he became the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and trying to sleep with his wife. He continued to use him, and led the diplomatic negotiations with Britain. That can no longer be guessed by common sense. As for Solovyov, who was acting secretly, no signs have been found so far. Are you talking about the Polish prince? It's him. He is the one who led the recent negotiations with the British. Even here, in addition to the determination of the Tsar himself, the will of the Queen Mother is also included. Queen Mother Maria intervened in government affairs mainly in diplomatic occasions. She always considered the interests of her mother's home, Württemberg. Therefore, there was the alliance treaty between Austria and Russia in November 1804, and the diplomatic agreement between Britain and Russia that is currently being negotiated. I think we should keep a distance from the British. It is not a wise choice to get involved in the affairs of the German states. Even though Her Majesty the Queen Mother is from Württemberg, Her Majesty the Queen is from Baden, and several of Her Majesties chose to marry German princes and get involved in the chaos in Europe. It always reminds me of the 30 Years' War. Seeing him like this, Bagration also thought of the reason why his teacher Suvorov favored this junior brother, because he had a very quick mind and was willing to study hard. He was simply a human encyclopedia and could quickly think of many examples from the past. 30 Years' War? Yes, we really shouldn't intervene in the battlefield so early. We should wait until the countries opposing France are exhausted. Then intervention will be more valuable. What's more, that's what Bishop Ritchie alluded. The only flaw in this assumption is that we don't know how powerful Napoleon is. However, if Britain doesn't pay attention to France, it will also offer a higher price and do something in the Anglo-Russian trade. A typical example of this operation going wrong is when Churchill seized the Ottoman Empire's warships when he was the First Lord of the Admiralty. But letting the British offer a higher price is indeed more in line with Russia's interests. But no one can persuade the Tsar himself, who is fond of grandiose achievements. All the Tsars of previous dynasties have this problem. But the situation we are facing now obviously does not have such an imperial prime minister or regent who can increase the value of our bargaining chips. And I don't understand diplomacy. You'd better be prepared and be ready to return to Petersburg to serve at any time. Bagration mentioned to him before he set off that after the Guards Chasseurs Battalion was officially expanded into the Guards Chasseurs Regiment, he would serve as a regiment commander, but there has been no suitable commander. You still hope that I will come back, but I have just made some achievements in the Selenge Regiment, and the report has been submitted to the Minister of War by the Governor General. It is a common practice for a regiment commander to be transferred to another regiment for a short period of time because of a little thing. You should come back. Good officers are needed everywhere. Moreover, if troops are really transferred, the Selenge Regiment will only serve as a garrison. You actually want to see that Bonaparte on the battlefield. I still know you. Well, this man is still his uncle, and this condition is indeed impossible to refuse. The equipment and tactics of the Guards Chasseurs Regiment were all designed by him. If I come back late and don't get along well with the troops, it will be meaningless. I can come back, but I have to arrange the affairs of the Selenge Regiment. Bagration was very satisfied with Solovyov's attitude. He had to finish everything from beginning to end, even if he had to give up halfway. You'd better not go back. Don't let a Frenchman be the commander of the Guards Chasseurs. The little Count Saint Prix should be arranged to me. The adjutant of the Duke of Angoulême. Yes, a courageous officer, but he has not experienced any fierce battles. Solovyov was an officer that Bagration knew well, and he should be satisfied with him if he proposed it to Alexander. If they really had to go to war, it would be more suitable for officers who had experienced the Italian and Swiss expeditions and fought all the battles. At the same time, it was somewhat ridiculous to let a French exiled nobleman be the commander of the guards when fighting the French. Moreover, this count did not do much work since he came to Russia, but his military rank was promoted very quickly. Solovyov's promotion from second lieutenant to first lieutenant was related to his seniority. Every time he was promoted to a senior lieutenant, he had a merit book to check and prove it. He did not get promoted by virtue of his noble title. His family's baron title was made official by Alexander. Moreover, the soldiers of the guards and the soldiers of the general army did not like their master very much, who was actually a foreigner. This was his special advantage. In addition, as the head of the regiment, Bagration still had the right to recommend. If he returned to Petersburg to take up the post, no one would have any objection. Okay, that's right, but we don't have much time. After you come back, you still have to focus on training the troops and put other things aside. In this case, artistic activities still have to be put aside. When training the troops, the issues that Solovyov had to consider had already been planned in the barracks of the Smolensk Selenge Regiment. It was just unknown whether Grand Duke Constantine would improve the training methods of the guards according to his ideas. At the same time, some personal problems. He didn't want to think too much. After returning to St. Petersburg, he would definitely be closer to Larissa, but with his cautious character and the current time pressure, he would not be like those boring adventurers. He still had to do serious things well, and also to arrange a schedule. With the current treaty, signed between Russia and Austria, as well as the diplomatic agreements between Britain and Russia, Britain, and Austria, it would only leave him with a window period of about 8 months. By the second half of 1805, the army would set out to the battlefields in Central Europe. In other words, the selection of soldiers of the Guards is relatively strict, with relatively high basic qualities, and they are all short and strong elite warriors. However, saying this, there is always a feeling of dwarf musketeers. Although Solovyov doesn't like business, World of Warcraft, very much, the sense of deja vu is still very strong. I have been adjusting my state during this period, and I will try to resume double updates tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. Alexander believes that Russia is strong. Bagration applied the next day to transfer Solovyov back to the Guards, and it was approved. However, Solovyov's rank was still lieutenant colonel. The general commander of the Guards Corps was colonel or general, and the Guards Chasseur regiment was promoted from the Guards Chasseur battalion not long ago. Solovyov did not have to go back to Smolensk. He did not have much luggage there, so he was left in Petersburg. The senior officers in the Guards were familiar with him. After all, everyone had seen the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Putin Regiment who had always followed Tsar Paul, and compared with the line infantry, he was more suitable for the chasseur skirmish tactics, which was clear from the weapons he had tinkered with. Now it was just a matter of practicing his past military ideas, and someone recommended him. As a general of the aide-de-camp, Bagration's recommendation was still very useful, and Solovyov would soon be able to return to the Guards. Before that, he had to be summoned by the Tsar. He had been Alexander's aide-de-camp, so he knew that the Tsar was fond of showing off. What was also worrying was that the Tsar himself had no idea of the current weakness of Russia. To summon him also involved the command of the Guards Chasseurs. If he was not recommended, a Frenchman would go there. The only difference was that the meeting place was in the office of Tsar Paul in the Little Winter Palace. This was also the office that Alexander often used. However, compared with Paul, he was not as diligent in his work and often had to participate in various activities. Even though he lived a simple life, the expenses of the Russian royal family were not small. Solovyov, I called you back not long after arriving in Smolensk. I think Prince Bagration has already told you the reason. Yes, Your Majesty, the Guards Chasseurs need an officer who is familiar with this unit. Don't let me down. In the past, whether in the war or on some missions, you have performed very well. You can be said to be very loyal. It is indeed loyal beyond words, but he and Larissa have an unclear relationship. Alexander is still blind at present. He only knows that some arrogant Guards officers and his good friend Tsarist have this idea, but he is not sure whether it has been put into practice. However, the missions in Paris and the New World, as well as the training of the army in Smolensk for several months, still revealed some skills. It was also because of his outstanding ability that Alexander approved the personnel appointment so quickly. Your Majesty, this is just what we should do for the Emperor and the motherland. Most officers of our age are still so passionate. That's true. If you go to the Guards Chasseurs, I believe you can do a good job and you are also very responsible. But I can't promote your rank. You should still serve as the head of the regiment with the rank of lieutenant colonel. Speaking of which, his family background is not high. Even if he has the trust of 2 generations of Tsars, he can only be appointed in this way. In addition, the Guards Chasseurs have never been fully staffed. The 3 major regiments of the Guards are all fully staffed. The General Regiment has even always had 4 battalions, but the Guards Chasseurs can't even get 3 battalions together. The first time this unit appeared on the battlefield as a formal regiment level unit was probably in the war against France. Yes, Your Majesty, I will lead the troops according to the situation of the Guards Chasseurs. I also hope that you can perform well on the battlefield against the French. Solovyov, after all, you are good at fighting the French. Although Solovyov wanted to say, Your Majesty, you should put away your magical powers and have a son with Larissa in Petersburg. But this idea could not be said at all, so he could only say, I will let the French see how powerful I'm again. When I was in Italy, I captured their corps commander. Although General Schurrer was a head sent, considering that he had served as the French Minister of the Army, the value of this prisoner was still very high. Alexander was still very satisfied when he mentioned this. Of course, he didn't know what Solovyov had said to Paulina, otherwise it would be very fun. If he knew about his relatives, it would be even more fun. He has actually made up his mind to interfere in European affairs and is finalizing the alliance treaty with Britain. The diplomatic agreement between Austria and Russia had already been confirmed, and the bargaining with the British was all about how much the British would give. As for Alexander's mysterious self-confidence, it couldn't spoil his mood. In this way, Solovyov wouldn't say much. He knew very well that at this time, he couldn't just say something that would make him lose his job. After that, he had no choice but to agree with the things Alexander mentioned. As for the reception on the last day of the year, he changed into the uniform of the Guards hunter and returned to the social scene. At this time, many officers of the Guards appeared on the scene, and it looked more like a social party to introduce young people to each other. But he didn't think about this now, hiding on the edge of the dance floor, chatting with little Prince Golitsyn. I didn't expect that there would be such an interesting thing on your trip to Paris. We just killed a French royalist, which more or less turned into a blow to friendly forces. But in that situation, one of you two would have to die, and in the end it was proved that your gun was faster. It's just that my arm has only recently recovered completely, like it used to be. Ah, you are back in St. Petersburg, and now you are the commander of the guards. You will definitely attract a lot of attention. But after I come back, my main task is to get the training of the Guards Chasseurs on the right track. Our regiment, even the barracks are the old barracks of the Semenovsky regiment, except for the weapons and equipment, which are all brand new, but it's still not enough. According to the current Russian military organization, except for the garrison battalions that undertake guard work, other troops have already been organized at the regimental level and incorporated into the guards, ready to go to the battlefield at any time. The command of the entire guards is in the hands of Grand Duke Constantine. In addition to the 4 infantry regiments, there are also guards cavalry and guards artillery. In fact, the current organization of the Russian army still has a similar structure to that of the French in many places, but there is no joint training like the Grand Army, and a newer organizational structure. I serve in the court, unlike officers like you. Yes, you have to be nice to Natasha, she is the queen's favorite sister. You are always in the court, you know all these things, I really love her, and I'm willing to give her everything I can. But you. Let's not talk about this for now. Solovyov also knew that when talking to these senior court attendants, he couldn't do without young girls and wives, so he had to keep the topic under his control. We also have to know that the French are now deployed against Britain. Personally, I don't think joining forces with Britain is a better choice, but this move is not bad, attacking France from both sides. It's just that the British themselves won't help us that much. It's true that everyone didn't have high expectations for what the British could do, and they were still on guard against Russia rushing out of several inland seas. Don't you know an expert in this area? The prince pointed to the senior officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the edge of the dance floor. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was the Polish Czarist, and the Deputy Minister was Count Stroganov, both of whom were very familiar to him. But this minister from Poland was indeed outrageous. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs cannot be relied upon. Our diplomats are always led by the nose. When we really need to make up our minds, I'm afraid the emperor will have to come and solve the problem himself. Speaking of which, Alexander's skills in social occasions are indeed very good. But other aspects, coupled with his indecisive character, are indeed a big problem. Even when he returned to the palace recently, he actually asked Larissa for comfort. Even though she was a stay-at-home girl who took care of the children at home all day, Lois's character was still stronger than her husband. Recently, Alexander did come to the queen's bedroom many times and had in-depth exchanges with Louisa on the bed, while also asking for her opinions. But although Louisa read a lot and had better political knowledge than other female relatives, she was not as good as the queen, and she was not good at this aspect. Your Majesty, you just need to follow this path. Yes, you should be determined. When Adam and the British have an agreement, we will go to Europe. In the time of our father, we defeated the French. But this was when Napoleon was not around. Suvorov did not encounter a strong opponent except Moreau, and Shura sent away a lot of troops at the beginning. You govern the country according to your wishes. That's enough. Speaking of which, although Louisa had a lover outside, she was also a good wife. At least she could comfort her husband, save money and organize women's activities in the rear. Alexander only knew those reckless people who came openly, but he respected Louisa more in this way. At this time, she was always able to provide help. The only problem was that she had not been able to give birth to a son so far, and the children she gave birth to were all girls. Let's spend the last night of 1804 like this. Maybe we will have another child next year. Sasha. But you also have to know that, if the war encounters setbacks, someone will treat us like they treated our father. But Alexander was not worried. Constantine and his brothers had a good relationship. Nicholas and Mikhail were still young, and the current nobles could not make any waves. In addition, he was very confident in Russia's strength. In the end, he would use hundreds of thousands of troops on several battlefields to flatten the Corsican dwarf. This mysterious confidence is indeed very troublesome. At the same time, Solovyov, who returned to his home in Laundry Lane, was making some arrangements for his spare time. At least he would not touch some of the translation content in 1805. If he wanted to train troops, he would not have the time. Therefore, he also mentioned his current situation to the publishing house. He could only put some of the planned content aside and continue it when he had time. However, it seems that this is always a dove tactic. As for other aspects, he opened his pocket watch and looked at the small portrait of Louisa inside and fell into thought. This dangerous relationship of his could not be interrupted once it had begun. Of course, he also liked Louisa very much. Apart from the status of a queen, she was emotionally compatible with him. The queen mother had been exerting influence on the nobles in Petersburg. He, a lieutenant colonel of the guards, could not control such things, but many of them were conservative. Think about the resistance given by the great nobles in Russia in the liberation of serfs and the trouble they would cause anywhere in the future, so they should be dealt a heavy blow. However, Solovyov was still far from being able to deal a heavy blow to them. He had to continue to move up in the army and become a general as soon as possible. At least he had to reach the rank of lieutenant general and serve as a lower level military governor or a senior official in some border provinces before he could step onto this stage. Considering that there were still many opportunities in the Napoleonic Wars, and even some foreigners whose family background was not as good as his could rise quickly, he was still very confident. However, this was also accompanied by a high degree of risk. He knew the feeling of being on the battlefield, and not everyone was so lucky that they would not be hit by artillery shells. But after thinking about it, he realized that this was the only fast way. Without a foundation in the palace or the civil service system, he could not get promoted at all. Moreover, he did not like the treacherous court life. Moreover, for the Russians, the army was the fastest way to rise, and military merit was still very useful. It was just that some people would take risks for some unrealistic merits. There were many adventurous generals who were triumphalists in this world. This was a common problem of militarization in a country. Even though most of the Russian army was under the control of the Tsar, due to the vast territory, people who did so would still appear in some border areas. Of course, he did not expect the fast track left by Peter the Great to get the Order of St. Andrew the Apostle. If a soldier got this medal, he would be automatically promoted to this level if he was a lieutenant general or below. This was impossible. Peter the Great left this back door, but it was never fulfilled because the senior medals had always been monopolized by senior nobles and generals and had never been awarded to lower ranking nobles and middle and upper level officers. There is another way. to get around this bug, which is to get more medals on the battlefield and fill up every grid, but this can only be done when you have a great victory, so basically there is no hope. It is still difficult to move up. Solovyov can only hope for the rank of colonel now, which he can get after he has been the head of the guards for a period of time. Chapter 299. Hunters are best suited for two-row shooting. The year was 1805, and Solovyov was going to take office on the first day, and according to the Russian calendar, when he arrived at the barracks of the former Semenovsky regiment in the Admiralty district, he asked the soldiers to line up. There were also soldiers whispering in the queue. This regiment had always had a general commander, but no commander. It had been organized as a battalion-level unit for a long time. Now all the breech-loading rifles were concentrated in these two battalions, and it was the first time that a commander was needed. The veterans of the guards were of course familiar with Solovyov, the young commander. After all, he had been behind the two emperors for a long time, and the guns in his hands were designed by him. Are all the officers of this regiment here? They are all here. What do you want to instruct? Speaking of which, there are only 3 colonels in the Guards Chasseur regiment. In addition to himself, there are 2 battalion commanders, and the rest of the officers are lieutenants. The soldiers of the entire regiment have just been supplemented to 800 people, and it is still fully equipped. The officer in front of Solovyov, Alexei Kologrevov, was 5 years older than him. He had also served as an aide-de-camp to Paul in the past. However, he came to the court very early, serving in the Empress's court at the age of 15 in 1791. His brother was the aide-general Andrei Kologrevov, the unlucky cavalry general who was loyal to Paul, but was tied up on the night of the coup. They were very familiar with each other, so there were only a few polite words. I don't have much to say to the brothers, but we should prepare to start training. Yes, mishap, you may have to be called by your title in the future, unlike when you were with the emperor in the past. Solovyov was surprised that his promotion was slower than his own, and he was only a captain at present. There was nothing he could do about it. He had never been on the battlefield like himself before, and was simply accumulating seniority. It doesn't matter, it will be what it is. As for the other officers who came here, Solovyov also knew the situation of some of them. After all, the Guards Jager regiment was expanded from Paul's Gatchina army. In the Guards, it is obviously not as popular as the 3 major regiments. Even if they are equal in status now, they are still 1 regiment short. As for the officers, needless to say, their treatment is much better than that of the other grenadiers and general infantry, but there is still some gap with the 3 regiments. Brothers, the weapons we use are all the latest models. Whether it is the trust of the motherland and the people, or the grace of the emperor, since we are in the Guards Jager regiment, we must compete with those grenadiers of the guards, to see who has stronger combat effectiveness. When he said this, the soldiers would still cheer, and Rozovskaya Street itself was military land, but the 5th company of the Semenovsky regiment had never filled the street when it was stationed here. In addition to the barracks they used, there were still many empty places. If they don't occupy this area, there will be more illegal construction. After inspecting the situation in the regiment, Solovyov roughly knew what to do. He quickly went to Bagration and explained the situation. You want to demolish those illegal buildings on Rozovskaya Street. This is easy to do. It is the land of the Guards Chasseurs. No other buildings are allowed to appear here, especially there are some warehouses there, which were built by some fallen guys in the past. Then, can I go and demolish them? Of course, but I have to write a report. Bagration was still very considerate of him. In order not to cause trouble, if he wanted to demolish them in the Admiralty district, he had to pay attention to the impact. After all, he didn't know which warehouse or building was built by a nobleman. Now there are still gaps around some streets in St. Petersburg, but when it comes to the sections of the embankment, where every inch of land is valuable, there are few gaps left. As for the demolition activities, they have become part of the earthwork. Solovyov even took a pickaxe and a sledgehammer to smash the wall. But there is no need to shout 80. After all, this is a regular demolition work, and there is nothing left in those warehouses. Speaking of which, the efficiency of Rome's urban management brigade is not as high as this. While the Guards Jager regiment cleared some illegal buildings in this area, the new tactics of the Jaggers also needed to be considered. For line infantry, 3-row formations are more suitable, while 2-row formations are more suitable for shooting, but they are relatively thin and easily penetrated by the enemy's impact. Therefore, in Suvorov's teachings, it can be noticed that he does not like 2-row formations, and often even adopts a thicker formation in the impact formation. However, it should be taken into account that his tactical thinking is still aimed at line infantry and grenadiers, which is not so suitable for Jaggers. Especially in the Russian army, there are now 23 ordinary Jagger regiments, and 1 Guards Jagger regiment in the Jagger regiment, which is still being expanded. The tactical position of the Jaggers, and how to fight, are also very important things. Therefore, after Solovyov went to smash the wall on the first day, he still had to go to Bagration. But this time it was not at number 25 Italy Street. It is obvious that entertaining guests at home and discussing important military affairs cannot be in the same place. There were many people coming this time, mainly middle and senior officers. The reception room at home was not suitable, but in Menshikov's old palace, which was often requisitioned by the military academy. We are here today to discuss infantry tactics, and the matters involved are mainly tactical regulations. However, letting some generals speak there always makes people feel that if the person speaking on the stage asks what you want to say to the person sitting next to you, you can only say general's opinion. There was no substantial progress, and even the training could not maintain the past norms. It was only when Alexander personally issued an edict that the problem of slow and fast steps in the queue was solved. As for the Georgias, I think the 24 Georgia regiments now use many types of weapons. Whether it is the Georgia regiments established in the early years, the Gatchina troops established during the reign of His Majesty Paul, or the newly established Georgia regiments, there are already many calibers of weapons alone. Someone above said this, and someone below also echoed it. Among the entire army, only the Guards Jagger regiment has a unified weapon system. The topic accidentally turned to Solovyov. The Guards Jagger regiment is equipped with breech-loading rifles, which are different from the weapons and equipment of the Jaggers, but consistent with the few special shooters equipped in the Guards. This 1797 rifle was made by their new commander. Although it has been improved and upgraded with a kit, it should actually be called the 1800 model now. Lieutenant Colonel Solovyov, I think you should answer this question. Since the ball was kicked over, he had to take it. I think when the Jaggers are engaged in frontline firefights, they should also consider the changes in the battlefield environment and the weapons we have. The soldiers selected for the Jaggers are generally those with better shooting skills and short but strong bodies. That's the case with the Guards Jaggers, Solovyov, and your weapons and equipment are also the best. Therefore, I have also thought about the tactics of the Jaggers. In the Guards Jaggers, which are better equipped, of course, the rifles used by our soldiers have a faster firing rate, so we can consider arranging them in 2 rows, which is conducive to developing firepower. But for troops using old equipment, there are still some problems in shooting in 3 rows. The problem mentioned by Solovyov actually existed a long time ago, but there was no written report. When shooting in 3 rows, if the soldiers in the back row are hasty in preparation, it will lead to accidental injuries, especially when the depth of our army's queue is large. Some people still agree with this point. Some old officers who have led troops for many years and have been on the battlefield agree with this. In the past, the Russian army had relatively good discipline in combat, and they always launched bayonet assaults, so this problem was less exposed. If it were replaced by some armies that like to use firepower, it might be a different situation. In this way, in the case of the Guards Chasseurs, they will be arranged in 2 rows first, but other Chasseur regiments must also take into account the specific environment on the battlefield. In the current battlefield environment of the Russian army, the Chasseur regiment will also be pulled out to be used as line infantry in many battles. And the general grenadiers and line infantry sometimes change formations, and the French do this more often. If you want to use firepower, you will naturally line up in 2 rows, but the weapons and equipment are still limited. The Guards now need to replace the entire army, and at least 7,500 1797 and 1800 rifled guns must be prepared. Although the Russian army can afford this money, the Tatar arsenal does not have this production capacity now. This does not include the expansion of troop numbers in wartime, and the guards and ordinary troops. Each regiment will increase the number of soldiers and non-combat personnel to the company level. Therefore, the Guards Jager Regiment could only demonstrate on the shooting range first. After the meeting, at the initiative of the Minister of War, the Guards Jager Regiment came out of the demolition site and went to the shooting range for a shooting demonstration, which could be regarded as a shooting training. In this way, Solovyov's goal was achieved, but now this Minister of War, he is the Sergei Kuzmich, the poor minister who couldn't read the Tsar's edict, and added a joke. Pierre's unlucky blind date and muddled engagement were when this stalk appeared. As for the Minister of War, although he has a high status, he also seems mediocre. He was simply led by his subordinates and the Tsar himself. This was very hard, and he was able to stick to it, which was indeed not easy. On the shooting range, Solovyov asked the soldiers to line up in 2 rows, and also arrange targets that were farther away in the effective range. This was determined by considering the performance of the weapons and the past training results of the guards. Of course, it was also a concept display. The generals who came here knew that the Russian army currently only had such a model Jager regiment, and the equipment and training of other troops could not keep up. As for the line infantry, their shooting accuracy was obviously not as good as those good hunters who could fight in a dispersed manner. The first row did not adopt kneeling shooting, which was actually strictly prohibited in the new regulations of the guards. The shooting effect was also very significant. After several rounds of rapid reloading and shooting, each soldier fired 5 bullets, and the wooden targets were almost broken. The generals present were indeed impressed by the performance of the Guards Jager Regiment. However, there was only one such regiment. The leaders of those Jager regiments also had to consider that the weapons in their hands could not even be unified in caliber, let alone the weapon model. The Jager regiment that Bagration led in the past had this problem. Even the largest caliber 7.75 Russian line rifles had 2 types, imported from Britain and manufactured in Tula. The former was more reliable and could also reflect the British's technological advantages during this period. But after seeing the results on the shooting range, everyone knows that the Jagers are indeed more effective in 2 rows and can greatly reduce accidental injuries. However, in war, because this formation is more thin, many officers and soldiers will not like it, and more combat troops will still line up in 3 rows. Soldiers in the 3rd row often do not receive sufficient training, and coupled with the chaotic environment on the battlefield, accidental injuries are often difficult to avoid. Sergei Kuzmich, what do you think? I think the Guards Jager Regiment can do this, but they are in battle. 50 rounds of bullets may not be enough for them. In this case, they have to prepare more bullets on their ammunition trucks on the battlefield. When Bagration heard this, he knew that the Minister of War agreed to increase the rations for the troops using new weapons, which must be a good thing. As the head of the regiment and the general of the aid, he was also very satisfied with the past training of the Guards Jager Regiment. However, according to Solovyov's plan, some adjustments need to be made, especially the Guards Jager Regiment needs to be trained according to special tactics, and it must cooperate with the 3 major regiments of the Guards. As for the training of new tactics, it is also inseparable from daily training, which consumes a lot of bullets. Fortunately, the Guards Chasseur Regiment generally uses paper-wrapped bullets, and the reliability of the primer has been greatly improved with the import of purified mercury fulminate from the UK. The Russian primitive smelting method also faces serious problems. At the same time, the Guards have now begun to equip a large number of grenades loaded with black powder, and the dangerous thing called Molotov cocktails has been taken back. In this way, the current equipment of the Guard soldiers is indeed better than any army in Europe. No wonder Alexander has a mysterious confidence when he sees the army around him. But looking at the whole of Russia, this is not the case. Chapter 300. Good shooters are fed by bullets. From the German name of the hunters, or the name in French, we know that this type of light infantry is actually hunters. This can be seen in the selection of soldiers. Residents who often live in mountainous and forested areas are preferably from forest rangers and hunters. They have been exposed to muskets in the past and are often more accurate. In order to facilitate concealment, they often choose those who are not tall and strong. Even the light infantry in Napoleon's old guard will not be taller than the grenadiers in the same legion when they are selected. The vaulters in the French army are even shorter, and they often choose lean and flexible soldiers. Hunters often come into contact with the enemy first on the battlefield. They are not vigilant and have weak combat effectiveness, which will suffer. Therefore, all-rounders such as hunters and hussars, as well as lancers who need comprehensive skills, usually have training subjects far exceeding other troops. For this reason, Solovyov also specially applied for fire shooting training every month in the first half of the year. Fortunately, this is only special ammunition used by your regiment, so you can afford such consumption. If the 4 infantry regiments of the Guards and the Guards Grenadiers go to shooting training together, the quartermaster will scold them first. Even if Grand Duke Constantine can approve this consumption, the Minister of War will be furious. Indeed, in this era, the military expenditure of the army is mostly spent on ammunition and uniforms, but there is still a lot of money that no one knows where it goes. For governments, it is a heavy burden. Even Sergei Kuzmich, who is relatively generous, would be surprised. But our ammunition is special, and the production of paper shell bullets and projectiles is that, even if we expand our regiment into 4 battalions and train every week, we can't finish the fighting. Bagration knew that he was right to call Solovyov back. This kid was very familiar with all the affairs of the regiment, and could manage daily affairs for him. In this way, he can concentrate on his work as a general of the aide-de-camp, saving a lot of energy, and even having time to go home and take care of the kids. Speaking of which, he is not the only one like this in Georgia. Well, you arrange the live fire shooting training, and the emperor will come to see it when the time comes. Alexander also attaches great importance to new weapons, especially the unicorn cannon. After all, his military branch is also artillery, and he is also familiar with this aspect. As for the weapons used by the hunters, they can only be tried out by the guards first, and then they will be promoted to the elite grenadier regiments and the main regiments of various military governors' districts. But this replacement work will not be fast. The Tiller factory really does not have the production capacity. Their current production tasks also include the 3 models of the Tiller rifle series, 1798, 1800 and 1803, to meet the needs of the majority of infantry regiments and eliminate backward weapons. In fact, Solovyov's rifle is not applicable at this stage. He was also able to deploy them to the elite troops. The only weapon that became popular in the soldiers' hands was probably the homemade black powder hand grenade, of which each soldier could get several when he went to the battlefield. In Russia, there are so many forests from west to east, and the most abundant thing is wood. There is no shortage of raw materials for wooden handled hand grenades, wooden barrels and butts of rifles. Moreover, the quality of these woods is quite good, and the effect is very obvious when used. Although it is only January 1805, and the daytime in St. Petersburg is still very short, the training has not been delayed. Alexander himself came to watch the shooting training of the Guards Chasseur Regiment at the shooting range of the Guards training. In fact, it is also a signal that he attaches great importance to the army. Even the Guards reorganized from his father Paul's Gatchina troops are the same. Your Majesty, the Guards Jager Regiment is ready. Can we start? Let's start. Sergei Kuzmich, I want to watch this shooting training with my own eyes. Last time, the 2-column shooting training of the Guards Jager Regiment had left a deep impression on the generals present, and it was also heard by the Tsar himself. He also brought his sister Ekaterina and his second daughter Maria here. Obviously, there are always brave women in the family, especially his 4th sister. It was originally none of her business, but she insisted on coming to watch. Alexander doted on this sister more than the other 4 sisters, so he couldn't resist her begging. And Maria Pavlovna, the little aunt who always made Solovyov work illegally, was on her way back to Weimar with her husband recently. As for today's shooting training, it was also called test shooting. The purpose was to let the officers of the Guards understand the accuracy of the weapons in their hands. So it was not only the Guards Jager Regiment that appeared here. The Izmailov Guards Regiment also appeared at the shooting range today. They also wanted to test the accuracy of their flintlock rifles at various distances. However, they had to do it later, and the Guards Chasseurs were the first to appear. Solovyov asked the 2nd Battalion to line up. After they were arranged neatly, they shot at the metal targets with precise aiming. This time, they also made human-shaped targets to give them an intuitive feeling. Of course, there were no Turkish or French portraits on the targets, but they shot, loaded, and shot again step by step. At this time, the sound of the bullets hitting the metal targets was still quite pleasant. If this is shot according to the rhythm, I'm afraid it can also play a piece of music. Alexander said so, and Solovyov was standing under the viewing platform and heard it very clearly. If it's just using guns, it's not a big deal. Tchaikovsky's 1812 overture will also use cannons. In addition to the cannons recorded on the stage, there are also real cannons firing blanks. The use of real cannons during the performance is a consensus reached by the orchestra playing this piece. Of course, he is not an aide-de-camp now, but the head of the Chasseur regiment. In this case, he asked the shooting range to set targets according to the metric distance, which was also connected with France. The Russian nobles in Petersburg are all proficient in French, and there are many people who blindly worship French fashion and French science. Therefore, it is not a problem, and it looks very convenient to use it this way. In Russia, only the Navy has been using the British system for a long time, but one day it will change. Your Majesty, the current shooting is at a distance of 200 meters, which is less than 300 archins. For ordinary smoothbore guns, the accuracy has dropped significantly, but for this 1800 breech-loading rifled gun, it can still guarantee a high accuracy. That's good, Solovyov. These soldiers have been trained very well during your return. If Alexander attributed it to the weapons, it was also Solovyov's doing, and he couldn't escape any praise. It's just that, if the copper-cased bullets you originally made could be popularized to ordinary infantry regiments, our Russian army would have an advantage over other countries in terms of infantry equipment. Your Majesty, the same is true for artillery, but the level of cavalry in various countries is still very close, but generals from other countries will envy our Cossacks and Hussars. At this time, the Tsar and his army should also be flattered. But we don't have time to wait for the weapons to be replaced for each regiment, and the consumption is too high. The little royal expenses saved by Alexander and Larissa were not enough for Queen Mother Maria, not to mention the dowries of their sisters and the jewelry that Paul left for the girls. As a brother, he could not be vague. In addition, a lot of financial appropriations were used in public facilities and palaces. It is true that the Royal Zoo and the Royal Aquarium can make a profit, but they also need to invest in them and increase the maintenance efforts to get a return. This is a rare place where the Tsar can have fun with the people. Just selling peripherals to get money from the pockets of nobles and wealthy merchants cannot compare with the huge military expenditure. Your Majesty, but the Guards Jager Regiment will be very good. According to your training outline, they will definitely be able to do well. Solovyov, after the shooting test is over, you must report the shooting results of the Jaggers and the Izmailov regiment to Sergei Kuzmich. Yes, Your Majesty. Alexander was very satisfied with the Guards Jager regiment after seeing the performance of the soldiers and the target reports of the 5 rounds of shooting. This set of drills was made by Solovyov in the Pavlovsk Grenadiers regiment in the past, but there were fewer shooting tests at several different distances, and in the past, it was only known that the Jaggers rifles were accurate. Now, according to the reports at 200 meters and 300 meters, although the accuracy has decreased, it is still much higher than the flintlock rifles commonly equipped in the troops. The shooting training of the Izmailov regiment has a much lower hit rate, but the shooting training of the Guards is obviously more than that of the general army. Alexander was quite satisfied with the troops in front of him, but he didn't know what level the garrisons scattered across the country were at. According to the infantry inspectors and military governors who reported to Petersburg, many infantry regiments did not have sufficient shooting training in the past. Only the Moscow garrison and some more elite troops could guarantee shooting training. The general troops also received weapon training, similar to the Prussian army, but much better than the Prussian army's fancy clothes. After all, they still couldn't forget the bayonet, while the Prussian army always used a rifle rod to pull the barrel. According to the report on shooting training, Alexander also required all corps to conduct sufficient shooting training during the spring training. This time, after the negotiations between Britain and Russia were concluded, the Russian army was going to prepare to go abroad, to fight in Austria and Prussia, and also to go to northern Germany and the lowlands, as well as Naples, by sea, with the assistance of the British. After returning to St. Petersburg, Solovyov had no time to care about those salons. After all, he was still leading troops, and was the actual commander of the troops. It was impossible for him to go to parties and drink like the rash lieutenants of the guards. But he still knew one thing, that is, the blind self-confidence in St. Petersburg, as if the Russian army was invincible, and if he said something bad, he might be refuted by the people around him. This kind of thing was not the first time he encountered it, but in St. Petersburg, it would not be so aggressive, but many young officers hoped to earn military merit in the war. There were still many desperados, which was also a feature of militarism. In the early 19th century, everyone had some experience with this problem, and even 200 years later, it was the same. Many people could not accept a small failure, and after a major setback, they became defeatist counselors, and could not look at the problem objectively. In the upcoming war, facing Napoleon is more or less a huge challenge. Solovyov even recalled the standard configuration of online articles. It has to be said that many male protagonists rely on opportunism to fight wars, and it is rare to see a few who fight head-on. As for those who can't play without history, there are also many people. Of course, his current situation has not affected the main historical process, but the fate of some people has always been affected. In fact, he didn't expect to really fight against Napoleon's army in Austerlitz as a regiment commander. Maybe that person has moved to another place as his strategic center. As for the war criminal level performance in the coalition forces, he can probably only influence the adjutants in the headquarters. If you get together with these guys, you can try to make some influence. But Alexander is like this. He will not change the decision he made, and he has mysterious confidence, which is not easy to solve. Of course, whether Solovyov's own friends will be trapped in that environment at that time is also a problem. Therefore, Solovyov decided that a chef must look at the art of war instead of the recipe. In addition to the battles that can be seen in Europe, there is also Sunti's art of war. If translated, it is still very useful as a military theory. After all, when he was in Italy, he had seen the French increase and decrease the number of soldiers. It doesn't sound strange to increase the number of soldiers and reduce the number of soldiers in the future. We still need to be on guard in this regard, so Solovyov is ready to start a new topic. But Alexander should not destroy the Great Wall. Whether it is the 36 stratagems or Sunti's art of war, these strategies are still very practical. Of course, Solovyov is also thinking about which strategy his colleagues, superiors, and predecessors are best at. There is no doubt that Kutuzov is best at running away. As for how to arrange this story, Solovyov will do it in his spare time, but it will only be announced internally. If it is to be made public in the future, I'm afraid it will have to wait. The pamphlet that Frederick issued to the generals was also discovered by the three skirts who opposed Prussia, after it was accidentally seized, and then printed on a large scale. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.